All right, so if you're here, if you've managed to find this video, it's because you want to model a car. Now, this process is not short and it's not easy. So if you want to take the time to learn how to model a car using form tools, I suggest you stick around. If you're looking for a shortcut, this is not going to be it. You can go to the description of the video, download the data set you see, and play around with it. But it's going to take hours and hours and hours of practice. In these videos, I'm going to talk about the process of laying out the car body. We're going to do this a couple different ways. I'm going to talk about G Endo's method, and ultimately we're going to do something different. But we are going to talk about a couple different ways that you can start a car model. We are going to get into problems that you run into along the way. We're going to talk about how to fix them. And at the very end of all of the videos in this series, we are going to have a complete 911 based concept where we add wheels, we add details like door trims, windows, headlights, taillights, all that stuff. So if that's what you're looking for, you came to the right place. Please go through this video, learn how to model the car body, learn all the problems you're going to run into along the way, different ways that we can fix them, and stick around for following videos where we get into all of those details. Hey everyone, this is Matt with Learn Everything About Design, and in this video we're going to kick off a new series where we're going to model a Porsche 911 inspired car. Now when I say inspired, what we're going to be doing is taking the mid-70s to mid-80s 911 turbo blueprints, and we're going to make our own version of the car. Now, if you are a fan of the 80s or a fan of cars in general, there's no doubt that you will know the 911. It's pretty iconic. But I think there's some room for improvement. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the RWB 911s. So if you just do a quick search, you can see here, this is roughly the starting point. Again, this is an 88 911 turbo. They did change a little bit over the years, but this is essentially the same car from the mid 70s to the mid to late 80s. You can see that it has the sort of fender flare arches in the back that are pretty big, and the front ones are a little bit more minimal. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking a more of a look at something like the RWB versions of these cars. Now, RWB or Rauwelt is a company that makes these pretty intense wide body versions of these cars. And this one happens to be Brian Scotto of Hoonigans. This is his car. You can see that these are sort of stick-on fender flares, or in some cases you can see that there are rivets here. But what we're going to do is we're going to take this sort of style or design and we're going to make our own version of something like this. So not exactly like this. We're going to have some creative freedom, of course, but I do think it's important that we get some reference images. Again, there are many different versions. You can see that this is a little bit more extreme. They have a more of a flushed in headlight and they don't have the typical sort of shape that you would see. But again, multiple versions. These are basically some, very custom Porsches, and you can go through, just look at a bunch of different images, find one that suits your style, your likes. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking a look at creating the main body and then, making our adjustments and modifications from there. Having said that, if you go to the description, I put a link to this drawingdatabase.com. I'm going to be starting with this blueprint. You don't have to start with this specific one, but one nice thing here is that this blueprint gives us these A, B, C, and D sections, and you can see here they actually give you the section of the car at that point. So we can see what the hood looks like, we can see where the spoiler comes in, the middle of the car. This is information that is often very hard to get from blueprints. So this is pretty nice. It's going to take a little bit of work for us to use because it is like a scanned copy and it's rotated. But that's where I'm going to start. You can start by downloading that if you want. And again, I'm going to be using the RWB as sort of an inspiration or a different take on what we're going to do with this car. So I don't really want to model it where we've got the old style crash bumpers, where what we're doing is we're looking at these collapsible 5 mile an hour sections. I want to take the classic lines of this car, and then I just want to make it a bit more extreme. That's the fun thing. When we're modeling cars, we're never going to get exactly like the original car by doing this off of blueprints, and that's just really not accurate. It's not possible. But you can see there are a lot of wild versions of these different 911s over the years. You can see these fender flares are pretty unique. But again, we're going to take that as sort of our inspiration. So this was just my first test with going through this process. You can see everything here is in forms with the exception of the planes and the blueprints. So in this video, which will likely be several hours long, what we're going to be doing is we are going to take a look at the entire process from starting with the blueprint. We're going to process the blueprint, meaning we're going to break it into multiple views. We're going to talk about that step of the process. And generally, that's one thing that often gets overlooked, but we're going to go through that step, and then we're going to start building the model. I do also want to mention that there is a YouTube channel, G Endo or G Endo, Giigchi, and I'll put a link to that in the description as well. And this guy is a true car designer. He was a car designer for Nissan and Infiniti for many, many years. And he has a style using Fusion 360 forms that produces some amazing results. And I don't want this to be a copy of his. I actually had planned to do this 911 before somebody pointed me to his videos. So I don't want to go down the road of trying to replicate what he's doing. But I do want to point out his style because he has some extremely well thought out plans. He uses a lot of curves and extrusions and trims and things like that. So I'm not going to copy what he did, but we are going to take some elements of it and we're going to kind of use that, but we're going to build it slightly different. So again, in the description, link to where I got the blueprint from, link to G Endo's channel. If you want to see how he does, his car models, again, amazing content, amazing work. And I think that at some point he's probably going to come out with some more. Now, his is a Porsche 930. The 911 has different nomenclature depending on which body style it was. But again, we're doing 70s to mid 80s Porsche 911 Turbo. That's what I'm going for. Okay, so the first part of this is to, again, download that blueprint. So this is the blueprint here. Now, the first thing that we need to do is we're going to have to straighten this up. It's rotated, so we need to make sure that it's straight. Now, you can do this in pretty much any program. You could do it in probably Paintbrush or whatever you like to use. I personally use Snagit. It comes with Camtasia, which is what I use to record. So I like to use Snagit. If you purchase it on its own, it's about $50 US. But again, there are plenty of other photo programs. There are free ones out there like GIMP that you can use. Anything you're comfortable with. But we need to open this picture up in something that we can use to edit. So for me, again, I'm going to be using Snagit. So I'm going to open this up in my Snagit editor. You can see that I've got some pictures here. These are the ones that I posted before for the speed through and so on. So now we can see that this whole thing is rotated, and that's obviously going to be problematic for us to use it as a reference. So we want to make sure that everything is straight. Now, I don't have a great way to draw a completely horizontal line here and make sure that it's straight. So rather than rotate each view in Fusion 360, I'm going to do it here and get it as close as I can. So first, for me, again, since I'm using Snagit, I'm going to rotate the canvas. So I'm going to do a custom angle, and I actually need to go about 1 or 2 degrees. The way that this works is I have to either know the value that I want to rotate it to, and in my case, I'm going to go to 359, and I'm going to see how close that is to horizontal. It looks pretty good, and we won't know until we actually take this top down and we get it close to that black line, and that is pretty darn close. So if I take the side over here, looks pretty good, and bring that in, you can see that it looks pretty good. That 1 degree was just enough to get us close. There's one more thing that I do want to do here. When we bring this in as a canvas to Fusion 360, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be scaling it because it's not the correct size. We have these reference dimensions. You'll notice that they're based on the wheels, and we don't actually have a dimension to the center point. Now, this is not centered, so we're going to have to do a little work to make sure everything is right. But we are going to be using some of these numbers. And the problem that we have here is that these section values, A, B, C, and D, don't have any dimensions associated with them. So there's one of two things that we can do. We can take one of these dimensions, any of them from here. For example, I could take this 1492 and I could copy that and I can just simply paste it down here somewhere where I can use it as a reference. I'm not going to be using this tire cross section, so I could leave it here. That way, when we grab the any of these section views, we can bring this along with it. For me, in here, I need to go to image and flatten all. That way it just pushes it all down onto the same layer. So now that I have that, the other thing that we could do is we could simply bring in each of these sections and just scale them appropriately based on the rest of the blueprints. But I'm going to save this. And the next thing that I like to do, I know some people when they're using blueprints, they just simply put the blueprint in and they leave all the other views and just move it around. I personally don't like seeing that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my folder and I'm going to copy this several times. So I'm going to leave this original image, but then I need a side, a top, a front, a back, and then my section views. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 total. So I'm going to copy this. And again, you could use shortcut keys 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Copied it 8 times. Now each of these, I'm going to start by renaming. So I'm going to call this one side. I'm going to call this one front. Looks like I might have accidentally opened it. Let's go front. We'll call this one here top. It doesn't really matter which one you pick for which because we're going to modify each of them. Call this one back. And then I'm going to call each of these, let's see, section A. We'll do this one as section B. Hopefully this makes sense. And we'll do section C. And last but not least, we'll do section D. Now that we have all of these, I need to go in and I need to modify them. So for example, this back one, once again, I'm using Snagit. So I'm going to open this here. This is the back image. So I'm just going to resize this until I have just the back. Now, I want to make sure that I keep some of these reference lines. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that I also keep the dimensions, but we want to sort of get it down to a manageable size. You'll notice that the mirrors are in this view in the front and the back, but they're not in the side view. So when we look at the side, you can see that they don't show where the mirrors are, but we do have them in the front and the back, just not the side and the top. So now that I have this one sorted, I'm going to save it. And I'm going to go back to my folder. Now, for the purpose of this, I'm not going to go back to this folder each time. I'm just going to go ahead and open each one up. You obviously should know what I'm doing, so we're going to open this one here, which is front. Now, again, the front is in the upper right corner, so I can just take this and scale it down until I'm happy with roughly where it is. Bring that in and bring this one down. So I'm going to save that. I'm going to go ahead and open up the next one. So we've got the back and the front right now. We're going to go ahead and do the side and the top next. So we're going to open up, for me, I'm going to open up the side next. And again, I'm just going to resize this until it works. I want to keep the dimensions. Notice that some of these dimensions will be for both the top and the side view. So we will have to repurpose that. And that's part of the reason why we started with the original image and we kept some of it, right? So we're going to have the original untouched image, and then we're going to just repurpose it each time. So once again, I'm going to open up the top now, and this one I'm going to scale down from the top. I want to keep the full length and the wheelbase. I don't necessarily need it. Now, in reality, in Fusion, all we need is one of these dimensions to scale. So we could use the width of the car, but I'm going to use the same dimension I use to scale the side as I do the top. I want to keep all of these reference lines here and just shorten it where we can. Then we're going to save that. And now we need to do the sections. So I'm going to start with section A. I'm going to go ahead and open section A. And again, we have this dimension down here, and we can keep that dimension if we wish, or once again, what we can do is we can just resize this to be approximately right. Now, if we were trying to get as close as we could to the actual car, then we would want to be extremely mindful of that dimension. Since we're just using this as a reference, I'm not as concerned about it because we're going to make this thing more dramatic. We're going to pretend that Lamborghini was making this 911, and we're going to add some additional features to it. So now we're going to do section B. I'm just going to scale this down and bring this over. Now you'll notice that section C is kind of in here as well. That's okay. If you really want to cut it out, just is going to depend on what software you're using. For me with Snagit, it's actually pretty easy. I can just come in here and I can delete that. Then I can fill the rest of it in. It's not going to be perfect, but I can just fill that area in and I can save it. So next I need to do section C. So once again, I'm going to open that up. Section C is down here, so it's pretty easy. I just take that corner, get it kind of close, and save it. And then we're going to do section D. One thing that we should talk about here is how long this process actually takes. Now, you can rough out a car fairly quickly. Now, within an hour, you can have the shape of the car body pretty close. It's really all the details that take a good bit of time. Now, I know a lot of people like to see or want to see the full process, but in reality, the full process does take a bit of time. I know people that that do this for fun, and they'll take weeks and weeks and weeks to model and detail something. Whereas if you're just trying to get it pretty close and you're not super concerned about all of the little details, then like I said, within 2 hours, you can get something that looks pretty good. You can slap some wheels on it and do some very quick and dirty processing of some things, split lines and so on. And you can get something that looks pretty close. Now, for us, there are a couple things that we want to be mindful of. When we start in Fusion 360, I always like to start with the side and then put in the rest of the blueprints as references. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to get started in Fusion. I'm going to start a new design, and it's going to be millimeters because that's the units that are on the blueprint. And I'm going to start by inserting a canvas. I'm going to go into Insert from my computer, and we're going to pick the side. Again, that's what I like to start with. I'm going to pick my right side plane, and I don't really need to scale it up because we're going to have to come back and move it. So if it's like up here, it doesn't really matter at this stage. But one thing you want to note is that we can turn on renderable, which is a fairly new option. We can turn on selectable, which can be kind of a pain, but it allows you to select it. For example, if you double click on it in the canvas area, then it actually will let you edit it or display through. Now, for the most part, display through is going to be the most beneficial because these canvases are actually scanned copies. They have that sort of black and gray marbleized kind of like that texture to them, which means it's harder for us to see through. But again, that's okay. It's what we have to work with. I'm going to right click on the canvas in the browser. I'm going to select calibrate. So this process is not perfect. It does a really good job, and we want to pick 2 reference points. So for example, the start and the end of that measurement, I'm going to say 2272. So I'm going to use that dimension between those 2 edges. I'm going to hit enter, and now it's scaled it. So I'm going to double click the mouse wheel, and you can see that it's perfectly scaled. I want to turn on my origin. I'm going to take and edit this canvas, and I want to put this up so that the wheels are going to be on the ground plane here. So this coordinate system, Z and Y, I want to put it right at that spot. So I just need to move it around and get it as close as I can. So what this does for me is it tells me that the wheels in all the other blueprints are going to be aligned to my XY plane. And it also tells me that the center of the vehicle, or the section B plane, is going to be right in the middle here. Because we don't have a dimension from here to the front wheel, and I know that this is not exactly in the middle of the wheels, I don't really have all the dimensions to create all the planes I need. So this is as close as I'm going to get. Now that that one is in and scaled, I'm going to go ahead and create a new plane that is going to represent each of these. So I'm going to just rotate this around a little bit so we can see. I'm going to take this plane, I'm going to offset it for C, D, and A. We're going to do that with offset plane, and this is only going to be done visually. It's not going to be precise numeric. We're just going to come in, we're going to get it until it's close to that line. We're dealing with a pixelated scanned image. It's not really going to be perfect, but what I want to do, and I want to make sure I do, is each time I reference that same midplane, And I don't want to come in and I don't want to start offsetting from these, because if I ever change one of these planes, C or D, then it's going to affect everything else that's referenced on it. So you can see that looks pretty good. And I'm going to do the same thing for plane A. Let's go ahead and bring it over until it's close. Go to my right view. You can see there 1400 looks pretty close. The numbers are pretty nice. The last thing that we want to do on those is make sure that we name them. So plane 3 is going to be section A. Plane 2 is section D. Plane 1 is section C. And the default XZ plane is going to be B. I'm going to hide those for now. I don't need to see them, but I need to add a couple more canvases. So next, I'm going to add the top. So just pick the top, pick the plane that we want it on. And with this, I'm going to manually scale it up because I found that oftentimes these come in the wrong orientation, so we need to see it. So this has to be rotated 90 degrees, so just rotate it until you get to 90. And then take a look at the numbers. Everything looks pretty good, but we still need to calibrate it. So I'm going to go to a top view, right click and calibrate. I'm going to use that same 2272. And then I need to position it properly. So the top, I'm going to edit, and I want to make sure the midline of the car is on the midline in my image, and then I need to rotate it around and make sure that it lines up with the bumpers. So it looks pretty close, but you can see that this line right here is actually the center line for the wheel, so it needs to come forward a little bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to click on that direction, which is Y, and I'm going to start to enter some values. And you can see it's moving the wrong direction, so I'll say -10, not quite enough, -15, -20, -25. -25 looks pretty good. The amount of time that you spend trying to align these, you can see it's a little bit off here. The amount of time you spend trying to align these will only help you downstream. Make sure that you're a little bit closer. I'm going to go all the way to -50. And as I rotate this around, they look like they cross pretty good. So I'm happy with that position. We're going to say OK. Next, we need a front and a back plane. Now, you could just simply put these on the B plane, but I find that it's hard. Sometimes it's hard to view the geometry that you're working with. So again, I'm going to create some offset planes. It's not visible because I have the whole construction folder hidden. We just need to show that and get rid of that warning. And we're going to make that offset plane. So you can see this plane got created. We need to go ahead and edit. So plane 4, let's go ahead and edit that. We're going to right click, and this offset plane, we're going to just make sure that it gets put in the right location. For some reason, you can see that we can't actually see it on the screen. Just pull it out really far, hide it, and show it. You can see that these planes are getting created, and for whatever reason, they're not visible. So I'm going to delete those last two. Seems like maybe a bug because the folder was hidden when we tried to create it. And let's go ahead and just try to create another one. So this one you can see is visible now. We're going to go to the right, and we want to pull this to that vertical line that represents the front of the bumper. Then this plane is going to be called front. And we're going to repeat that process to create one for the back. So again, I always want to reference something that I know is going to stay. Now, in this case, that's going to be my XZ plane. And if I reference any of the other planes we created and we decide to move them, then it's going to affect things downstream. So we want to be careful what we reference. So this one here, plane 7, is going to be back. Again, we don't really need to see all of these. We can hide the ones we don't need to see, but we can always select them based on their name pretty easily. So now we're going to add the front. And once again, I'm going to scale this up. You'll notice that with this one, it's actually backwards. So we need to do a horizontal flip to make sure that the number's correct. We don't want to spend a bunch of time getting it in the right position now until after we calibrate it. So let's calibrate it. I'm going to do this from a front view. I'm going to pick as best I can on these vertical lines and set that to 1432. Now that it's calibrated, we can go back and we can edit. What we want to look for here is, again, that vertical line is centered. So that looks pretty good. And remember, the horizontal is going to be based on our, in this case, X, but it's XY plane. So you can see that it's sort of jumping between those numbers. That's 100, that's 150. So really it's more like 110. That gets us pretty close. We can say okay. As we rotate this around, what we should see is that the bumper lines up. That's going to be a good indicator, and it's pretty close. And since the bumper is not really of a concern to me, I'm not going to be doing these 5-mile-an-hour shock absorbers or any of that stuff. I'm not too concerned that it's perfect. It's just going to be a good reference. So then on the back, we're going to do this again. Again, we're going to pick the back canvas image. We need to scale this up. And again, the numbers might be backwards depending on how you did this. We're going to go to a back view. I am going to leave the front visible for now. We're going to calibrate this. You'll notice that the wheels in the back are actually wider, 1492. And then I'm going to edit that. And once again, we want to make sure that that vertical reference line is centered. And then we want to move it vertically until the wheels are touching the XY plane. So again, if the numbers are not working out, what we want to do is we want to see that it looks like it's about maybe 325, and maybe 320 will get us a little bit closer, and say okay. Now what we should see is that things like the roof line should be pretty close between the two. Again, I'm not super concerned, but you can tell already that even though we had the scale to go off of, that the mirrors are not lined up, the roof is not lined up. So we do have to be very cautious with this, that we just need to be mindful of these scales. And again, if we were trying to replicate this car perfectly, then we would want to spend a lot of time trying to get this right. For right now, what we want to do is we want to put those A, B, C, and D sections in. So I'm going to select section A plane. I'm going to go and find section A. And I'm going to manually scale this up. I'm going to view this from the front. So this needs to be flipped, so I'm going to do a horizontal flip. I'm going to put it so that vertical line is again along my Z axis. And you can see that's obviously way too big. So we need to scale that thing down. And again, what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be using our reference images, and we can actually bring back the front and get pretty close with it. So with the front, what we should see is that this lip is where it rolls into the fender. So we're going to scale it down just a hair. And this little detail here is the inlet or the intake there on the hood. Now, of course, these have the engines in the back, but that does give us a good indication of where that is. So you can see here that the orientation or the location of that is pretty low relative to the hood. But it looks like it lines up okay. Again, we have to just use these as loose references. And because we're creating sort of a concept off of here, we don't need to be as concerned with it. So again, B is this mid plane here, so we're going to use that. Let's go ahead and find section B. We'll scale that up. It will probably need a horizontal flip, just like the other one. Let's go ahead and flip it horizontally. Scale that up and go to a front view. So once again, that vertical line needs to be put in the right location. And we just want to get it pretty close. And again, the benefit here is that we actually have the sort of midline reference for the car. We can see here's the little sort of the sill, or we've got the bottom of the door here. Well, we've got the profile of it. You can see there's a pretty hard transition there. And this is the drip rail on the top. But if we bring back the front, it looks pretty good. And you can see that it might be a little bit low here, so we could take it up just a hair. And that looks pretty good. So again, loose reference, but what we would want to see is that this is the bottom of the car and that's the top of the car. So again, it could be scaled down a little bit. Not too concerned with it. I'm not worried about exactly matching everything. Section C, almost done here. I'm going to go ahead and bring in section C. Again, we're going to scale it up, just like all the other ones. Probably needs a horizontal flip. Now that we're getting to the back of the car, I'm actually going to go ahead and hide the front and show the back. And even though we're looking at this from the front, we can still use this as our reference. So scale this down until it looks about right. And this is not going to be all the way up to the roof. This is actually going to be part of the glass. So it needs to be scaled down a little bit. And you can see that this is supposed to go inside of the fender here. So it needs to come down, probably needs to be scaled in just a little bit more. And again, these are loose references, so we don't need to be super precise with them, but spending a little bit of extra time here will help us. So that looks pretty good. You can see that this is part of the window and it rolls in. All right, so last, let's go ahead and let's do section D. We're going to go ahead and find section D. Again, we're going to scale it up, flip it horizontally. You can view it from the front of the back. It doesn't really matter. This one has the ground plane, so you can kind of see there's a little bit of a horizontal line there. It shows you where the ground plane is. So that helps us a little bit. We need to scale it down and move it over. And for this one, probably needs to be scaled down a bit more. I'm going to rotate it around. So what we're actually doing is we're giving that side profile of the body, and we're showing where that massive 1980s spoiler is. It's one thing I never understood. I haven't owned one of these, and I'm not really a Porsche guy, but you think with a car that has all the weight in the back, that has understeering issues, that you wouldn't put a massive amount of downforce back there. You really need it up front. But again, so this is going to kind of help us get a little bit closer. It looks like that horizontal line is not the ground plane. It might be the bottom of the body. But what we're trying to do here is we're trying to line up with the bumper and the spoiler. So again, loose reference. So that looks pretty good. And I'll say, okay. I'll hide the origin. And now what we've done is we've created all these section views. Let's hide the side and let's bring back section A, B, C. So now we know what the car shape is in each of those areas. And that's going to really help us a lot when we're trying to figure out what the shape of this thing needs to be. And again, we're going to go more extreme. We're going to make it wider. We're going to smooth out the front and the back. We're going to put diffusers and more sort of ground effects and that kind of thing on it. But this is a great place to start. At this stage, what we should really do is make sure that we save it. We haven't saved anything yet. So for me, I need to make sure I pick the right location. I'm going to go ahead and put it in this 911 folder I created. And I'm going to call this my Porsche 911 Custom Turbo. All right, so once you have those saved, this is a great place to pause. We're going to keep going with the video, but make sure that you have put all the blueprints that you want in. If you're not using the same blueprint, you might not have had the section views. But again, we're using it as a loose reference. We want to capture the shape and the essence of the car, but we want to make it more extreme. We're going to make it wider. We're going to add more detail to it. So make sure that you do take the time to get this stage right, because it'll help us a little bit more downstream. So mine's saved. I've got all of these in here. I don't really need to see the construction plans, but I got all my canvases in here. And the next step is for us to start creating form bodies. So let's go ahead and select Create Form. Now this is saved, and we can begin starting our form. Now, this is where in the past, when we've created our Subaru WRX and the Ferrari 308, we started with either a small piece and started to build out the hood, or in the case of the Ferrari, we built out the entire center line of the car, and then we sort of worked from there. So where the G Endo method really comes into play is at the start, he begins creating all of the car body based off of an extrusion off of a spline. So this is a great method because it allows us to create the number of faces or the number of divisions that we want. Now, when we've begun modeling in the past, I always say that you want to keep the number of faces as minimal as possible. So you want a low number of face counts. Now, it's hard to tell when you begin a new design how many faces you will need for the curvature. So this is where the G Endo method really comes into play, is knowing how many face divisions you are going to have. It's something it's a little tricky, and getting started, it can be hard to do. So I do think that it's important to make that qualification. But let's go ahead and let's try that method out. So we're going to start by creating a sketch. We're going to sketch on the midline, and we're going to use a spline. Now, there are two different types of splines. there's a fit point spline and a control point spline, and they differ based on the way in which you create them. Think of the fit point spline as the smooth display that we have on our form body. And think of the control point spline when we go to create this. Think of this as the box display. So when we create these two different types of splines, what we're doing is we're either manipulating the actual vertex on the spline and the curvature direction and influence, or we're manipulating the cage on the outside. So the location of this point here, this control point, is going to determine the direction of influence and the weight. So you can see as we bring this up a bit more, we have a bit more influence from that tangency direction. Now, when we're working with splines for surfacing for cars, I think that using the control point spline is a better option because it allows us to make cleaner curvature a bit easier. If I was to use a fit point spline for something like this, what I would do is I would start here, I would end back here, I'm going to hit escape to get off my spline tool, and I would control this solely by just using the handles at the front and the rear. So if we take a look at the curvature combs, what we're seeing here is that we've got this curvature that's happening here, and you can see there's a change in curvature at the front. We can tweak and we can manipulate these, but you can see that it's kind of hard to get a nice smooth line. And you can see that as we begin to manipulate these, we're getting this sort of effect where we're having a change in curvature or a dip in the front. And if we sort of extend this out, what we end up doing is you can see that it's raising at the back. Now, as you begin to start to create these, it can be hard to understand what you actually need or want. So less is more when you're using a fit point spline. The control point spline is a little bit trickier. With that, we actually need to have a certain level of control with it. So what we're going to do is we're going to place a point that is above the wheel arch, and you can see it's trying to snap. It's trying to snap horizontal. So I'm going to hold down the control key on a PC, and I'm going to put one at the middle here. I'm going to put one above the wheel arch, and then I'm going to put one at the very back of the car and say, okay. I'm going to hit escape, and then I'm going to select this and take a look at my curvature. Now you can instantly see we've got this drastic change in curvature here. And this is a problem when you get too many control points. So if I just have that point selected and I hit delete, then we get rid of it. Now what you're looking at is a very high rate of change at the start, very flat in the middle, and a high rate of change at the end. And this is a little bit easier for us to adjust with this type of spline, as we can sort of move these points closer toward the center, closer toward each other, and we can sort of get a good result. What we're really looking to do is we're looking to match this shape here. Don't forget that we can change any of this curvature by manipulating our form body. But I think that we probably want something about like this. So a little bit of curvature in the front, and it's going to dip down, be mostly flat in the middle, and then it's going to start to raise up at the end. And I think that's going to be a good result. I'm going to turn off curvature combs, and I'm going to finish my sketch. Now that we have this, we can go to create and extrude. And as I pull this out, there's some things that we want to be mindful of. Make sure that our edge display is on. So this can be Control and 6 on the keyboard. Make sure that you do have visible edges. And then we need to figure out the number of faces that we want. So you can see here that we've got this front face. Now when we do this, notice the way that it's dividing this up. It's dividing it up in the wrong direction. We want them to be divided up in the other direction. If we take a look at this angle and we set this to 90, notice that it doesn't really work. It's just extruding up. That's not changing the number of edges that we want. So this right here is not giving us a good result. So how do we get the divisions that we want in the correct direction? Well, the reason that this is happening is because of the type of spline we used. We have one single edge, and that one edge is going to give us one face here. So we don't have any other options to change the way that this is working. We have a distance, we have this profile option, and then this angle. So I'm going to hit cancel. And the other thing that we can do is we can loft that. So in order to create a loft, what we actually need is two profiles. Now, in this case, all I'm going to do is I'm going to create an offset plane. Doesn't really matter where it is, but I'm going to make it outside the car body. I'm going to create a sketch on it. And then I'm going to select this and I'm going to project it using P on the keyboard or by going to project include. And we're simply just going to push that same edge out to our new plane. Now, if we go to create loft and we go from this to this, now you can see that we're controlling the number of divisions in two directions. I'm going to hide my canvases for right now. You'll notice that with the number of faces, we don't really want a lot of faces in the length direction. So we're going to take this all the way back down to just one. And then in terms of the number of faces that we want in the width direction, we need to base this off of the number of divisions that we want on the final vehicle. This is where it's tricky, especially when you begin modeling, because it can be really hard to know how many you need when you get started. If we bring our canvas back, and actually let's go ahead and take a look at this from the top, it might be better. When we bring our canvas back, you'll notice that where we have these divisions, there's one that's relatively close to the upper portion of that wheel arch, and in the back there's one that's pretty close. If we increase this number, as we get closer to, see, 15, we've got one directly above the rear wheel arch, and we've got one that's a little bit off. So you can see that the length of the curve is driving this, as well as the way that our divisions are created. Now, if you decide to use this method, then you want to make sure that you do use a uniform width spacing. That's going to be critical for us. And again, we can manipulate where these are a little bit, but again, this method, this is a sort of an adaptation of the G Endo method, where we start with this extrude, or in this case, this loft. I'm going to go ahead and progress with this, but just note that this is a slightly different workflow that we have used in the past. Typically, we create one face and we start building from there. This method is allowing us to use a nice clean curve to get started. You can see that the shape of that is really nice. For us to build a nice smooth shape like that with this many divisions would be next to impossible. But what I want to do is I want to go into box display mode, which you can do by going to display mode, selecting this first option, or using Alt and 1 on the keyboard. Once we're in box display mode, now we want to actually figure out where the outside of our body is. So at this point, what we've done is we've simply just made this essentially an extrusion. We lofted it, but this is essentially just an extrusion. And what we want to do is we want to figure out where the body line is. Now, a couple different ways that we can do this. We can go into modify and insert point, and we can begin breaking this up. So we can just add some points here. Now, one of the problems that happens with this method is that these lines are straight. They're not curved, they're not matching the body. So I'm going to use Control Z to undo that. Another way that we could go about this is by creating another curve, right? So the curve that we created for our loft, we simply just projected it. We could have created a curve that had the correct shape, and we could have just simply lofted to that, and it would have been fine. Another method that I saw G Endo do is that he actually came in and he set his view to orthographic, and he created a line at an angle. And the way that he did this was, I'm going to go ahead and just do this with 2 points, is when he created it at an angle, what this actually did was it created the cut based on the view that we were using. So when we view this from the top, it doesn't really just look like a straight line. It has a little bit of curvature to it. So that was one of the tricks that he used as well. I'm going to go back to my perspective with ortho faces. So these are really advanced techniques. They are extremely helpful, especially if you know the number of divisions that you're going to have for the design you're using, and if you've got a little bit of that sort of mentality or that designer insight as to what you're doing for the design. Now, with us, we're kind of freestyling it. We're going in a little bit blind. It's a bit harder for us to sort of do that same technique, but we certainly can. In this case, what we can do is we can go ahead and create another sketch on the top. I'm going to rotate this around so it's a little bit easier to see. And once again, I'm going to use a spline. This time I'm just going to use a start and an end point. Now, you'll notice that we aren't actually snapping to anything. If we want to snap to anything, we need to project it. Not really going to be as big of an issue, but what we can do is we can sort of go start and end wherever we think it needs to be, hit escape to get off the spline tool, and then we can start to manipulate this to get the curvature that we want. Now, what I'm looking to do here is I'm looking at the window line. So the window line is the feature that I'm trying to match. So what I want to do is I want to rotate this around. This probably needs to come back a bit more, needs to rotate a little bit more. And I'm trying to match this shape right here. So you can see it takes a little bit of work. I'm going to have to come back a bit more. I'm holding down control whenever I'm manipulating this just to make sure that I'm not snapping to anything. And there's not really a good reference for where this needs to be up front, probably about the center of the headlight, but that looks pretty close. So now that we have this curve, what can we do with it? Well, we can project it. We can create an extrude with it. We can bring it up to figure out where the two hit each other. Part of the problem with this is we don't have a way to trim like we do with surfaces. So with surfaces, what we would typically do is we would use one surface or a sketch to trim another surface. We don't have that available option here. And if we try to go to things like modify and pull, and we try to pull this to a selected target, what we really need is we need a sketch, or we need a surface or a mesh body. It's not going to allow us to pull it to this. What we can do, however, is we can begin manipulating our mesh, and we can pull it in closer, and we can try to use our snaps. So if we're using modify edit form and we take this vertex and we enable object snap and we start to pull this back, as we get closer, you can see that it's not really snapping to that, and we want to make sure that we do stay in line. Now, you can see here that we don't really have an option to snap. This really, again, works for surfaces, or if you're using things like mesh bodies. So I'm going to hit cancel, Control Z to put all that back. So what is really our option when we're doing something like this? Well, if you're using this method, the best thing that you can do is what G Endo did and use that insert point at an angle. That's going to be the best way to get that curve. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this back to orthographic. I'm going to go to modify, insert point. I'm going to rotate this around until this intersection looks almost straight. I'm going to go from this point to this point. It looks essentially like a straight line. I'm going to say OK. I'm going to go into the bodies, hide body 2. And what we did was we created that nice curve. Now, it was a lot of extra steps that we had to go through to make that work, but you can see that that is a nice smooth curve that we have here. I'm going to go back to perspective with ortho faces. I'm going to double click on this and I'm going to hit delete. So what we're left with here is a smooth curve that matches the shape of the body and that has the number of divisions that we want. Before we go too much further, what I want to do is I'm going to rename this, and I'm going to call this main body for right now, and I'm going to hide it. I'm going to take this other body that we created and I'm going to delete it. Remember, we're not actually saving anything in the timeline. All this is destructive in nature. So even though we had that, even if we happen to use it, we can delete it without problems. What I want to show you now is the other method. Okay, so again, the G Endo method, extremely precise, extremely accurate, and I think it's amazing. But it is a little bit harder for us to follow along. It's a little bit harder for us to figure out those nuances if we're starting a new design and we don't really know how many divisions we need. So the other way that we could do this is similar to how we've done it in the past, and that's create a plane, and this is going to be on the top. I'm going to use the center option, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go all the way to the extents that I would need. So the back of the car and roughly the front of the headlight. I'm not too worried about symmetry right now. I'm just going to say okay. I'm going to double click this edge and delete it. And the reason I want to delete that edge is because it leaves me with half of the body here. I'm going to box select it. I'm going to go to a side view and I'm going to bring this up. So I'm going to put the front roughly where the headlight is, and the back I'm going to leave for right now. And what I want to do is I'm going to figure out where that middle point is. I'm going to pull it up, and I'm going to take this back point and I'm going to pull it down. And what I'm looking to do is I'm looking to replicate that curve again. And right now I'm in smooth display. Typically I would do this in box display, but right now I am in smooth display. And you can see with just the midpoint and that front point, we don't really have enough to make that curvature work. So the way that we would do this is we would come to insert edge. I'm going to insert an edge using simple. I'm going to put it halfway right there in the middle. And you'll notice that it moved the location of this point. If I go to box display, that's still in the middle, and smooth display, it sort of moves over. So what I want to do is I'm going to go to make uniform. I'm going to say OK. And you're not really going to be able to see this change unless you go back and forth between box display and smooth display. When we do that, you'll see that it sticks that right back in the middle where it's supposed to be. Now, that make uniform is one that's really hard for us to use once designs get pretty complex, or at least to see the differences. But in this case, it actually works pretty well. We can see what's going on. So now I want to take this section here and I want to move it. And I'm trying to make that, trying to get that curvature to match. I'm trying to stay roughly right above the middle of the wheel. I'm going to find where this other one is, pull it down. And you can see we've done a pretty good job of getting the curvature, but the front is still pretty flat. So once again, insert edge. This time I'm going to go minus 0.5. I want to go to the other side. And once again, I want to take that and I want to try to get the curvature I need. Take this and probably pull it down just a little bit. And once again, we want to be mindful of the way that Fusion is trying to divide this up. So if we go to box display, you can see this is right in the middle. These were halfway between, but when we go to smooth display, it sort of pushes them around. So we're going to go to make uniform again. I'm going to switch to box display and back to smooth display, and you can see they're much closer. So now what we have is the lowest number of faces that we can use to get that shape. The benefit of this is that it was very easy for us to make. The downside to this is every time we divide this up with the simple method, it's going to affect the curvature and we're going to have to play around with it. So the original method of doing that extrude and knowing exactly how many face divisions you want is going to produce a much higher quality surface, easier downstream. This method here is going to produce probably lower quality surface. We're going to have to work a bit harder at it. We're going to have to use some tools like smooth, but it's easier for us to get started. So the method that you choose is really going to be up to you. If I'm just working on a concept, if I'm sort of laying out a design, then I probably go about it this way. I build pieces of it at a time. If you're going to be building an entire car, if we're basing it off of something like this method here is going to give us a higher quality result. It just takes a little bit more time for us to set up, and there are a few extra little tricks that you need to do. Now, I really don't have a preference one way or another that we could get started. I'm kind of partial to using this method because I kind of want to tackle the hiccups that we run into along the way. And as I said, G Endo has amazing content. He does an amazing job with car body design and sort of concept design. And I don't want this to be sort of a mirror or a mimic of his process. So I did want to cover it because I do think it's important. I think there's a lot of value in this. And what I'm going to do is just sort of carry on with this method, which I think is a bit easier. If you're getting started in forms and you're just beginning the process, I think that this is going to be much more straightforward. So I am going to carry on with this method, but just note that the G Endo method is very powerful. So once I'm going to go ahead and rename this G Endo. So once you get comfortable with form bodies and you start to create a bit more of your own designs, it can be extremely powerful if you leverage that. But again, for simplicity, I'm going to go ahead and just start this way. The next thing that I need to do is I'm going to go into box display mode. So Alt and 1. You can also go to your selection options and you can turn it on down here. But the next thing that I want to do is I want to start to get this to match the shape of the body. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to pull these vertices out in a single direction. I'm going to do them one at a time. And right now I'm just getting them kind of close. I'm not too worried about the specifics yet. I just want to sort of rebuild the shape. So now as we get a little bit closer, I'm going to pull this one back. I'm going to pull that one back. And what I'm looking to do is I'm looking to match the shape of that window. So this is the body line that I'm going to start creating. And that's where I want to begin this design. And this one here, it really doesn't matter too much at this point if we move in plane instead of just in a single direction, because we're actually going to get rid of everything that we see here is going to be gone. So it's not that critical. Generally, when you're working on form bodies, you do want to be very mindful of if you're moving in a single direction or in plane. Generally, you don't want to move in 3 dimensions unless you have a really good reason. But again, we're going to get rid of all this these faces are right now, they're just placeholders. So I can go ahead and I can freely move this around. When you're using the in plane, it doesn't snap to every 50 or 100 millimeters based on your zoom orientation. So it can be a little bit easier for us to do, especially with all the default settings. So go ahead and move that back. Remember, we are in box display mode. And box display mode is going to give us a really granular look, but we can switch back to smooth display mode at any point in time. And you can see that looks pretty good. And because we're moving around in plane, we haven't introduced any additional curvature to this. One thing that we could do before we move on, once we're happy with the shape, is we could subdivide this and we could use the exact method. So if we go to subdivide and we use insertion mode simple, it's going to start moving around any of these edges because it doesn't care what the shape is. All it really cares about is dividing things up. If we use exact, what ends up happening is it's dividing everything up and it's keeping the exact shape that we have. We can use specify and determine the number of faces in the length and the width direction. So for us, we don't need any in the width direction, but we're going to set this to 4 in the length direction. So this is a shortcut to get back to partially that G Endo method. So now we've kept that shape. We've worked on getting it to match our blueprint from the top, and then we subdivided it after the fact. So if we take a look at what we have here and what we had with G Endo, you can see they're very similar. Now the curves were a little bit different because I just used a spline in one. The G Endo method, I extended a bit further out, but you can see that the end result, the quality of the number of divisions and surfaces, they're very similar. So you can get there using this method as long as you do the steps in the proper order. We have done quite a bit of work and we haven't saved it since we added the blueprint, so always a good time to save. Save frequently if you can. But I did want to just mention that we can get pretty close to that method by taking a different approach. And I do think the quality of the surface is important. So this is actually a good time for us to take a look at zebra stripes. I'm going to change their direction. And when we're looking at zebra stripes, I'm going to increase the repeat so they get a bit smaller. What we really want to see is each time we cross one of these edges, we have a smooth line. If we start to see little jumps or dips, that means that we've got a problem in our surface. And that, if we tried to build this one face at a time, we would see a bunch of little dips in here. Because what we're essentially trying to do is manually create that curve. And for us, it's just not possible. As humans, we're just not able to do that. So again, I think it's really important that we understand the basics or the concepts that we've covered so far, because they are critical to making sure that the rest of our surfaces are good quality. So we took a look at the G Endo method, which essentially was taking a look at creating a spline and either extruding it, or we created a loft with projection so that we had the right number of face divisions. That is a really solid method, especially if you have some sort of planning in mind. If you know how many divisions you want on the vehicle that you're making, if you have some sort of forethought about the shapes that you're going to be creating. There was a little trick that we had to do to rotate it around and use insert edge and create that arc. The other method that we used was to create the lowest number of faces possible. We started out with just 2 faces, then we inserted edges, and then we created the curvature as needed from the top and from the side. And then after we were happy with the general shape, we went back and we subdivided it using exact, which kept the shape exactly the same. So we have a high quality surface as our starting point. Let me go ahead and do another quick save. And now at this stage, we want to begin to create the side of the body. Now, the method that I've used on other videos in the past, when we did the Subaru, we started with the hood and worked our way down the bumper, around, and built the fender. On the Ferrari, we did the whole midline, and then we sort of built out to the wheel arches. For this car, I'm going to take yet another different approach. I'm going to take this entire edge, and we're going to build out the side of the car, and we're going to come back later and delete where we are going to place our wheel arches. So it's a different approach. Again, there's not really a right or a wrong way, but it's a different approach. And the reason that I'm taking this different approach is because we've worked on creating this high quality surface. And part of the reason I created this was based on the G Endo method. So I know I keep going back and referencing that, but part of the reason I went around or created this is because I wanted to show the differences between how he started his 930 concept or his 930 model and the way that we started this one. So I wanted to have that similarity there. But because we now have this edge and this surface, we're going to just continue to build down the side of the car. If I had started with the hood or the roof or any other area, then we would likely have taken a different approach than building out the entire side and cutting away where the wheel arches are. The approach you take really comes down to the shapes that you're working with. The Porsches are very smooth cars, so we can do this and we can get away with it. If you have something that is not quite as smooth, then you might have to take a slightly different approach. But for us, I'm going to start by double clicking this edge. I'm going to go to a front view, and this is where our sections are going to come in really handy. So section B was that sort of midline of the body, and this is what I'm going to follow. I am going to go to box display mode, which is Alt-1. Then I'm going to go to modify edit form, and we're going to start extruding this out. So I'm going to hold down Alt on the keyboard. And there are 2 things that we need to be mindful of here. We need to be mindful of the number of divisions that we're adding. We don't want to just come in and add a bunch of divisions to try to match this curve. I'm going to go, it's kind of hard to see because the widget's right in the way, but I'm going to go right to the corner here. And I'm going to let go of Alt. I'm going to hit Alt again and then click and drag. And I'm going to come down to the sort of bottom of the body. I'm going to view this from the side. And we've used this technique before, but I want to scale this vertically until I have a horizontal line. So I'm going to put 0 on the keyboard. I'm going to hit Tab, and Tab will go to the sort of the next option in the dialog. And then I'm going to move this down and just make sure that we're roughly at the bottom of the car. So you can see that the bottom of this, or the sill area, we're right at the bottom. So this is a good place for us to be. Notice that I did not move in the Y direction at all. I only moved straight down in the Z direction. And it's going to be important because we want to keep all of these lines vertical. And again, smooth display, box display. So you can see that there's a difference there, smooth display and box display. We're still working in box display, but smooth display, we have nice smooth edge here. So that looks pretty good. With the differences here, so when we go back to box display, this edge here is right about where we start going up for the window. And we know from a top view that it matches the blueprint. We can see where the window is. That looks pretty good. We're going to need some more divisions on the side. And the number of divisions we need, again, this is something that we really need to think about. We aren't going to have enough with just this big open face. We don't have enough curvature to this body. So we're going to have to add more. The number of divisions we have to add is going to be dependent on the curvature of the shape that we're working with. This car doesn't actually need very many, but if we only add 1 in the middle, it's going to affect the number of faces that we can have around the wheel arch, and that's going to be important. So at this point, this is a great time for us to, once again, save and save often. But this is a good time for us to really think about the way that these things are divided up. So when we have a wheel arch, we're likely going to have at least 4 to 6 divisions on it. So we have to think about those divisions connecting to other geometry. They're going to have to connect out to something. And if we just have one large face here, that means that we've only got this one edge that we can connect to, and we're not going to get enough shape out of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to begin adding additional edges. So I'm going to select that bottom edge. I'm going to say Insert Edge, and I want to put this up right about in the middle. I'm going to say 0.5 and hit Enter. Once again, back and forth between smooth and box display, you notice that there is a difference. So I'm going to try to go to Make Uniform and just make sure that everything is nice and smooth. So let's go back to box display and note that this has curvature to it. It's halfway between this upper edge and this bottom edge. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get that into roughly the right location. When we add edges to a face that's essentially flat, it's going to begin producing surface problems. So we need to make sure that we take care of that. We're going to do that by going to Modify, Edit Form, and I'm just going to pull it out ever so slightly. I'm going to go back to Smooth Display just to take a look at the results. You can see that we're still pretty close to the shape, and because we're doing a concept, it's not strictly required that we exactly match the blueprint, right? So we're just taking some liberties here. Once again, save and save often. Next, since we have that edge still selected, let's go ahead and do Insert Edge. This time I'm going to select both. I'm still using the simple insertion method. Remember that when we use simple, it's going to place the edges exactly where we tell it, but it will affect the shape of the design. If we were to use exact, then we are able to put the edges in the halfway location, but it's going to keep the shape exactly the same. Now, it doesn't always work out how we expect, but just note that there is a difference between simple and exact. And again, we want to make sure that this edge is not between a straight, it's not in the middle of a straight section. Otherwise, there's no point in it being there. So I'm going to give it a little bit of curvature. I'm going to double click on this edge, and I'm going to do the same thing, give it a little bit of curvature. Notice I am moving in plane here. It's okay, I can move up and down a little bit. Then I'm going to go back to my smooth display, and that's looking pretty good. The side of the car doesn't have a lot of curvature to it. So I'm going to say okay. I'm going to hide my canvases for now, and I want to take another look at zebra analysis. So this is a great time. We're going to change the direction. I'm going to view it from the right. And you can see here, we've got some waves that are happening in these surfaces. And you can see that it's happening up here. We got some waves in the surfaces. The stuff down here, as it crosses, is pretty straight. The stuff on the top, you can see that we've sort of got some waves in it. So this is a point where we need to be extremely careful. We don't want to move forward with that, with potentially having some problems. And this is, sometimes you can see this. There is an option in here to enable better performance. This is going to change the display a little bit. So the option here, if we change this, again, it's gonna adjust some of the display stuff, but you'll notice that it doesn't look bad, but it is something that we have to be extremely mindful of this stage. When we're building out these surfaces, when we get to this point, we want to make sure that everything is still nice and smooth, because any problems are only going to get worse from here. So the first thing I'm going to do is go back to Make Uniform. I'm going to go back to my box display and smooth display. I'm going to check on my curvature again using zebra stripes, and switch this to high quality just to see. You can see each time we go across one of these edges, we're getting sort of these bumps. Now, as we go across the edges, it is smooth. So it's not the end of the world. It's not the worst. It's not the worst result. But I do want to take a look at what happens if we use one of the modify tools called Smooth. So if I take everything that I have here and we try to use Smooth, let's take a look at the body. You notice how it changes the shape. Now, when it changes the shape, let's drag the slider all the way back down again. You can see that it actually pulls everything down a bit. So what Smooth is doing is it's going through and it's trying to relieve some of the tension on those internal surfaces. If I bring back my canvas, it still looks pretty close. Because, again, we're making a concept and we're not trying to perfectly match something, this is likely a good result. And if we go back to Inspect Zebra Analysis and we flip this, you can see I keep getting these warnings about the better display. We'll take care of that in just a second. You can see that it actually looks like it got a bit worse, right? So the stuff in the corner here looks pretty good, but something is definitely going on in the side. We still have those little waves. What we can do is we can go to Control Z and we can undo that smooth, and then we can sort of compare the two. So we need to decide at this stage, is this something that we need to go back and fix? Are we okay with this result? Or do we need to sort of rethink our strategy? And what I'm looking for when I do this is on this edge, I see that we have a nice smooth transition here. I see that we have a few little bumps here and there, but it doesn't look horrible. It's not really drastic, which tells me that it's probably okay, and I don't need to worry too much about it. Another thing you can do is hide the edges, and I do that with Control and 4 on the keyboard. Just takes me to shaded mode and just sort of rotate it around and look at the reflections, look at the light bouncing off of it. And if you see any bumps or jumps in the light, then those are going to become apparent anytime you do a render. And that's what we want to be really mindful of, because ultimately we're making these to sort of to show off and show them to people. So if you see any jumps or bumps in the light as it goes across that edge, then now is the time to fix it. So once again, these are just the things that we need to be mindful of as we go through. I think this is all right. It's good enough for me for what we're doing here. So I'm going to continue to move forward. I'm going to go to this enable better performance. I'm going to set it back to how it was. That'll get rid of this warning. And now what we can do is we can get rid of this back edge. We don't need it. So I'm going to double click on it. I'm going to hit delete on the keyboard. And this leaves me with the part of the car we're interested in. So the entire reason for building that initial surface was just so that we could build this sort of waistline of the car. This is the main surface of the car. This is the biggest, flattest surface of the car. And it's the one that generally is most problematic. If you have looked at the videos where we did our WRX, then you'll know that when we were trying to blend the surfaces into the door area and then back out, this is the area that gave us the most trouble, that and parts of the roof. But building this section of the car first is actually going to help us a bit. We're not quite done with the shape because we need to sort of tweak some of it. But again, this is a great time for us to save. We don't want to lose any of our work, so we want to make sure that we do save often. At this stage, since we have the entire side, we need to start thinking about what we want to build out next. And again, there's no really right or wrong answer here. You just have to sort of think about what you're designing, and if you want to carry on building out the front of the car, if you want to build out the C-pillar and up over the roof and so on. So there are a couple design decisions that we do need to make. We need to think about if we want to sort of take the glass and the side area and begin to build it up, or if we want to sort of take this C-pillar area, build it around, if we want to build the back of the car. Again, all sort of design decisions that need to be made. For me, I'm going to go into box display mode, and I want to look long and hard at the shape here. So right now, these cars tend to sort of droop in the back end. That's just the design, just because they've got the entire engine back here. So what we've done is we've sort of built out that midline and we've carried it down. But now's the point where we need to decide if that was the right decision. Now, I know it's the right decision, but we need to decide if we need to tweak it, I guess I should say. So what I want to do is I want to take these last sort of 4 edges, and you can see from the top, it lines up with the back edge of that window. And that's exactly where it does hit in our side view. So everything looks like it's aligned. But this drooping down, we need to start building this up and around. So again, the design decisions really come down to how you want to build out the rest of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take this entire section and I'm going to begin building it up to build the side of the car. So I'm going to select this one. I'm going to shift double click, and then I'm going to go to modify. I'm going to hold down Alt, and I want to begin extruding this and bringing this up. So I'm going to begin bringing it up, and I'm going to take it straight up, even though I messed it up a little bit. I'm going to go ahead, and you can see that that first value here, which is my horizontal dimension, is back to 0. So what I did was I brought this up. Now, in reality, what's going to end up happening is these lines need to shift backwards. So I'm going to begin, I'm just going to start taking them and pulling them backwards and see what the rest of that looks like. So I want to try to match the shape of the A pillar. You can see right here, I'm trying to match that angle. Now, does that make sense for the rest of it? Well, I don't know if it does. So what I'm going to do is take my set pivot, I'm going to put it at the front here, and then I'm going to begin scaling this down. Now, when I begin scaling it down, it's going to begin shrinking everything. And what that does is it keeps everything at the bottom the same, and it starts scaling all the tops down. Now, it looks okay. It's probably not a perfect solution, but it looks okay. And then I want to bring this in, again, to sort of match the A pillar. So when I look at it from the side, it doesn't really look great. If I go to a smooth display, what we're doing is we're starting to sort of influence that shape. We're going to have to come back and add some more detail there. But it does give sort of the shape that we would get on this car. Now, that rear window on these cars is actually not flat. I believe it does have some curvature to it. And the side glass is fairly flat, but we are going to cut that out. So that actually doesn't look too horrible. Probably not the perfect solution, but it is a quick way for us to get that shape. Now, ideally, what would happen is that line would be coming down to match the angle of the window. And the way that we would do that is we double click to select that whole edge. We're going to set our pivot point, and I'm going to begin rotating this. Now, when I rotate it, it really begins sort of like smushing this stuff together. So I might want to scale those back out, rotate them a little bit, and 10 degrees is too much, 5 degrees isn't enough, 8 degrees looks okay. You can see what we're doing here is it's not really working out very well. It's not giving us the result we need. So while it doesn't look horrible, another method that we can do is we can forget about the windows for now. We can begin building around and building out the top section. Either option is gonna be okay. It just kind of depends on the curvature you're working with. Also note that from the side, while that looks pretty scrunched up, from the top, it's actually not too bad. But from the top, I think we want to scale them down in this direction to get it closer to matching the shape of the car. All right, so now things are starting to get pretty bunched up. If I look at it in smooth display, it's not horrible. Don't worry really about this back open edge, but it doesn't look horrible. But again, these are things that we just need to be mindful of. I'm going to go back to a top view, rotate this around, bring back my canvases, and rescale that. It undid the scale for us. I do want to make sure that my pivot point is at the front since I'm happy with the location of the A-pillar, and then sort of scale down the rest of that. I'm going to click to OK that, and then I'm going to hide my canvases. So from the side, box display looks okay, smooth display looks okay. From the front, that's probably about what we would expect to see. And from the top, that still looks okay. I'm not super happy with how these are all scrunched up, but we can do a little bit more work to sort of fix that. So if I bring back my canvas, what we can do is some of these edges could really be stretched out further back. So I'm going to start from about here. I'm going to shift double click that. I'm going to reset my pivot point at the front. And I'm going to begin scaling these out. And what I'm looking to do is get a more sort of even division here. So these are pinching together up here. We'll deal with that a little bit later. but I really wanted to space that stuff out. I didn't really like it pinching together. And then we need to sort of make sure that they're all following the same angle. Now, if we do this manually, it can get pretty tricky. If we sort of do this with the rotation, looks okay. Another thing that we could do, and this is part of the way that G Endo does it, is he creates a spline curve from here all the way to somewhere in the back of the car, and he uses pull, or one of the modify tools, to actually pull those together. Again, that's going to be a very clean look. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to do some manual changes. Again, we're in box display. I'm going to pull these up, and the manual method has there's some limitations. So when you're doing this manually, it's not going to be the cleanest geometry. So I do just want to make sure that we understand that, because again, as a human doing this, you are not going to be able to get it perfect, but we can still get it pretty close. So that looks all right. I'm going to take a look at this from the top, and it looks okay there. All right, so at this stage, what we need to think about is how we're going to get the rest of the roof together. Now, there are a couple different ways that we can do this. The first way that we can do this is by going to symmetry, creating a mirror duplicate of this. We're going to do this across our midplane because we use that midplane for everything. The weld option isn't going to matter here because nothing's touching. And essentially what we've done is we've created a duplicate body. Now, because we have symmetry, if I make any changes to one, even though they're not welded together and touching, I've got changes that we can do on the other one. So the way that we can connect these is by bridging them together. The other method is to begin manually building it out. Now, there are benefits to each of those because the Porsche is such a simple shape. Bridging them is probably going to be the easiest option. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to double click this top one, go to side 2, double click this. And for the number of faces, we can go ahead and we can leave it at 3. And you'll notice that with 3, the symmetry doesn't work because we actually need either another one or we need to remove one. So the way that I'm going to do this is I'm going to select that, delete it, and then I'm going to double click on this edge. I'm going to go to insert edge, do a single direction, and in this case it'll be -0.5. We'll say okay, that'll put it right in between those two edges, and now we've sort of got the middle of our roof line. If we go into smooth display, it doesn't look like much yet, but this is the starting point of the car. I'm going to go back to box display. I'm going to go back to my canvases, and I'm going to double click this. Now, this actually needs to be where the roof is. So we need to go to modify. We need to bring this up. Now, at this stage in the game, we don't need to worry so much about matching the smooth shape of the car. We really want to focus on matching the box shape. Now, the rest of the shape doesn't work. This stuff down here needs to be down lower, and the stuff up here at the back needs to be up higher. So the way that I'm going to do that is I am going to scale this until I'm happy with this shape right here. I'm going to pull it up. So you can see it's pretty close. Then I'm going to take this and shift double click there. I'm going to move my pivot point to the front. And if I try to use scale here, what's going to end up happening is I'm making a sharp transition right here. So that's something that we need to be careful of, but it's going to get me pretty close to the rest of the shape. Then I'm just going to do some sort of manual tweaks. Keep in mind that the actual body line is up here. So we might want to take some of these edges and move them up. So I'm going to shift select a couple and I'm going to move them up. Now I am using the in plane option, but I am making sure that my Y distance is staying at 0 to make sure that I am moving vertical, just to give me a little bit better resolution. Then I'm going to select those two and I'm going to move them up. And this one here I'm going to move up as well. So if we take a look at this in smooth display, we're closer to the actual shape of the roof, I should say. And everything looks pretty smooth still. If we get rid of our edges, there shouldn't be any apparent problems yet. Everything should still look fairly smooth. We just need to add more divisions in order to start to match the shape. So once we're happy with the midline, once we're happy that it matches the shape, which again, it doesn't have to be perfect. We are taking some sort of creative liberties here. But once we're happy with the mid shape, and again, important note, we can certainly use splines and curves to help us control the location of any of this stuff. So we can certainly do that. When we're moving and we're using our manipulator in plane, we do want to make sure that we're mindful that we're not moving in the fore and aft direction. We want to make sure that is nice and smooth. So that looks kind of weird with the rest of the shape, but don't worry about that just yet. But you can see that we're getting a bit closer. It's going to take some tweaking. The next step in this process is to add some more edges. So insert edge. It doesn't really matter if it's on one side or the other because we have symmetry. It's going to add them to both. And then I need to move that up. So this is going to be probably easier from the front. We do have this B section still. So again, I can move this up. I want to make sure that I am staying at 0. And I'm going to add one more. So insert edge, it's going to be positive 0.5. Actually, let's go ahead and let's do both. We'll add it to both here. And then I'm going to take this one. At a certain point, you don't even need the blueprint. You can just make some slight tweaks. I'm going to take this one and we're going to pull this one up. And likely what we're going to end up doing is we're going to end up moving this edge or adding another one in the corner, but you can see that that's starting to look pretty close. Let's hide our canvases. There's some work that we need to do in the middle section here, but for the most part, it's looking pretty close. So I'm pretty happy with that so far. I'm going to have to make some tweaks, but before I do, I want to make sure that we go ahead and we save so we don't lose any work. So as we're looking at this thing, now is the time where we have our next sort of epiphany. We need to, when we're designing car bodies or when we're designing anything, there's always going to be a point where we have to take a step back and think about the direction or the decisions that we made. And at this stage, adding all those extra divisions, we can see that the center line here seems to have a pretty decent curve, but the line here that's following the body and the line here look pretty good, but they don't match what's going on here. And if we bring back our canvases, you can see that we've got to sort of make some adjustments here. And the best way to go forward is to get rid of some of these divisions. So we're going to double click on these and we're going to hit delete, delete that one and delete this one. And we're going to go back to box display. So from the right hand side, you can see that we've got a pretty good representation of this shape here. Although we need to make some adjustments. We can see that this vertex here needs to come down. So what I'm going to do at this stage is I'm going to make these sort of micro adjustments to the overall shape. And I'm probably going to maybe bring this one down a little bit and maybe bring this one down. Now, generally, you don't want to be manually adjusting things like this, but there is a point where being able to do this and understanding it is very beneficial. Keeping in mind that this section right here is actually going to get cut out for the rear window, so we can make a little bit more drastic adjustments. Another way that we could do this, as I mentioned, is we could create a curve and we could pull to that curve. So that would be a pretty good way for us to get this curvature. And that looks okay. I'm going to go back to my smooth display. Now you can see that we're well below the shape, that the box display looks okay, but this does not actually match the shape. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this entire curve and I'm just going to pull it up. Now, so we worked really hard on the box display to make sure that the box display general shape was right. And now we can just simply pull that curve up and we can get it pretty close. It's not perfect, but again, we're not really focusing on an exact replica. What I want to do from here is I'm going to take this entire curve and I need to make some more adjustments. So I need to pull some of it up, and you can see that the box display is quite a bit above. But what I want to do is I'm going to take some of these vertices and I'm going to pull them up slightly. It's probably a bit too much, maybe 5 millimeters. And maybe take this one up as well. And probably need to take this one up, maybe 2.5. All right, so now we've got that midline looking okay. It's pretty close to the car body. I'm happy with that result. We could spend a bit more time getting it right. And if we want to, we can work on the smooth display. Generally, it's something I don't want to do at this stage in the design, but sometimes it makes it a little bit easier for us to work on the smooth display. I'm going to go up 10 millimeters, and that gets me a little bit closer. Now, we always want to go back to the box display. This is something that we don't want right here. So you can see how it's sort of going flat and then it's bumping up and down. If we do something like that, what's going to end up happening is we're not going to get good curvature. It's just not going to work. So the best way for us to fix this is to sort of rotate this entire curve. We need to pick a point that looks about right and then make some adjustments. So 5 degrees is too much. Maybe if we go 1 degree, maybe if we go 2 degrees, 2 degrees gets us pretty close. And the next thing we need to do is we need to begin to taper off this back section. So I'm going to do this in box display again. You can see the difference between the smooth display and the box display is quite drastic. But that's okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a couple of these vertices and I'm just going to start moving them down. And I want to sort of maintain that gradual transition in the shape. I don't want it to be too drastic, so might need to zoom in. And again, we can use this sort of in plane as long as we make sure that that first value stays at 0. We don't want to be moving left and right. We want to try to move just vertically. And we're going to go ahead and take this one. Again, I'm going to move this one down, making sure that is maintaining 0. And then I'm going to go back to my smooth display. And that looks pretty good. So now we're much closer. Again, this takes a lot of time if you want to get a good quality surface. Now, the next thing we need to fix is the fact that this right here, when we originally did this, we matched the window, but really what should happen is this should match the shape of this pillar as it goes to the rear glass and out to the back. So this needs to change. A couple ways that we can do this. We can create a curve and we can pull to the curve, or we can manually manipulate these until they're roughly right, or we can create a split line by creating an insert point. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to try to manually do this so we can see how that works. So again, I'm going to take each of these vertices and I'm going to pull them up. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get closer to the blueprint now. Remember, we are in box display mode, which means that we're not actually going to try to match the blueprint. What we do is going to get interpolated a bit. It's not going to be an exact match, but this will get us close. It'll get us a little closer than we are now. So I'm just going to pull these up. Again, we're looking for a gradual transition. We don't want it to be too drastic. And we're looking to sort of get into the same section of the blueprint. And this last one will come up a bit. And this one might even come down a little bit. Okay, so it's not perfect, but it's close. This one probably needs to come up a little bit more. This one needs to come up a little bit more as well. And this one here. Now, hopefully you can see that probably creating a spline is going to be an easier option. I'm going to go to smooth display, and that already looks loads better. It's not perfect, but it already looks loads better. And when I say it's not perfect, part of the reason is because I don't like how different the top and the side is. I really like the shape of the side, but I don't really like the shape of the top. And what I want to do is I want to work to normalize the two. So again, we're making a concept based off of the Porsche 911. And I want to sort of make sure we stay true to the 911 shape, but I'm not really concerned with it being perfect. I'm not trying to make a perfect replica. I'm trying to make a custom. So when we're trying to replicate geometry, again, it's much harder because we don't have all the information. We have some information, we have the blueprints, and in this case, we've got a lot more than normal blueprints because we've sort of got these cross sections or profiles. But for the most part, we don't really have enough information. But what we've done here is we went from something that looked pretty bad to now we've actually adjusted it to make the shape look okay. The next thing that I want to be mindful of is the distance between each of these. You can see some of them are a little bit bunched up and some of them are wider. The back section here, I really want to pull that further back. I want to make this more of a straight vertical line. And that's going to be tricky simply because everything that we've done up here, we've been very precise with. So the way that I want to do that is I'm going to double click this edge. I'm going to hold down Shift and double click this edge. I'm going to reset my pivot point to the middle of both of those two. And I'm going to try to scale them out in this direction until they're roughly vertical. And that looks okay. Then I am going to reset the pivot point again, just to right here. And I'm going to try to rotate them down. I'm going to try to do it -1 degree and see if it gets us close to that shape. We can always go back and forth between smooth and box display. And that looks okay. Again, it's not perfect, but we're not trying to be super precise here. We're just trying to get close to the shape. Now, when we look at that at box display and we go back to smooth display, we're starting to get that nice smooth shape. Now, this is the point where we want to double check the top view. I'm going to turn off the canvas for now. The top view looks pretty good. If we bring back the canvas, what we want to be mindful of is the fact that some of these, well, actually, let's go ahead and hide the body. So if we take a look at the lines on the car, you can see that this hood line goes back to the C-pillar and is basically a straight line, and the body line sort of curves in. And when we bring back our body, you can see that those body lines are curving in and the roof line is going straight back. And this is what we want. We're probably going to have to pull some of these edges in. I'm not going to do that just yet, but we probably will need to pull some of that in. So right now that looks okay. And at this stage, this is when I want to begin inserting edges. So I'm going to try again. I'm going to insert them at halfway. And then I want to go to a right view. And I want to adjust this because when we look at this in smooth display, it's still got sort of like a high spot in the middle. So we want to adjust this. And I'm going to do this from the side first. So I'm going to take this edge and I'm just going to pull it up. So if I start to pull it up, you can see that it's moving quite a bit. I'm going to turn off Object Snap. And 25 might be a bit too much. This is a good time for us to go into box display. And let's pull that up. That looks okay. Then I'm going to do another insert edge. This time we're not going to do both. We're going to do a single in this direction. I'm going to say okay. I am going to modify and pull that up. I'm looking for a more gradual transition here on the roof. We can always go back and forth between smooth and box display. I'm going to double click this. Notice that I'm doing this one edge at a time. Originally, I did 2 edges simply because it was going to be inserted anyways because of symmetry. But I'm doing this one edge at a time. And what I'm looking for is to manually control a gradual transition. So if I pull that up 10 millimeters, it's way too much. Let's try 5. And then let's check it in smooth display. So you can see now we're starting to get more of that Porsche roofline. I'm going to bring back section B just to get a good idea. And you can see that we could still push this out a little bit. The section B might be a little low relative to the other blueprints that we used. You can see that we're kind of high in the front. If we take a look at the side, you can see that we are kind of high now that we added a bunch of extra edges. But the good thing about this is now what we can do is we can take all of these edges, if we're happy with the shape, and we can just simply move them down. So I'm going to select down and I'm going to say -5. Not quite enough. Let's do -15. Let's do -25, -50. And what you see is that it's moving all of them down relative to this position. And that's not what I want. So I'm going to do Control Z to undo that. I'm going to go back to Edit Form. And I'm going to reset the pivot point up here. Let's go ahead and reset that to this position. And let's go ahead and move these down. So one thing you'll notice is it's having a pretty drastic effect on the rest of it. Let's go into box display. And in box display, this edge here is probably okay. So I'm going to shift double click that. And I only want to move the other edges. So let's try to go ahead and just move those down. And you notice that I'm missing the mid edge. So I'm going to shift double click that. I'm going to reset the pivot again up front. Generally, when we reset the pivot, the main reason we do this is so that we can scale or rotate from a relative point, but sometimes just using it to move helps as well. All right, so now we move those down. Let's check our smooth display. Let's go ahead and view this from the front. And you can tell what we ended up doing is now we've got this weird bump in the middle. And when we go to box display, that is very apparent. And this is what happens when we begin moving a bunch of edges together. So this is another sort of reminder when we're creating a car body, whether it's this one or any other car body, adding a lot of divisions complicates things because it makes it much harder for us to move things around. So what we want here is we want a gradual transition, and we're going to have to do that manually. And we're going to go ahead and double click this one. I'm going to zoom in, move it up just a little bit, take a look at it in smooth display. And it's still not perfect. I need to bring all of those edges up a little bit more. And again, I'm doing this in box display. So what we can do is we can bring this edge up, and we'll bring this one up as well. And then check it in smooth display. So that looks a whole lot better. If I do Control and 4 to get rid of my edges and just deselect. So you can see we're starting to get that Porsche shape. Everything looks pretty smooth. We could probably do a little bit more work here, but we're going to be cutting out the rear glass. We're going to be cutting out the side windows. So a lot of these surfaces are going to get hacked up. And the main thing we're interested in is this roof line that's going and this waistline. So those look pretty good for me so far. Bring back those edges, go to our side view, and you can see that this is looking a lot more consistent. The flow of edges from front to back is looking better. This back end still needs some work. And the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to select all those edges and I'm going to scale them in the horizontal direction. I'm going to manually enter 0, hit tab. And now I've sort of turned those into a straight line. You can see the rest of them are starting to sort of go forward a little bit. That's okay for now. What we could do is we could scale these and we could scale them relative to this pivot point. Now this is tricky because this isn't the end of a line of curve. So when we do this, it's going to mess up the internal curvature. So a better way to do this if you run into this problem is really for us to insert an edge. So if we go to modify, insert point, I just go from here and I go straight up to the mid. I can then take this and delete it. And that has much less of effect on the curvature than if we were to try to scale those together. Again, it's important that we are working in box display mode as much as possible. I go back and forth and I check smooth display. Just simply because it helps to make sure we're creating good quality surfaces. But one thing that we should note at this point is we have a lot of divisions in our surface. Now, generally, when you're creating a concept, that is something that you want to avoid unless you, again, have that sort of clear vision of what you're trying to create. With us, we know the general shape, and then what we can do is we can sort of make an educated guess at the number of divisions that we want. So what we're going to do at this point is we're going to save. We don't want to lose anything that we've done. And we're going to carry on continuing to make some of the rest of the body. But this is a great side section. It's a great side portion of the windows. It's a great roof line. We still need to build out the back. We still need to build out the front. We still need to build out the fenders. We're not quite done yet, but this is a great point for us to, again, save and just sort of reflect on what we've done. So one thing that we need to be mindful of when we're designing any car body or sort of any product is, again, the idea that the lowest number of faces is key to making clean, smooth geometry. Now, at some point, you're going to have a larger number of divisions if you want a high level of detail. Now, we're taking the approach of adding that high level of detail at the beginning, but we're making sure that all the surfaces that are being created are nice and smooth. We're going to need the number of divisions we have here in order to make the wheel arches. So that's sort of the driving factor for the number of divisions that we have. We're trying to keep the width between them fairly consistent. We can bunch them up when we need tighter transitions in geometry, and we can widen them when we need more broad geometry. One thing that's going to happen is we're going to end up adding additional edges at the bottom here and at the top to control that tighter transition. However, we don't want to do that too soon because then it's going to make it more difficult for us to build out the back of the car. So we need to be sort of mindful of that aspect of it. Another thing that we need to be mindful of is the body line that we created here. Part of the body is actually pretty wide here. And what we have is we have it narrowing in based on sort of this portion of the body. So that portion of the body gets narrow. If we take a look at section D, you can see that the body in this case, if we go to smooth display, is actually quite a bit wider, which is telling me that the upper edge is okay where it is, this edge right here. If we go back to a top, so that edge is likely okay, but we need to pull out some of the rest of it. And we need to be very careful about how we do this because we don't want to really affect too much geometry. Now, in reality, this probably should have been done before the divisions were added in the middle, but that's not always the case. You can't always plan things out perfectly. Sometimes you have to make these changes later. When we did the roof the first time and then we went back and we deleted some edges and then we added some more back in, that is one method that we can sort of take to work on this. Another method that we can do is, again, grab a handful of edges and we can scale them appropriately. Now, when we do this, it's not going to be a good idea for us to do multiple edges at once, and simply for the reason because these are not all in line vertically. If they were all vertically in line, well, we wouldn't need them first off, but if they were all in line vertically, then we could use the reset pivot point and we could scale and it would be fine. But since they're not, it's going to cause some bad surface geometry if we do that. So we need to be very careful about how we make these adjustments, and we need to really figure out where we need them. So if we bring section C back, section C is the fender line. So if we look at this from the front, it's going to be kind of hard to see with some of these others. We'll get rid of B. So this is the upper portion of the fender, and then it rolls in where the wheel is. And if we go to smooth display, you can see that we're pretty low here. We're going to have to raise some of this up. And the one in the back needs to be a bit wider. When we look at this from the side, the lines look fine from the side. Everything looks okay. This is a good definition line for the that portion of the car. And in smooth display, you can see it stays pretty consistent. One thing that we can do before we make any changes is we can go to utilities and make uniform on this body. And when we go to our smooth display and our box display, it'll help keep these curves a little bit closer to where they're supposed to be. But now we really need to pull some of this geometry out. And again, we've just got too many edges, which makes it difficult. So let's explore how we can do this. So first I'm going to go into modify. I'm going to shift select this edge here and shift and double click probably this one about just before the wheel arch. Then what I want to do is I want to reset my pivot. And from my top view, I'm going to begin to scale this. So what this is going to do is it's going to gradually transition everything from that point. So it's keeping the curvature here, and we're going to say okay to that. So we've pulled one of those edges out, and we need to do the same thing to the others, and I'm going to use that same reference point. One of the reasons why I'm using that as a reference point is because that is going to get cut away. I know that the geometry inside of here is all going to get removed in favor of those fender flares that we're going to build. So if I make a mistake and I modify the curvature in a negative way right there, then I know that it's not as big of a deal because it's going to get cut away. So we're going to do the same thing. We are going to scale. This one's going to be just a hair wider than the one below it. And when I say just a hair wider, what we're going to do is we're going to look at the consistent width between these two edges. And what we want to do is we want that to get gradually wider at the back, very minor amount. And then I'm going to do the same thing here. Again, we're going to reset that pivot point. Going to go back to a top view. And this one is going to be underneath. So what we want to do is we want to kind of look where this is on our top-down view. So you can see it's not exactly where this edge is, but they're pretty close. So if we go to the back, that's about what we want. And that looks visually, that looks okay. And then last, we need to do it to the bottom one. Again, not as big of a deal because that is also going to get adjusted and moved. But we do want to make sure that we sort of visually see where it's going and we scale it appropriately. And that looks pretty good. I'm keeping a consistent width away from each of those edges. So now let's hide our canvases. Let's go into smooth display. And you can see that everything still looks pretty smooth. We didn't make any drastic changes. And again, the stuff in here, you can see this is the edge right here. This is the edge where we sort of used as our pivot. And when we take a look at the light going across it, I don't see any major defects or any problems that we created. So that's going to get us a little bit closer to those canvases. It's not perfect, but again, this is the stock bumper. We're changing the whole back end. So I'm not too concerned about that. We're fairly close to this transition here. That's obviously part of the fender flare, but the midline of the body is pretty close to that. So I'm okay there. And if we take a look at section B, that one looks pretty much spot on. You could probably pull it out just a little bit, and we need to tighten it up in this crease here, but the rest of it actually looks pretty good. This right here on the original cars, this was sort of a side skirt, and it stuck out from the body. The actual body is sort of underneath here, so I think that's okay as well. So I'm pretty happy with all of those. I'm going to bring back the edges. I'm going to hide these sections for right now, and we need to plan out the next steps. So when we're thinking about next steps, it's always good to save often, but when we're thinking about the next steps, we need to think, do we want to build the back of this first, or do we want to carry on to the front? Since we're already back here, I think that we'll just go ahead and we'll sort of rough out the back. And there are a couple different approaches that we can take to do this. One, I'm going to go back into box display. I want to note that we still have a four-sided or a quad face here, even though it comes down to a very small face. And we need to carry this geometry around the back. Now, the back of these cars originally are fairly smooth. They do have these big sort of low-speed bumpers with shock absorbers in it. We're not going to be worrying about that. We're making our own. But they do transition fairly smooth, so we're going to carry that on. And the way we're going to do that is I'm going to select this edge. I'm going to shift, double-click that one. And I am going to extrude it out. So I'm going to hold down Alt, and I'm going to bring this down and back. And one thing that we want to sort of make sure we understand is we don't want to just leave these vertical. That transition needs to begin to rotate. So it's not going to be perfectly horizontal, but we need to either rotate this slightly or we need to scale it vertically to sort of flatten it out. So I'm going to hit Control-Z to undo that. We want to look at it from the side. Sometimes going back and forth between smooth and box display can help, and we want to look at it from the back. And we can bring the back canvas on if we want. You can see here that it looks like it really wants to be almost flat, so I'm going to set that to flat. I'm going to hit Tab, look at it from the side, and from the side it doesn't look great in box display, but in smooth display it's not too bad. So with that edge, what I want to do now is we want to be extremely mindful of the geometry that we're working with. So before I get off of this, I'm going to scale it inward. And what I'm looking to do is I'm looking to carry the angle of this edge. Now, ultimately what's going to happen is this is going to terminate either as a triangle or as some sort of, some sort of patch into this corner. So this could probably go up a little bit. And then we can maybe scale it out just a little bit more. And let's do 0.99, see if that's okay. And let's go the other direction, 1.01. Yeah, that looks okay. 1.01 looks pretty good. So again, we have to be mindful of the number of faces because all these ones on the side, these are going to begin wrapping around the back, and this is going to begin wrapping down. And we need to think about the number of faces that we have. So we've got 4 here. We've got two sort of in this transition area, and then all of these ones here. So as we bring this down, we need to make sure that we capture that same number of edges to make sure that our topology is clean. And this is one of the reasons why we don't want to add a bunch of divisions to control the creases here. At least at this stage, it would just be more, it'd be more problematic to try to control. So I'm going to continue working from here, noting that this first one here is going to be where this terminates. We need to create another extrusion. So again, we're going to hold down Alt. We're going to bring this down. This is going to be where this face is going to terminate. I'm going to hold down Alt, do it one more time. This is going to be where this one terminates. Alt, going to come straight down for this. I'm going to let go and do Alt again. I'm going to start to roll this back, and I'm going to do it one more time and come down to the bottom. So essentially what we've done, if I hide the canvases, is we took this shape here and we just sort of rolled it around the back. Now, that's pretty flat and that's not realistic. So one thing that we should also think about is when we make an adjustment like this, if we're going to be extruding down, then making the adjustment earlier on before we continue to extrude can be really helpful. At this point, if we tried to go back and tried to manipulate this shape, it would actually be pretty complicated. There are ways that we can do it. So for example, if I select these four faces and deselect that one, looks like it accidentally selected that through. If I select those four faces and I use soft modification, I can set the extent type to rectangular, and I can reduce the number of counts in the length direction, and I can increase the number of counts in the width direction. And what this allows me to do is pull out the shape smoothly. So if we look at it from, let's say, the top, you can see here that it's allowing me to make some adjustments to it smoothly. But really, what we should do is we should be mindful of how it's transitioning. So you can see here, if we want a linear transition, let's bring the top back. Or if we want to increase or decrease the weight, you can see that we can increase how much that's going to affect. If we want to pull just a little bit back, the weight is very small. If we want to pull the whole thing back, we can increase the weight. And this can help us get, get out of a jam, essentially. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it back to this version here. I'm going to bring back the canvas, and then I'm going to take a look at increasing the weight, which will allow me to bring most of this back, and it starts to add just a little bit of curvature. Now you can see I took it all the way out to that bumper. That's probably a bit too far. If we take a look at it from the side, it looks pretty good, but it's probably a bit far back. So I'm going to pull it back in a little bit. And I don't need to go all the way out to that bumper, but I do want to make it have a little bit of curvature. So we can decrease this a little bit, and decreasing it will mean it's going to add more of an arc. But keep in mind that the extent type we're using is rectangular, which means that we can set it up so that we're taking all of those width faces, and we're not really affecting anything else. None of the sides are getting affected. Nothing outside of these red, pink, or white dots is getting affected. So it gets us pretty close. I'm going to hide the canvases because, again, we're making a concept here, and I'm not too concerned with matching the original because ultimately the entire back end will be custom. I'm going to go back into box display. So again, just be mindful of the fact that the number of divisions that we have here complicate things when we have to make changes like that. There are tools that do help us, but that does affect things. And now that I'm looking at this straight edge, I don't really like it. Now, we can use soft modification if I select just a vertex, for example, and I set the length face count to 0. That's not going to include any other vertices, but what this will allow me to do is it'll allow me to modify these vertices. And if I reduce the number of width counts so that the end ones stay put, this allows me to pull those up, and you can see that I can gradually change it. If I set the weight a little bit lower, they'll have less of an effect. If I set it higher, then it's going to have more of an effect and just pull that whole line up. And another thing that we can do is we can set this closer to 0, and we can use the bulge fall off, which means that the ones on the inside are get affected more, and they'll gradually be affected less as we go to the outside. This might get you a pretty close result, and that looks all right. If I go to smooth display, You can see that there is some pinching in the corners, but for the most part, that looks okay. And I think that we can work on that. If you want to play around with this more, you certainly can. It's honestly, it's not really worth too much at this point, simply because we're going to have to work on these edges when we go to create the transition. So I'm going to maybe move this one up a little bit, but that's the only other change I'm going to make. And what I'm looking to do is get a gradual transition from this arc here and to this straight line here where we have our rear bumper. And again, we're going to have to work on the sides a bit more. So at this stage, what I want to do is I want to begin connecting these to these, and I need to be mindful of the number of sort of faces that happen between here. One way that we can do this is we can go to Modify and Bridge, and we can select, in this case, 4 on this side for side 1. We can do 4 on the other side for side 2, and I'm going to set the number of faces to 1. Now, 1 is not going to be enough, but this allows me to come back in and divide this up how I see fit. So if I just had 2, it would still create a straight section. And if I take a look at a smooth display, obviously with that hole, it doesn't look very good. But what I can do now is I can go to Modify and Insert Edge. I can take that and put one right in the middle. Then from a top view, I can use Edit Form, and I can move this out in plane. And what I'm looking for here is, again, the gradual transition. So the side of the car has a nice, very gradual transition. And if I want to keep that, then I want to sort of match that and then determine how tight this corner is going to be. So if we look at that in smooth display, you can see that it's a fairly tight corner. If we look at it from the back, it looks all right. From the side, it looks okay. And again, we can bring our canvases back. We can look at it from the side. We can look at it from the top. Without the fender flares and without some of this stuff rolling in, we're not going to really be able to tell what's going on here. But for the most part, that's a good starting point. We will need to make some adjustments here again, but again, it's a good starting point. Then the next thing that we need to do is we need to think about how we're going to transition this shape over to this. So we're going to be essentially taking this edge and extruding it forward until that vertex right there. So the way that I do this is I'm going to go to extrude it just forward a little bit. Doesn't really have to be much. And then I'm going to use weld vertices. Now with weld vertices, your first selection is going to move to your last selection. So I'm going to simply take that to here and that to there. So at this stage, this leaves us with a triangle here and a triangle here. Now, that is not ideal, but that is something that we can work with. So we're going to use fill hole, and since it's a triangle, it doesn't really matter which fill method we use, as long as we don't maintain creased edges. And then let's take a look at it smooth. So not horrible. You know, there's certainly more that we can do here, but it's not horrible. It's a great start. And some things that we can consider is instead of having a triangle here and a triangle here, we can begin to break these edges up. And what I mean by that is we can use insert point and we can come from here to here. And that will allow us to take these two and delete them. And then what we've done is essentially we've moved that. So we're going to go from the midpoint here to here. And we turn this into a four-sided, this into a four-sided, and that into a tri. Now remember, triangles and n-gons or 5 sides are okay, but we do want to make sure that we put them in a certain location. So I'm going to select these and delete that. And this allows me to carry that 4-side here, 4-side here, and 4-side here by making those changes. Now let's take a look at it in smooth display. And that looks pretty good. The transition looks good. And everything that goes across there. Of course, we're going to need more detail back here. It's just sort of our starting point. Now remember, we don't have a bumper on here. When we look at the actual car, it has a smooth transition, which we extended out a bit, and then it's got this big bulky bumper on there. A couple things that I noticed looking at this is I really want this line right here. You can see that we kept it nice and smooth. I really want that to continue down. So what I'm going to do is I am going to Select Shift double click to grab that loop between those selections. I'm going to use Modify and Slide Edge, and I'm going to try to move this edge down. And it's going to be hard to see on screen. There's a gray preview here, but what I'm looking for is I'm looking to carry that line. I'm going to say OK. And I want to adjust this as well. Even though this is 4 sides, I want to have a bit more control over what happens here. So even though it's generally not good practice, I'm going to again go back to doing some manual modifications. And what I'm looking for here is I'm looking to try to carry that transition. And the reason I'm doing this is because I want to control it a bit more. So I'm going to move these around, and what I'm looking to do is carry that line and this line back. It's not going to be perfect because in reality, this edge really should be back a bit further, which means that we're going to have to take this entire edge, which let's go ahead and zoom out a bit. I'm going to get rid of the canvases for now. I'm going to take from here to here, that entire edge, and I'm going to move it. So actually, you know what? Let's deselect that one, and let's just bring this back. Now, ideally what you would like is you'd like to see these in line. And you can see these are fairly in line. It could use a little bit more work. These could use a little bit more work. This sort of starts to droop, go up and then droop back down. This one here, this really needs to point towards that. And the way that we could do this is we could do it manually. We can come in here and we can just manually retopologize it. If we do it manually, some things that we want to consider. We always want to make sure that the distances between these edges visually stays fairly consistent. So I want to make sure that I'm being very mindful that I'm not making them a lot wider or a lot closer together. You can see that green line disappears right here, which means I have a low spot. And I don't really want that low spot right here. So I'm going to select that. And I'm going to pull this up. And again, I'm looking to make sure that first value stays 0 if I'm using the in plane. While this level of precision isn't strictly required, it's not strictly necessary, these are going to be the things that are going to make the difference in a design. If I go back to smooth display, so that looks pretty good. I know it doesn't look much like a Porsche yet because we haven't added the fender flares, but that shape looks pretty good. Once we put a giant spoiler on the back and we start to do some designs back here, it's going to look pretty good. One thing you'll note is the curvature is changing directions here. You can see that it's coming this way, and really what should happen is it should be going this direction. If we take a look at the edge flow is following this corner point here, this transition here. And really what we want is we want that, instead of changing direction here, we want that to go back. So what this tells me is that I need to do a bit more work in this area. Now, a couple ways that we can do this is we can start to shrink everything and pull everything closer together in the back. And that includes this edge. So I'm going to shift, double click here, shift, double click here, shift and double click here. I'm going to do the same all the way down, all the way to the bottom. Once I have all of those, I'm going to reset the pivot point in the middle. I'm going to go to a top view, and I'm going to try to scale it down. When I scale it down, what we're looking for here is we're looking to pull them in closer together. Now, if we do this in box display, what we're looking for is this line right here. You can see how it sort of juts out. What we really want is we want that shape to carry back. And the way that we're going to make this happen is by doing some manual adjustments. So I'm going to take this one. I am going to reset my pivot. I'm going to shrink it down a little bit. And then I really need to take this back in this direction. Now, I'm going to move this one manually. But then this edge right here really needs to be going that direction. And the way that we're going to make that happen is by doing insert edge. And I'm going to start here, and I'm going to double click that one. I'm going to view this from the top. And what I'd like to do is manually move this edge to about there. And then what I can do is I can go to insert point, and I can go from here to here. And essentially what I've done is I've created this try in this corner. Now, while that's not ideal, let's take a look at what this looks like in smooth display. I'm going to hide my edges, and you can see that they're fighting for attention here. That try is causing all sorts of problems. So let's do a quick repair body. Let's see if we can have it repair anything in here. It's not going to do anything, but sometimes it helps. So then we need to start to think about, well, if we want this edge to flow back, but right now we've got this edge fighting it, why don't we just take this and delete it? And that's one way that we can get that edge to go the direction we want. So you can see that it is going the direction we want now. But because they're so close together, we now have a crease and we've got this big open corner here. So these problems are things that we run into all the time when we start to try and change direction. Now, having the best game plan can certainly help, but the corners, the transitions from this big, nice, smooth side face to this back face, those are the areas that tend to take the most work. So we're going to spend a little time here making sure we understand the flow of topology, how to get the edges to go the direction we want, and figure out how that all works. But at this point, let's make sure we do a quick save so we don't lose anything, and then we can hop into the topology. When I look at this shape and I'm trying to figure out how I can get the geometry to go where I want, for me, it's looking like I need more control. It's looking like I need an additional edge to help carry the direction. I don't like how tightly this is pinched. I don't like some of the other shapes. So a couple things need to be fixed. So let's go ahead and let's work on them one by one. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I want to tweak this curve right here a little bit more. I'm going to pull it back a bit more and make some adjustments. So I'm going to double click that and I'm just going to begin moving it back. Again, I'm still trying to be mindful of the shape, the transition, and I just want to sort of move it back, and from the side visually, I want to see the transition I'm looking for. Then I'm going to go to the back view, and it's still looking pretty flat from the back, so I'm going to give it a little bit more arc. And again, what we can do is we can use soft modification. We can do this based off of a single vertex, so right here. And again, we're going to set the length face count down to 0, so it only goes with our selection. And then we can sort of pull this up. And that looks okay. Let's look at it from the side. From the side, it's a bit high, so I'm going to turn off soft modification. And I'm going to go ahead and rotate this. I'm going to select just these middle edges and pull those down a little bit. Again, we're looking at a consistent transition, either getting smaller or staying the same distance apart for the transition of our curvature. While it's not perfectly in line, we can make some minor tweaks, but at this stage, it's going to be okay. Then what I want to do is I want to pull some of these edges, these really tight, the close ones over here, I want to pull them away. So from the back, I'm going to just pull that over to the side. And actually, let's go ahead and widen it a bit more. Then I'm going to take this one and probably pull it in just a bit. And then this one here, I'm going to make some slight adjustments. So I think that's looking okay. They're sort of tapering in like I want. It's going straight in this section. And then I need another edge here. So to get that other edge, I am going to select this edge. Actually, let's go ahead and get off of Edit Form. I'm going to Shift, double click this one. Then I'm going to go to Insert Edge. Now, I want this to be in the positive location. So I'm going to say OK. But before I make any adjustments or any changes, I need to adjust the curvature. Because remember, when you stick an edge in between essentially what's flat when you're looking at it in box display, it's going to produce surface quality problems. So we need to give it at least a little bit of curvature. So I'm going to pull this just up very slightly and just make sure that our shape still looks good. So we still have that classic shape, still looks all right. And then I can insert an edge here. So once again, insert edge. This is going to be in the middle, so -0.5. I'm going to take this edge before I do anything else. from a top view and pull it out. I want to make more of a corner. Now, the Porsches on the back end were pretty flat, so I'm going to pull this a bit further back. This right here needs to come forward a bit. And again, this is exactly why it's tough, or it's more problematic when you add a lot of detail early on. So before we divide this up, we probably want to take this edge and scale it so that it's mostly straight up and down. I'm going to set that to 0. I'm going to pull it in a little bit, and I'm going to go back to my top view and just adjust it in this view a little bit. Now, because Fusion does allow us to have these T-points, we can actually go back into Smooth Display and just take a look before we OK anything. It's good for us to hide the edges and just see if we're on the right track. So there's a little bit of a bulge here, but I think we're on the right track. We need to pull some of that geometry out. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and go to Insert Point. I'm going to take that down to here. Again, we made a try here. It's not strictly required. We could carry some of this geometry over, so we could come from here to here and straight down and sort of move that try around. Actually, you know what? I'm going to move just these two in the middle. So we're going to go to move these out just a little bit. And I'm going to take just that vertex and probably zoom in a little bit. And you know what? Let's take this vertex as well. Let's pull it over. And then we'll take both of these edges and pull them over. And from the side, that vertex is way too high. We want to, again, be mindful of the flow of this edge right here and the flow of this edge. So what we're doing is we're looking at making sure that the transitions are meaningful. There's some more work that has to be done here, but we're getting pretty close. So now it's looking a bit better. I think we need to have more curvature on the back to make this work, and I think it probably needs to be a bit flatter. The Porsche ends up dropping down a bit quicker in the back, but I think this is a great starting point. Now, again, when we start to do this, when we start to add more divisions, that's when this kind of work becomes more complicated. And the only way around that is to start with a low number of faces and then sort of work from there. Now you can see this bottom edge is sort of folded under. This vertex here needs to come back, and we need to flatten the bottom. So I'm going to pull that back. I'm not too worried about the flatness of all this right now, simply because all that is going to change. We're going to actually end up raising it up, but I do want to fix it while I'm here. I'm going to go to a right view, and I'll just bring it up a little bit. All right. So now that we have all of these divisions in the back, how do we shrink it down to be more like the shape of the car? How do we minimize that shape? So here again is the challenge. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to box select everything here. I'm going to reset my pivot, knowing that the bottom is fairly flat, knowing that this is a vertical line. If I just shrink this down, notice that it's shrinking all of this down, but none of this is really shrinking relative to each other. So we can get a bit closer, but it's not going to quite give us what we need. So the way that we have to do this is piece by piece. So I can shrink that down. I can double click this edge and reset my pivot to the bottom. And I can shrink it down. And you can see all this has sort of gone kind of crazy. Now remember, if you're using box selection, top left to bottom right is going to grab only things that are completely inside of it. So that's a way that we can select all these faces, and then we can shrink these faces down. So the work isn't lost, but that was a lot harder than it really needed to be. And this one here probably needs a little bit of an adjustment, or we need to raise this one back up. I'm going to shrink this one down just a little bit and go ahead and pull that down. And now you can see that we're a bit closer to that Porsche shape. Again, it's not perfect. It's not ideal. The back end of these is relatively flat without the bumper. Of course, we are going to do some of our own custom work, but you know, that's kind of where we're at. Now, another sort of important thing that we need to be mindful of is when it's time to throw in the towel. Now, when I mean throw in the towel, I don't mean completely start over, but when it's time to throw in the towel on trying to make certain sections of a design work that just aren't working. So you can see here, I'm having to make a lot of tweaks. I'm doing a lot of little scaling to sort of make some changes, maybe pull this down a little bit. And it takes a lot of time. At some point, you're going to find it's much easier to just select all of this work and delete it and start over. I'm not saying that we're there, but I'm just saying that at some point you'll find that, well, maybe this edge, we don't need it. We select it and delete it, and we take a look at it and we see how it looks. And maybe if we need to flatten things out, removing some of those edges is a bit easier of a task. So for this design, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to take this face. I am going to scale it in a little bit in the Y direction, and I'm going to move it back. Then I'm going to scale it up. But to scale it up, I need to make sure that my pivot point is at the bottom. And I'm going to scale that up a little bit. And I'm going to take a look at it in smooth display. So you can see that's getting us a little bit closer to that Porsche shape. It needs to be a bit more rounded from the top. But again, a lot of this came from the bumper shape. And until we get the rear fender flares in and we work out the kind of bumper that we're going to design, I'm not too concerned about this transition here. What I'm mostly concerned about is this dash line for the back of the bumper, because that's the body shape underneath. So as long as we're fairly close to that, then it'll be okay. And also note that we're not hitting that transition. And that's partially because we don't have all of our edges for edge control yet. We're going to add more edges in here. So again, these are things that we can get very hung up on trying to add a lot of detail at different points in the design, and sometimes it's just too early. So adding a ton of detail to the back is sometimes it's just too difficult to do too early in the process. There are things that I don't like about this. There are things that I do like about this. This transition right here, that triangle, I don't like. But again, I'm not going to spend a ton of time yet working on that because I don't necessarily know how the rear fenders are going to flare into this, and I don't want to spend a ton of time trying to make that work. I do have to be mindful of the fact that this stuff here is flaring out a lot. And if we take a look at the canvas, there's still a lot of body that has to happen here. So this is another reason why I say that we don't want to get hung up on trying to make this all perfect right now. We can come back and we can make some tweaks. But because we don't have fenders yet, because we don't have the wheel arches and the flares, it's not worth the time. Now, you might be wondering, why are we going through all of this? Why do we spend all that time making all those little tweaks and then deleting, a good portion of it? Well, the reason is because these are the things that you run into when you're trying to design something. All the sort of questions that I've answered, or the people that have emailed me and had issues on their own car, they're always in the transition areas. They're almost always going from a fender flare to the side of the body, or going from an A-pillar to the rest of the body, or going from the side to around the back. These are always the areas of problems. So while it doesn't necessarily apply to what we're doing here, sometimes it can be helpful. Before we move on from the back end, I want to do a little bit of cleanup work. I'm going to use insert point, and I want to follow some of these lines. So I'm going to just draw a straight line here, double click on that and delete it. I'm going to use insert point again, draw a straight line there, double click on that and delete it. Also note, if you're doing this all the time and you want to add shortcuts for all these commands, like put them on your S key for insert edge or edit form, then certainly go ahead and do that. It'll speed up your workflow immensely. I tend to not customize this because then I get in the habit of just using shortcut keys all the time and it's really hard to follow. But that's just my workflow. I do strongly urge you to create those, to create some of those. You can see that we've got some issues here. I need to connect. That's okay. Very easy for us to do. Insert point from here to here, enter. Repeat that here to here, enter. Repeat that with the right click marking menu. Repeat it one more time. And then we just simply need to move this entire thing out. So from the side, I'm going to go ahead and just pull the whole thing out so I can see it. Then I'm going to work one vertex at a time. I'll bring this in. Again, I'm looking for the distance between the surrounding edges. They're fairly close. What happens if I get too far away from the surrounding edges, visually anyways, if I get too far away from them visually, then we're going to start to have these bumps or these weird surface imperfections that we see along the midline. So as long as I keep it fairly consistent, then the shape will be nice and smooth. So if we take a look at that, again, looks okay. Remembering that we're doing a 911 based design and we have some leverage or some flexibility to make these changes. Okay, so if you're still following along, hopefully some of that made sense. I know I tend to go off on tangents sometimes, but I think it's important that we at least explore these tools. Sometimes we do things wrong, so we know how to fix it, and then we can progress. So at this stage, when we made the back, we sort of extended it and we rolled it around. The front is going to be a little bit different. Now, the front is going to be tricky. The A-pillar area is going to be tricky. The headlights are going to be tricky. The front end is going to be tricky. It's going to take some time. The way that I want to do this is I want to extrude the roof, but we have to be careful here because when we go from a roof down to the A-pillar, down the front of the car, on this car specifically, we have to deal with this bulge with the headlight area. And this recess or this little duct in the hood, that we're going to do after the fact with surfaces. We're not going to be doing it in forms. We already know that's too many divisions will need to be added to get those tight edges. And I don't want to crease it because it disappears and smoothly. It's going to be much easier to do as a surface. So we're not going to be doing that. We're going to carry the hood smooth, but we will have to account for these headlights. So what I'm going to do is I am going to take that entire edge and I'm going to start extruding it down. Now, one thing that we did before is we were very mindful of the number of edges that we had. We are going to have another edge added in the middle of the glass. I'm not going to deal with that just yet. I'm only going to hold down Alt. I'm going to extrude this all the way down here to the base of the windscreen. Then from the top, I need to try to match this curvature. Now, this is a bit tricky to do with this number of divisions. So the way that I'm going to do this is I'm going to scale it out so that the width is approximately right. And then I want to begin to shape it. We could do this with a curve. We could do this by moving them manually. There are a couple different ways. The way that I want to do this is I know that the middle is where I want it. So I brought the middle down. So in the X, Y, and Z, I know that that point right there is okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay. I'm going to go to Modify Weld Vertices. I'm going to take this one and just stick it back to the A-pillar. And that only leaves me with 3 vertices that I need to move. The way that I'm going to do this is I'm going to go to Modify, Insert Point, and I'm going to simply draw a straight line from here to here. Then I want to take these 3 edges, or 4 I suppose, and hit delete and get rid of them. Now we're a little bit closer to where we need to be. I'm going to manually modify these. Just going to pull them forward a little bit. And again, remember, if the divisions are too big, if it's trying to jump too much, then just zoom in or use the in plane option. We'll come down and just move them until we have graphically a smooth transition. Now, if this is a part that you struggle with, visually making sure that things look smooth, I suggest that you spend a good bit of time getting accustomed to it, because that is going to be one of the biggest things when you're working with forms, is being able to visually tell if the transition or the flow of the edges is nice and clean. If it's not, then it's going to take you a good bit more time. What I want to do is I want to take this entire edge and I want to scale it vertically. And you can see what's happening over here. It's messing this corner up. So I'm going to reset my pivot point there. I don't want to mess up the A-pillar. And then I'm going to scale it down relative to that. So I'm going to set that at 0. And I'll hit Tab. And now I want to just check it from all sides. So check it from the right. It looks okay. It's not perfect. What we can do, since our pivot point is set here, we can scale it in the horizontal direction. I want to look at it from the top. Make sure that visually it looks like it's about matching. Then I want to check it in smooth display. Now you can see in smooth display and box display, it actually looks pretty close, so I'm okay there. Another thing that we do need to be mindful of is the fact that this right here is not actually a straight line. It is going to be some sort of an arc. So again, the way that we can do that is we can use insert edge or insert point to try to break that up, or we can make some manual adjustments. Because I know that the location is roughly right, I'm going to make some manual adjustments. I'm going to move this first vertex here 30 millimeters. I'm going to move the second one 20. Going to move the third one here 10. And move this one here 5. And it's not perfect, but excuse me, it's not perfect, but we can move this one a little bit more. So 5. I'll go another 5 here. And maybe we'll go another 5 here, which means that these 3 need to move another 5 in the minus direction. So -5. And again, that looks okay. We can check it in smooth display. Until we add more edges, it's not really going to be clear. But one thing that we should be mindful of is you can see the difference between box and smooth display. So at this stage, before I go any further, I'm going to use Make Uniform. And then when I go to the smooth display, what we should see is that edge is a little bit higher. All right, so until we add the division in the midline, which we're going to need to help control some of this, that's going to be close enough for us. Now, at this stage, what we need to do is we need to decide what needs to go forward for the hood. So this division right here, what I really want is that vertex to be closer to where the hood intersects. So I'm going to do a manual adjustment, moving this in plane, and I want to get that a little bit closer to that position, but I still want to be mindful of the shape of the windscreen. So I'm going to move some of these and start spreading them out. And this is where it pays to be able to visually see that smooth transition. It's good to check it in smooth display, but now what we've done is we've moved that vertex a bit closer to where we need it. Now we know that we can take this entire edge and I'm going to extrude it forward. So hold down Alt, just pull it forward, and then I'm going to scale it in 2 directions. So I'm going to go ahead and get that curve roughly matching the front of the car. And I want to put it roughly in the right location. So we're tapering in. It's not perfectly matching the shape of the headlight, but that's okay. But what we did was we took that edge from the windscreen. We're going to pull it down. Now, in these blueprints, you can see that there's a dashed line here. There is going to be some arc that we have to add. Our edge is not quite to that point yet, but what we're trying to do is we're trying to match the blueprint. So we're going to get it closer to the blueprint, and then we'll have to divide it up to add that curvature. So let's go to a top view. We haven't saved in a while. Let's do a quick save just to make sure that we don't lose anything. So with that front edge selected, let's go ahead and insert edge, and we're going to put it right in the middle. So one thing you'll notice happens is if it's right in the middle, it's going to transition from the shape of the edges at the front and the shape at the back. So you can see that we've got this arc. We really want that to be more of a straight line. So in this case, I'm going to hit Cancel, and I'm going to go to Insert Point. It will let me just simply put points across there, and you'll notice that it didn't work. Let's try that again. And instead of going all the way across, let's go from the midline to the side, hit enter, and that worked. The reason it doesn't work is if you go all the way across and it's not truly a straight line, then Fusion can't really figure out where that's supposed to be. I'm going to double click on the entire edge. I'm going to go to a side view, and then I want to bring that up. So bringing it up is going to allow us to start to create the curvature. Now you'll notice what happened is it added a second edge. Even though it didn't visually look like it, there is a second edge there. So we need to fix that. Otherwise, we're going to have all sorts of problems. So I'm going to do Control Z, hit cancel here, hit Control Z, and when we hover over this, even though there's not an edge, you see there's a vertex there. So it split that edge. So you want to make sure that that doesn't actually happen. So now that we are back to that original point, let's go insert point one more time, go to the midline, down to the side, hit enter. Now if we double click this, modify, go to our side view, pull this up, we shouldn't have any problems. So we're going to zoom in. If you want to, you can go into smooth display and just take a look at the shape. It looks okay. What we're looking for is trying to match that dashed line for the hood. We're not going to be able to do it with just one division, but this is another point where we need to start to think about connecting the hood to the fender. We're going to need the same number of divisions that we have over here. So right now we've got this sort of edge right in the middle. Visually, it's fairly close to this. So visually that works. I probably will pull it forward a little bit. I want to make sure in the box display that it works. And I want to get the shape roughly right. All right, so back and forth, it looks roughly okay. Then what I want to do, now that I have this edge inserted, I'm going to go to Insert Edge. I'm going to set it to both since I know I need them on both sides, and say OK. So this gives me a division that's relatively close. You'll notice that we still have that sort of arc, and while that it's not necessarily needed. The front one's not too bad, but this back one has a lot of curvature to it because of the windshield here. That's okay. I can leave that if I want to. I do need to make some adjustments to the curvature. Remember that using simple insertion mode is going to add that edge, and it's going to put the edge exactly where we want it, and it's going to affect the curvature. So we need to make sure that we don't ever have straight faces between these edges. So I'm going to bring this one down just slightly, and I'm going to bring this one up just slightly. So we're getting a little bit closer to that shape, and smooth display looks pretty good. I'm going to hide the top and the back just so we've only got the side. What we're looking at here again is that dashed line relative to our green mirror line, and it looks pretty close. Again, we're never going to get perfect, so it's pretty close. One thing you'll notice is that we've got a weird reflection happening here, and that's because we haven't finished the rest of the fender, and now it's fighting for curvature in this corner. So don't worry too much about that right now. We know that the underlying box display looks pretty good, so I'm not really worried about that just yet. We will have to add more control in here, but again, don't stress too much over that. All right, so at this stage, let's go ahead once more. Let's save it, make sure we don't lose anything, and let's just look at what we've done. So now we've got the start of a hood. You can see that the hood is coming down. We need to create the rest of the headlight openings, and we need to build out the rest of the hood and the front bumper. So we're getting pretty close, and then we can do the big fat fender flare wheel arches that we want. So we're getting pretty close to getting the body done. I know that this process takes time, and it is important. Anybody that's trying to learn to do this, it is important to understand that it does take time. You can rough out a basic shape relatively quickly within an hour or two, but the details, the time that it takes to get all the little details is really where a lot of the time is added. In this series, after we finish the body as a form, we will go through and use surfacing tools. We'll model the wheels and little details and trims so that it does look like a complete car when we're done. The body is going to take a good bit of time. The rest of the stuff is kind of more busy work. This is where a lot of the the skill and the nuance really comes into play. We still have work to do on the hood. We still have work to do simply because when we look at this from the front, it's still fairly flat. We need to add some curvature, and this stuff probably needs to drop a little bit. It's pretty close, but you know, we still have more work to do. So again, make sure that you save your work, and let's go on to continue building out the front end. It is important to note, because we are doing sort of an RWB very wide version of a 911, that the rear bumper, which I've already mentioned, is going to change relative to how we blend the shape into it. And the front bumper is going to be heavily influenced by the fender flares as well. When we look at the canvas, you can see how close the front wheel is to the front bumper and the headlight section. And we're going to have to do some work there. So just keep in mind that we still have work to do. So now, one thing that we have to be mindful of is the fact that this headlight is sloped, and right now our front edge is vertical. Now this could be problematic simply based on the fact that we worked really hard on this curvature. So we have to be careful here, and realistically what we want to do is we want to pull this forward a bit more. We want to be very sort of, again, mindful of the work that we've done. So I'm going to go to modify, and I'm going to pull this forward about 50 millimeters. I'm going to reset my pivot to the bottom, and I'm going to scale it down ever so slightly. Now, when I say ever so slightly, I mean like 0.99. When I do that, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to carry that shape forward. Now, a lot of this is going to get cut away and it's going to get blended into wide fender flares, so it's not a huge deal breaker. But what I'm really looking for is that this point right here is in line with the shape of the headlight. The reason I want to do that is because I want to come back with insert point, and I want to create an edge division here. I want to select, it should be 3 edges. Let's rotate this around. I want to select these 3 and hit delete and get rid of them. So we're trying to maintain the same shape and curve that we work so hard on, but we also need to match the shape of the headlight. Now, there's a couple different ways that we can get the headlight shape. We can create a cylinder. Since this is fairly round, we can create a cylinder, and we can begin to you know, sort of work with that shape, or we can try to manually create it. It's going to kind of depend on the method that you like. If we create a cylinder, then what we're doing is we're creating a new mesh body, or new form body, I should say, and then we have to delete some of the other stuff. So what I'm going to do in this case is I'm actually going to extrude it. And I'm only going to do it at the front edge. I'm not going to worry about the rest of this right now. I'm only going to take care of this, and then we'll work our way back. Actually, you know what? Since the shape carries a good way, I'm going to do the front too. So from the front, I don't really need to see the canvas. We all know what the front of these things look like. So we have to sort of match this shape here. So we've got the fender shape coming up. It goes over, it changes direction a little bit. We'll probably have to adjust this a bit more. Actually, you know what? Before we extrude, let's adjust that a bit more. Because we can see through the car, I can double click this and grab this entire edge and just move it up a little bit. All right. I'm going to check our smooth display. You can see that that's got a nice round transition. So now I want to take these 2 edges, and I'm going to hold down Alt. I'm going to extrude them this direction. And what I'm looking to do is get to roughly the same height and distance away as this. And then we're going to hold down Alt and extrude it again. And then we're going to hold down Alt, and we're going to do it one more time. And we're going to try to match this one over here. It's not perfect, but it gets us pretty close. Okay. So what we're doing is we're sort of building that out. Now, of course, the angles aren't right because this shape tapers away. So we're going to have to do a little bit of work there as well. As long as the front shape is okay, then we're starting off in a good place. So what I want to do is, I know that the fender stays. But what I want to do is I want to go to insert point. I'm going to come from here to the midpoint there and say okay, then delete that edge. And I'm going to do the same thing. I know the front is okay. I'm going to come to the midpoint here, hit enter, delete that edge. The bottom one's going to be a bit tricky since it's kind of obscured, but we can rotate this around, insert point, and I'm just using the midpoint as a good reference. I don't know if it's actually going to be the midpoint, but then we're going to delete these two faces, which we can do by just getting rid of those two edges. Another thing you'll notice is the hood is still pretty high. So let's do a little bit of work on the hood. Now, these cars have a fairly flat hood, but some of this needs to be dropped down a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this down. I'm going to drop this down, and I'm even going to drop this front one down a little bit. Again, we're making a custom version of the car, so we don't have to strictly stick to making everything exact. We're just doing a concept based on the 911. So what we're looking to do now is we have to connect this. So I think that I like where that front edge is, but I want the hood to have a little bit more curve to it. And the way that I'm going to do that is I want to start dropping some of this edge down. So I'm going to take these two, I'll pull them down a little bit. 50 millimeters is too much. I'm going to say -10. And then I'm going to take these, and I'm going to say -5. And I'm going to take these and say -2.5. All right, so if we look at this in smooth display, all we've really done is we've sort of smoothed the hood out. And because we were very careful with the amount we were moving, everything should still look pretty 911. So I'm happy with that. We probably are going to do some work on these divisions here, but for right now, everything looks okay. And we can sort of worry about retopologizing it a little bit later. What we do need to be mindful of, though, is these divisions. This edge right here would really be great if it could connect to here. The way that I'm going to do that is by going to slide edge. I'm just going to pull it forward a bit, say okay. This one is pretty close to lining up here. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to use insert point. I like where the middle is, and then I'm just going to start dividing this up so that it's fairly close. I'm going to take these two edges and delete them. And then I'm going to come back and do insert point. I'm going to go straight between these two and then get rid of that. So again, what I'm looking to do is sort of get these to line up with where the fender is. And now I'm going to take this and I want to insert an edge. I'm only going to do a single direction, and I'm going to put it about where that is, and I'm going to say okay. Remember that when we do that, we have to raise it up a little bit because right now it's going to be flat. So I want to make sure that we do add a little bit of curvature, even if it's just a millimeter or two. So I'm going to go up 5 millimeters and say okay. Double check our smooth display, still looks okay. Hide the edges if we want to. Everything looks pretty good. Don't worry about this sort of melted look and this pull right here. We're going to get to fixing all of that. And this is why it pays to stay in box display, because you don't get too hung up on trying to fix those details and adding all of that control. The box display really should tell you just about everything about your design. So you can see here that we're still a bit low on the headlight. That's okay. But what we want to do is I want to connect them to the hood. So I'm going to go to Weld Vertices. I'm going to take this end vertex, connect it here. And you see that I made a mistake. Control Z to undo. Rotate it around, make sure that I am grabbing the correct one. And grab this one here. And we'll bring it back to there. So now we have successfully connected the headlight shape to the hood. Now, we need to do a little bit more to restructure the shape. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the front view. I am going to modify this slightly. And this actually gets pretty tricky because we can't see it. So you're going to have to do it from a couple different views. One thing that you can do is we can create a section view. So if we go to Inspect, Section Analysis, we can create a section view that allows us to kind of look through the middle of the car. Because we do have symmetry on, this can be helpful. So what we can do is we can take these vertices, so like this one here, Really, that should be up a bit higher from that view. And then if we go to the front, again, it's harder to see. We could create a section view here, but let's go ahead and let's just manipulate some of these. And if we take a look at this from the top, this one here is probably a bit extreme. We want to follow the hood here and we want to follow the fender here. This one probably needs to be fixed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to figure out about where the midpoint is at the front, about where the midpoint is at the back, and then I'll get rid of this edge. So again, just doing a little bit of work to retopologize that. Then I can work on manipulating this. So I'll pull it up and over just a little bit, and then I can work on fixing this stuff. And even though this stuff tapers away, we still have to be very mindful of the shapes that we're working with and how that transitions. So what I'm looking at here is I'm looking at the shape of this quad and the shape of that one, and I'm trying to get them to be a consistent transition. You can always double check yourself by going to smooth display. You'll notice that these edges are bunched together pretty hard. So this is another case where make uniform would be helpful. So if we go back to box, pay attention to these edges. If we go back to box display and back to smooth display, you can see that now it's nice and smooth. All right, so back in box display, notice that we've got two divisions right here, and we're going all the way back to this A pillar, which has none. And this actually works in our favor because we need that additional control to get the shape of that upper corner. So it's good for us to carry this back. The way that I'm going to do it is I also need to be mindful of the fact that I've got 3 faces here and I've only got 2 here. So I need to divide the hood up again. From the top, I'm going to go ahead and hide the section view. I don't need that right now. But from the top, this doesn't really line up where I want it to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Insert Edge. I'm going to set it to both. I'm going to say OK. And then I'm going to get rid of this middle one. Then I'll take this and I'll use Slide Edge and just pull it back a little bit. And then I need to double check the curvature. So this edge probably needs to come up a little bit. I'm going to just click on it. I'm going to say 5 millimeters and call that good. So again, that looks pretty good. Now we have the correct number of divisions here. We still need more divisions here, but I'm not going to touch that yet until I get there. Do a quick save. And let's work on filling this in. So we're going to go to Modify. We're going to use Bridge in this case. And I'm going to take these 3 edges and I'm going to bridge them to these 3 edges. And I only want 1 face between. Now it's going to cause us problems because there aren't enough edges here to attach. And that's okay. We're going to fix that. And the way that we're going to fix that is by double clicking on this edge. And we're going to go to Insert Edge. We'll set this to single. It's going to be in the positive direction. But we don't want to put it at 0.5 because we know we're going to need another one. I'm actually going to stick it at 0.25, which will be fairly close. We're going to have to adjust it. Again, this is where it gets pretty tricky. We're going to have to make some very minor tweaks. So I'm going to pull it up just slightly. I'm going to double check in the back. We're going to have to do some work and probably retopologize the back with all these, but that looks okay. With that entire edge selected, I'm going to go to Insert Edge. This time I'm going to do 0.5, put it right between. And again, we'll double click that. I'm going to move it up a little bit, noting that again, this is going to mess the back up a little bit, but we'll be able to deal with that. Now that I have all those divisions, we can begin pulling this stuff together. And we're going to do that with weld vertices. And remember, the first vertex you select is going to move to the second one. And we can say, okay. We need to do a little bit of work to fix this because it was fairly flat before. So I need to bring some of this up. Let's go ahead and just bring it up 2 millimeters. We'll move over here. We'll bring that one up 2 millimeters. And let's just take a look at it. So far that looks pretty good. We don't really have the tight crease here that we would expect to see, but that's because we need to add another edge. We do have the tighter transition on the roofline, which is good. You can see that we've got a nice smooth edge there. There are some surface issues that we will need to work with here, but you can see that that added that nice smooth edge, that transition. There is going to be more work that we need to do down here. We're going to create a cowl or a little flap there, and we need to add more curves here. But for right now, that looks pretty good. This looks pretty smooth, so I'm happy with the results so far. Let's go ahead and do a quick save, bring our edges back, go back into box display mode, and let's work on adding some more detail. So the opening for the headlight looked pretty good. I might want to just do some minor tweaks. So for example, I might want to bring this up and this up a little bit. This one here up and to the right. This one maybe up and to the right a little bit. This one probably needs to come in, and this one here probably needs to come up and in. A lot of these will just take some minor tweaking and some minor playing. Now, the tricky part to this section of the car is figuring out how to wrap around this, because we have that circular headlight here. And the circular headlight is going to be an additional piece that we end up modeling. So I think what we need to do is we need to focus our attention on maybe bringing some of this around the front, and then we can come back and fill that in later. So from the right-hand side, if I bring back my canvases, what we can do, we're going to have to add more detail again to the bumper and all the stuff that we're going to build. So what we can do is we can think about taking some of the hood down and around the front, and we can also think about taking some of the side around and forward just to get the basic shape. So there are a couple different ways that we could do this. I'm going to start with the hood. And this is going to be a little bit more difficult for us to be really mindful of the number of divisions we have. The back was a little bit more clear cut because we had the side defined and we had the top defined. This, we still have to figure out the headlight area. So we know that we've got 3 faces here essentially, and we've got quite a bit more than that on the front. But that's okay. We're only really concerned with these 2 right now, and we can come back and add more divisions later. So I'm going to go hold down Alt, and I'm going to extrude this down. Actually, you know what? I'm going to pull it forward a bit more. I'm going to carry that forward. And this is going to be the connection point for this edge. And then I'm going to hold down Alt, bring it down. I'm going to hold down Alt one more time and bring it back. So that's going to be the rough shape for the bumper. Before we get too far, we need to give it some curvature, some more shape in the front. And it doesn't look too bad, honestly, but it's probably going to need more curvature. So that's just something to consider. Depending on how crazy you want to go with your design or how flat you want to make the front look, you can add more shape to it. But now I want to start to connect these pieces. So I'm going to hold down Alt and begin dragging them forward, looking at roughly where this line is. I'm going to go to the top view, and I'm going to begin bringing that in. I'm not extruding it at this point. I'm just moving it, just getting a little bit more shape. Because we have a lot of divisions here on the fender, and we have to think about how we're going to build out that shape. Remember, we can have T-points. It doesn't necessarily have to have this many divisions. And there is some more work that we need to do in this area. But for right now, what I'm mainly looking at is this. And I'm going to consider all of this one face for right now. So I'm going to just pull this over, extruding it, and then I'm going to say OK. Now, the reason I'm going to say OK is because I'm going to use weld vertices, moving these over to the bumper. And I'm going to push this one back to here. And then I can just simply tweak this corner edge. All right. So I think that we can make some adjustments. We can probably pull that. I'm going to go to a bottom view, double click the mouse wheel, and maybe pull this in. And take a look at it in smooth display. So it's starting to look more like a bumper. We've got quite a huge headlight opening, but starting to look a bit more like a bumper. Again, save often. We don't want to lose any work. And now we can start to think about maybe carrying this face over to here. Now, the way that the actual headlight works on these cars, if we bring the canvas back, the headlight sort of ends here. And then what ends up happening is there's a very small section of the hood that is carried over to the original bumper. So we can kind of see it in this area. We're a little low on our hood, but again, that's okay. We're doing concept work. We're not trying to exactly match the car. But this section right here generally is just carried over. So what I'm going to do is, I'm not sure if I'm necessarily going to use it, but I'm going to extrude that over and back. I'm going to go all the way through. This is going to cause problems. We're not going to be able to go into smooth display, but it's just a visual reference for right now. I'm going to hide the canvas. All right, so that's just going to visually help me see what the hood is trying to do. So I can see that it's carrying over here. I can see it from the side. It's carrying through. I can see exactly where it's hitting. And then I can decide what I want to do from here. What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to set the pivot up front, and I'm going to rescale this in plane. So using that upper right corner, I'm going to sort of scale it down a bit. And that looks pretty good. We could add another division to the hood right here, and that would actually probably work out pretty well. So I'm going to double click this edge. I'm going to put a division right in the middle, and I want to raise it up a little bit. Again, we don't ever want to add these divisions to a perfectly flat face, because then we've got these competing edges, these edges that are really working against each other on a big flat face. If you just have a flat face, you don't need a bunch of divisions. We're going to go to insert point. I'm just going to bring it over to the middle here, and I'm going to delete that face. So now we have to think about how we can connect this over here. There's some important considerations. When we look at this from the side, that line that we have, those edges seem to point directly here. So theoretically, we should be able to weld this vertex directly to here. And as long as the shape works out okay, that's fine. Now, sometimes it'll work out better than others. We still need to do some adjustment of these up here, but let's go ahead and just move this in a bit. And you can see here, we likely are going to need another division because that vertex is not going to connect here. We're going to need another face to come out. So before we connect anything else, let's go ahead and let's try bridge. We're going to go from here to here with one face and say, okay. So again, we're starting to sort of build the shape out. I'm going to go to the side and do a little bit of modification. I want to pull this up. And again, I'm looking at the flow of this edge. I'm looking to sort of carry this along, and I want to carry this up and over. All these edges probably could go down a little bit. I want to keep them closer to in line with that. That looks okay. And you can see that we have a 4-side opening right here, which means that we can create a quad. It's probably not going to be a good quad, but we won't know until we try. So let's go ahead and do a fill hole. And now we've sort of patched it off. Let's go to smooth display and just see what it looks like. So it's not horrible. Again, it's always important when we go back and forth between smooth and box display that we keep in mind that we don't have all of the control edges yet. We're going to have to add more, but the things that we really want to look at are, did we maintain that smooth side body? Is the hood still smooth? Are the headlight openings reasonably close? And is the overall shape reasonably close to what we want? And I think the answer to that is yes. I think we did a good job so far, and I think that we're pretty close. This could use some more work, but again, we're going to have fender flares that come in, and we're going to have to incorporate those as well. What I think I want to do is I want to work on the headlight shape a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to insert point, and I want to just connect this back and get rid of these 3 edges. So I'm still keeping the shape that we defined, but now I'm sort of putting it more, kind of more in line. This likely is going to have to come forward. And a way that we can do that is by using slide edge. So we'll go to modify slide edge and we'll try to bring that forward a little bit. And what we're doing is we're sort of kicking that edge forward. And that looks okay. And if we want more divisions in here, because remember we did stretch that front end out, we can add another edge in here by simply just doing insert edge. I don't know that it's needed, but sometimes adding that additional edge can give you a bit more control. So let's just see what it looks like. Let's do insert edge. I'm going to push it relatively close to that front and take a look in smooth display. So until we add sort of a crease here or add some more geometry, we're really not going to know how that thing is going to look, but so far so good. Because the headlight opening breaks up the shape of the body, we don't necessarily need all of these divisions down here. We could add them if we wanted to. But at this stage, what I think I want to do is I actually want to come in and I want to try to add a cylinder. I am going to draw it over here to be roughly the size of the headlight. It's way back here, but what I want to do is I don't want to have a bunch of divisions in the height direction, and I need to think about the number of divisions we have over here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the side. So we're probably looking at 12 divisions in the diameter. So I'm going to say 12, and then I want to move that where it needs to be. So I'm going to select the body option. I'm going to select it from the side and I'm going to pull it forward. Now, remember the headlight's actually tilted at an angle. Even on the actual car, it's tilted at an angle. So I'm going to try to rotate this to get it about right. This looks like -2.5 degrees might be okay. And I'm just going to sort of put that edge where I think it needs to be. Now, when we're using this technique, we can think about using something like this as sort of a placeholder. We can use it to drive the shape around it. So right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that edge, and because I've already rotated it, I want to change the coordinate space to selection. You can see that the coordinate changed. I'm going to hold down Alt and Control and scale this out to create this little lip. And then I'm going to rotate around to the side, and I'm going to hold down Alt, and I'm going to pull this backwards. I'm creating that sort of little headlight lip there. And then I want to go back to the body selection, and I want to move that entire body. So let's go ahead and select that. We're going to change back to world space and maybe move this down a little bit so it's more in line with the body. Change it to box display so we have some sort of cohesion between those. And so this is the shape that we're trying to get to. I'm not going to spend a bunch of time right now building this out, but I wanted to have this as a placeholder because that will help us sort of fill in the rest of the gaps and figure out how we can connect these two. So at this stage, again, let's make sure that we save. We don't want to lose anything that we've done. But that's going to be sort of what we need to connect the form body to. For me right now, that's a bit more detail than I want to add to the design because I don't think that we're there yet. There's still a couple other things that we have to do. We're going to have to add some more control to the windshield and the side to help control this crease. If we look at it in smooth display, it's still too sort of soft here. So we're going to have to tighten that up. So we're going to end up putting a division down here, which is going to affect the bumper. Again, we're going to have to do some work on the bumper. I know that. But I think the next thing that we should do, the next fun thing that we should do is create the wheel arches. We should actually give this body some volume. So that's going to be it's going to be a fun thing, and sometimes I'll start car designs by beginning with the wheel arches and figuring out where those go and building out the shape. Since the Porsche was fairly smooth and we're making the wheel arches more drastic than they were originally, it was a better option for us to sort of build out the body. Now, when we're looking at this from the side, a couple of things that we want to notice. This edge right here, when we look at it in smooth display and box display, this edge is about where the original wheel arches matched up. Now, this is also kind of where most of the aftermarket, like the RWB ones, tend to blend in between this edge and this edge here. So if we go to smooth display, that's about a bit farther in than they're blending. They tend to blend in about here. Another thing that you want to note is when we double click on some of these edges, you get a good idea that we did a decent job based on the fact that they carry around the body. So if we look here, this one goes all the way around the body, which means that we're controlling the curvature along that entire loop. So that means that we did a good job there. Okay, so let's start with the rear fender flare. And the way that I generally build these things is by starting with a cylinder. It's the easiest thing that we can do. When we do that, we have to note that the wheel arch itself is never a true cylinder. It's almost always flaring out at the front and the back. So the upper portion will be a true cylinder. The other thing that we need to think about is the number of divisions we need on that cylinder. So if we go around, we have to think about where we're going to connect. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and this one probably something like that. We're probably going to be connecting to 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And that is not for the entire cylinder because we're going to get rid of probably the bottom portion of it. So that means we likely need 18 to 20 divisions, probably 18 because because it actually goes past the center of the cylinder. So 16 to 18 is probably more realistic. And then what we're going to end up doing is we're going to end up deleting a lot of this and then blending it back together. Now, there are a couple different ways that we can go about this. Right now, it doesn't make sense for us to just delete these faces that are in here. We're going to have to use things like insert edge to actually draw where we want those divisions, being mindful of where we're hitting these other edges. So it's going to take a little bit of planning, but it's a good idea for you to pause at this point and just visually look at the design and get a good idea where you want the flares to be. Now, ultimately, you're going to follow along with what I'm doing here, but this is really where we start to get away from the stock Porsche body. This is where we really start to add our own flavor to it. So this is the first part where we're really going to do some drastic customization. We're fairly close to the actual body shape. Obviously we're a little bit off in the back. Again, that still needs work. We're drooping a little bit lower in the front, still needs a little bit of work there. But you have to sort of pick and choose when you add this detail. So take a minute, pause what you're doing, think about the process of adding these wheel arches, how we're going to go about it, and think about what you want your design to look like. Because you don't necessarily have to do exactly what I do, but think about what you want your design to look like, and then unpause it and we can carry on adding those details. Okay, so now that you've had a chance to think about it, let's go ahead and let's make a cylinder. So I'm going to do this on my right plane, and I'm going to start with the rear wheel. So I'm going to put it about at the center of the stock wheel, which we're going to end up lowering the car a bit, but that's going to get us pretty close. We want to draw it. It's going to be really hard to see on video, I know, but we want to get it to be about the size of the wheel well. And if we hide the canvas and we hide the main body, we can see that here. All right. We don't need to have any number of faces in the height direction, but we need to increase the number of faces that we have in the diameter. Now, remember, 16 to 18 is probably going to be about right, and it's really going to depend on the number of divisions that we have here. I don't know for sure how many we're going to need. I'm going to do 18. We can always delete some if we need, and I'm going to say okay. I'm going to go into box display mode. I'm going to go to modify, select this entire body, and we're going to move it into position. Now, remember, we're going more extreme than the stock car. So if we look at where the rear fender was on the stock car, and we view this from the top, let's go ahead and bring the top in. You can see that right now, the stock fender was about right there, and you can see that it's rounded here. And for us, I want to go out a bit wider. I'm going to make this, I don't know, I'm going to go out to about here. That's going to give me the look that I want. So from the back, we can see it here. That looks pretty wide, pretty extreme. And from the side, that looks okay. The next thing that I want to do is I want to get rid of the faces I don't need. So I'm going to select the ones at the bottom, probably get rid of this one as well, get rid of those two, and just simply hit delete. The next thing we're going to have to do is we're going to have to get the shape to match the shape of the wheel well. Now, the way that we want to do this is we're going to use Modify Edit Form. Going to go back to the All selection. I'm going to double click this front edge. I'm going to shift and double click the back edge so that I get both of them. And what I want to do is I want to scale them out. But I don't want to just do that from here. I'm going to reset my pivot point to the top. And then I'm going to scale them outward. And when I do that, it gets pretty close to this shape, and I'm going to scale them vertically until they're just about at the bottom. And you can see that that's pretty close. These bottom ones need to get adjusted out, but for the most part, that's pretty close. Next, I'm going to box select, and when we do this top left to bottom right, it's going to grab just that bottom edge there. And I'm going to pull this out. I'm not going to go all the way out to where theirs is. I'm going to just make sure that it moves out until it's roughly vertical. And I want to go into smooth display to make sure it still looks like an arc. The last thing that we want to do is we want to taper the outside of this. We don't want it to be completely vertical. We still want it to sort of cut in a little bit. And we're going to do that by selecting the entire edge. We're going to reset the pivot at the top. And we can just simply angle it. So again, I'm going to reset the pivot if it didn't take. And then if I just take this and I angle it, 5 degrees is too much. I'm going to go 1 degree, give me just a little bit of an angle. And then I want to take the bottom 2 vertices. I'm going to take this one and this one. And I'm going to move them in a little bit as well. So double click the mouse wheel, we get back over here, and I'm going to pull those in. If we look at this in smooth display, it should keep a fairly consistent arc, and then it just sort of tapers in at the bottom. So those we moved in about 10. I'm going to rotate this slightly. I'm going to grab this one as well. And I'm going to bring those in a little bit, and that should look pretty good. We're going to use this sort of the same formula. We want to make sure that our transitions are very meaningful. We don't want to just crank the bottom one in. We're going to just take the last 2 and move them in sort of in unison. So that gives me a pretty good looking flare. That's a great starting point. Now we need to build it out. The way that we're going to build it out is first we're going to double click this edge and we want to scale it out. But the easiest way to do this is to reset the pivot point at the middle of the wheel. So if I set the pivot point, I'm going to start up here and then I'm going to move it down manually until it's about at the center. Let's go ahead and accept that. And now when we scale, we're going to be scaling out in plane, and we're going to use Alt. And if you want a hard crease here, you also have to hold down Control. And as we begin scaling that out, you can see that everything is going out relative to the center of the wheel. And that's extremely important to make sure that we maintain an arc. The ones down here at the bottom, I'm going to manually adjust to get them relatively close. But all the rest, we want to make sure that they are pointing at the center of the wheel. So at this stage, this is all we're going to do with this wheel arch here. The next step of this process is for us to cut out the sections where we want this to intersect with the body. So when we look at the canvas, we can see where the door is. We can kind of see where the original flare is. It goes up to this edge. So you have to think, do you want to carry it up here? Or do you want to stop here? And then delete out all the geometry that you don't want. The way that we're going to make this work is by using insert point. So we want to keep the nice, smooth side of the car that we worked so hard to get, but we need to make sure that we break it up in a way that makes sense. So If you want the fender flare to go all the way from here to here, then you can start at this point. If you want it to come in a bit more drastic like it would on one of the real cars, then we want to start somewhere in the middle of this edge. So I'm going to come up here, noting that the number of divisions we have is not necessarily perfect. This edge here, the one on the back lines up, this one lines up, this one is pretty close, but you can see that we have too many. So we're going to have to do some work to fix that. But for right now, all I want to do is I want to start to build out how I want to cut this. So I'm going to come up here. I'm going to come up to this point, back down, maybe to here, over here, and then maybe down here, and hit enter. So now we can get rid of all of that stuff, but again, we need to be sort of mindful of what we're connecting and whether or not we need to change the number of divisions. So this one will go to here, that's fine. This one will go to here, that's fine. This one will go to here, it's okay. This one to here. This is where it starts to get tricky. So we really need these divisions to be at the top because we don't have enough for each of these. So this one kind of gets left out because this one goes to here, okay. That one there, this one there, and that there. So you can see we have one too many. So how do we fix this? How do we sort this out? Well, the best way is for us to divide it up. So we're going to double click on that, which grabs the entire thing. See here. And we can hide the canvases for now. They're kind of a pain. We're going to go to, actually, we're going to go to Insert Edge, double click that, and we'll put it right in the middle. So it's going to give me a good division. Then I'm going to double click this and delete it. I'm going to double click that and delete it. We want to double check that it still looks like an arc. It doesn't have to be perfect, but we do want to make sure that anytime we make a change like that, we do at least make sure. In reality, what you want is you want these edges to be evenly spaced. So like this one here really needs to be moved a little bit. And this gets tricky simply because we can use things like slide edge. But it gets tricky because we really want to make sure that they're pointing at the right thing. This one I'm not going to move too much just because this one lines up pretty well and the rest line up pretty well. But just note that that is a problem. So we're going to go in here and delete and get rid of all this stuff. We don't need it. It's just going to get in the way. So we're just going to select all these faces and hit delete. Now, all of that hard work gone. But now what we can do is we can go to Modify and Bridge. I'm going to double click that edge. Side 2, I'm going to double click here. We can turn on a preview if we want. And we can use just one face division and say OK. And now you can see symmetry is gone. And symmetry is gone because we added this. I'm not going to worry too much about symmetry right now because we need to do the front and then we'll worry about getting symmetry back. But if we turn this into a smooth display, and we'll go ahead and hide our edges, you can see what we've done is we've sort of built out that big fender flare. We can obviously do some more work. We can tweak the way that this actually comes into play. So for example, right now this edge, we kept really consistent, but we could insert another edge or we could make this come up a little bit. So the way that this works is if we're looking at this, we don't really want that star point there. It's not going to be good for us in terms of surface quality. If we want there to be a little bit more body edge there, and you can see that this is if we look at this from the front, that's a pretty drastic flare, right? If we want that to be a bit more gradual, we can reduce the size of the wheel arch. We can make some additional adjustments. But what we've done is we've introduced a star point here. You can see there's 5 edges leading into it. And we've got this star point here. And we want to avoid these star points, but they're sort of a product of this process. What I'm going to do to fix this area is I'm going to come to Insert Point. I'm going to start probably right here. And I'm going to come up just a little bit on this edge. and I'm going to come back to, and I'm going to come back to here. Then I can double click on that, delete that, double click on this, and delete that. And what I did now was I got rid of that star point. Now I've got all quads there. I modify the shape of this a little bit, but that's okay. If we take a look at it, you can see how it blends into the car body. We just sort of pick that up a little bit. So I think what I want to do for this this specific case is that shape is a bit drastic for me. I don't really like the way that the flare is, and I want to adjust it a little bit. So I'm going to bring all of this in. I can do that by double clicking both of these edges, just going to move, and then I can figure out how far in I want that. I'll just pull it in a little bit, maybe 50 millimeters, and all the rest of it should be okay. So if we go back to smooth display, it looks a little bit better. And I also want to tighten up this edge. I don't want to add a crease, but I do want to have a little bit of a smooth transition. So I'm going to insert an edge. I want it to be on the other side, and I'm going to put it relatively close, and then take a look at this in smooth display. So if we get rid of our edges, you can see now we've got sort of that smooth transition. So again, if you want to carry this higher up into the car, you certainly can. All you really need to do is just decide where you want that to hit. If we wanted it to be sort of way up here, then what we end up doing is we need to sort of affect this body line more. What I'm going to do is I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to make those adjustments so we can just see how that is. Might look fine, it might not, I don't know. So I'm going to take this, so this edge right here, you can see it starts to sort of angle down. What I'm going to do is I'm going to blend it from here. I'm going to come up to the midline, and I'm going to carry it back 3. I'm going to get rid of the original edge, and then I want to bring this up. And instead of doing it manually, what I'm going to do is, again, go to Insert Point. I'm going to come from here, midpoint, midpoint, here, and back down. Then double-click that and delete it. So now if I take a look at this in smooth display, what we did was we went higher up on the body line, and we're still keeping that nice body line, but we sort of pushed it up a bit more. And again, we've got that star point. It doesn't always mean that there's a problem. There is going to be a star point because of the transition of shape, but that still looks pretty good. So I'm pretty happy with that. I'm going to go ahead and I'll leave that one as is, and then we'll move on to the front. So again, we're going to save, bring back the canvas, create a cylinder, going to center it about the wheel, make it about the right size. Once again, we're going to do one face in height, and then the diameter last time I think we did 18. I'm going to go ahead and do 17 and say okay. I'm going to turn that one into box display. Going to select it and move it into position where I want that flare. I'm going to go ahead and hide the front and just move it where I think it should go. It's not going to be as wide as the back, but it will be pretty close. So again, we want to make it dramatic, not nearly as dramatic, but again, we want that. We're going to say okay. And now we're going to delete what we don't need. So we don't need this stuff down here. This one I'll probably just pull down further. But before we delete those, let's just check all the other divisions. So if we pull this down further, this edge will come to here, this edge to that, this there, that one there. So you can see, again, we're one off. We don't quite have the right number of divisions. So let's go ahead and delete these, and we'll just fix it right now. So as we look at this, we don't need the canvas. What we do need is we need to get the number of divisions in the right spot. So essentially what's going to happen is we need to figure out where we're cutting out again, and then we can figure out how to divide this up. So modify, insert point. Again, depending on how drastic you want this to be, you could go all the way to this edge if you want, or we could come in a little bit further. So I'm going to come straight up here. I'm going to start to angle in. This is going to get tricky because I don't want to go to that vertex there. So we are making a triangle here, not always the best thing. I don't want to go all the way to that point. I want to leave a quad. I'm going to go to here, here, and we're not going to worry too much about the crossing sections yet. And we'll say, okay. So I know all this stuff on the inside is going to go away, but when we look at this, it doesn't look very consistent. So what I'm looking at here is the angle between these is kind of off. And part of that is because the number of divisions we have isn't right. So the first thing I want to do before I start deleting any faces is I want to get this edge here. So I'm going to go to Insert Edge, put it about in the right location, then I'm going to delete that one. Next, I'm going to get rid of this one. This one's in about the right location. This one could slide over. I'm going to try to use Slide Edge, pull it down a little bit. And we will fix the arc of this. It's not quite right. This one needs to slide. So again, I'll use Slide Edge. We could insert an edge. We could slide it. Honestly, at this point, the shape is so messed up, it's probably better to just start over. But sometimes you don't have that luxury. Sometimes you actually have to come in and fix it. So let's go ahead and use Slide Edge and just sort of get them in the right location. So what I'm looking at when I'm thinking about this is I want to go from here to here. I want to go from here to here. Don't worry about that cross. We're going to assume that this is one edge. I want to go from here to here and here to here. So last thing we need to do is move that one. So again, Slide Edge. Just going to pull it down a bit. And that'll be okay for now. On the front side, this one to here, that one to there, this one to there, this one here, and we're one short, which means that we need to extrude that edge. So select that bottom edge, go to the right view, and we're going to hold down Alt and we'll extrude it down. Keep in mind that this is not even close to being a cylinder now. So we need to make some adjustments. And basically all I'm doing is I'm moving things around. Again, I'm looking for that uniform transition. These edges are pretty far apart right now. And that's okay, but we do need to just sort of be mindful of it. And we always want these edges to be pointing to the center of the wheel. So if you're ever not quite sure where this needs to go, you kind of want it to point near the center of the wheel. So as we look at this, if I go into Smooth Display, you can see that the section up top needs to go up a little bit. This one down here and this one over here, I'm going to move out. This one needs to move out. And that one probably needs to come up a little bit, find the next one, and just sort of keep restructuring this. So it takes a little bit of work. It's kind of a pain, but it is important. It is very important. All right, now that we've got that sorted out, let's hide the canvases and let's look at these divisions. Again, if we want it to come up into this section, then we're going to need to restructure these. I'm not quite there yet. What I'm really more concerned with is the number of edges. So let's go back around and let's just double check. We've got one, that one goes there, that one goes there. Even if we need to adjust their position, what we're looking for is the right number of edges. Now, this one's fine. This one is going to be tricky, and ultimately what's going to happen is we're going to push that vertex to here, but we're going to assume that's one there. It's 1 to 1 and 1 to 1. So everything is good except for this one. So the way that we're going to fix that is we're going to go to Weld Vertices. We're going to take this and move it there. So that's not going to affect anything. We'll take this and move it there. Now that lets us delete all the stuff in the inside. Again, keep in mind that anytime we intersect with that corner, that's exactly where we're creating a star point. So up here, we don't really have that same issue. But here, because we've got 1, 2, 3, and 4, when we create these edges, that's going to be our star point. So we'll get rid of everything in there. Now think about the restructure and moving of things. So again, modify, insert point. I think I want to come up a little bit higher here. probably come up to maybe there, and maybe down to there. So if I double click that edge, it goes all the way around, but let's go ahead and select these. We want to get rid of these faces here. We actually, you know what, before we do that, we need to be mindful of this edge right here. And what I mean by that is this edge, we can't break in half. So we're going to come from, actually, let's come from this point here. We're going to come straight back to there, and we'll take it out 2 points as well. We'll come to there. And what that's going to allow us to do is this is going to be the edge of our fender. And let's go ahead and just delete some of this stuff. So let's get rid of all of those little pieces, and then that edge can go away and that edge can go away. So it leaves us with clean geometry. It's sort of pushing the fender up, but again, that's kind of the shape that we're going to go with. Now we can go back into modify. We want to make sure with the canvas that our point is right in the middle of the wheel. So we're going to set our pivot. I'm just going to set it up there and then again move it down. I'm going to make sure that I move it to about the center of the wheel. It doesn't have to be perfect. I'm going to accept it and then Alt and Control and scale out to make the lip of our fender. The reason that this is critical again is because what we're actually doing here is we're making sure that all of these edges go out relative to the center of the wheel. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to bridge it just like we did before. So we're going to go to Modify, Bridge, Side 1, and Side 2. We're going to say OK, and now we've built out that fender. Now if I take a look at this in Smooth Display, you can see that star point we created. The front doesn't have that problem, but the back does. And again, if we want to tighten up this lip, what we can do is we can insert an edge, and I'm going to put it right on the other side and just tighten up that lip. So you can see that we've sort of, we've got that shape. The back, again, is very wide, but that's okay. And the front, not quite as wide. Well, one thing we didn't do up front is roll these bottom edges in. And that's okay. It's something we can still fix. So what we're going to do is we're going to rotate around. I'm going to box select those three. So that's 1 and 2. And if you rotate it around, because we didn't grab that whole edge, it's just these 2 edges and that vertex there is included. And let's go to our front view. And let's just move that in. So modify, I'm going to roll it in. Going to rotate around and again grab these. Front view, move that in a little bit. And we're going to do the same thing on the back. So I want to make sure that I grab those 2. I have to make sure that I grab that little section because that's what's controlling the lip on the edge of the fender. Double click the mouse wheel to fit the screen. And let's roll that in. And we're going to grab those, pull them in. So Smooth Display looks pretty good, looks pretty aggressive. Again, I think the shape looks pretty good. We maintained that fender line. You can see we still have some work to do on the back, but we maintained that fender line and it looks pretty good. I'm happy with that shape. So again, still a lot of work to do. There are not really going to be any shortcuts to doing this properly. It does take a bit of time, but we are getting there. All right, so a couple of things here. First, let's save. Let's make sure we don't lose any work. But a couple of notes that we want to make sure we understand. The process that we went through to make these wheel arches, we have some issues with our geometry. There are some things that we need to fix. Everything looks okay, but the fact that these edges right here, if we look at this, they're not consistent. This means that we are not going to get a consistent shape. So we need to do a little bit of work to clean this up, and we want to do it now before we move on. So again, what we're looking for is clean, consistent lines. If we have to make adjustments to the geometry, then we want to make sure that we do them with the lowest number of polygons. And I'll always remember too that we can come in and use things like insert point. I can go from here to here, and then I can just get rid of that. It makes it a little bit easier or cleaner to do that. And always remember that really ideally what we're looking for is these to point to the center of the wheel. And that line right there, if we were to follow that line, we want that to be going to the center of the wheel. So back here, we've got 1, 2, and 3. Here we've got 1, 2, and 3. But then when we turn the corner, that's where they start to bunch up. So one way that we can get around that is by changing the line and pulling this in a bit. Now, if we're going to do that manually, what we want to do is we want to make sure that we grab everything of interest. And the way that we have to do that is, unfortunately, let's go ahead and hide the canvas. But unfortunately, what we're going to do is we're going to grab that inside edge and go back to a right view, hold down Shift and double click this one, and it grabbed everything. Okay, so let's rotate this again. That one there, Shift, double click, and it should just fill everything in between. So if I'm going to move that, I'm going to start to pull it up this direction. And then again, remember that I want everything to point at the center of the wheel. So let's go ahead and move this a little bit. If I box select here, it should grab the inside edge, and I can just pull that around. And just note, this gets a bit tricky when you're doing this manually. So you do have to be very careful and mindful of it. Let's go back to a smooth display, bring back our canvas, and just see how close we are. You can see this one here needs a little bit of work. I'm going to go ahead and do box select there, pull it in just a little bit. This one over here, box select this one, bring it in just a bit. And we're not looking for perfection necessarily, but this can make or break the shape of the wheel arch. So we do want to spend a little time here. We do have tools like Cylindrify, which we can use to help, but ultimately, like this edge right here really should just be lower. So we could take this entire edge right here and at least at the front section and move it down. You can see how far back that it goes all the way on the other side because we don't have a wheel arch over there. But we could bring that down and it could help out a little bit. And the way that we would do that, again, is just Shift and double click where you want to go to. We don't have symmetry right now, so that's something we will fix. But I could bring this down. And don't worry about the other side right now. We can add more divisions later to fix some of that. But then we could take these and sort of restructure them so that they're pointing the right direction. Always a good idea to just double check smooth display. If you want, you can hide the edges, you can hide the canvases, and just see visually how it looks. Visually, this looks like it's a little bumped out back here. So I'm going to go to box display, bring back my canvas. You can see that. Go ahead and bring that in. And again, consistency is the name of the game. Having them point toward the center of the wheel and trying to keep the space between each of these as even as possible. So if you were to measure this edge, you would want this edge to be pretty close to the same distance. It's not always going to be possible, but when it is, we want to make sure that we do that. All right, so I'm going to actually pull this one in a little bit. And ideally what I should have done is put a division right in the middle, and that would help these from bunching up. And what we could do is we could take this right here and we could use slide edge and we could try to pull it a little bit closer to the center and then manipulate it there. It's going to be kind of a trial and error. You have to play around with it a little bit, maybe move it just a little bit. Double check, smooth display. And you know what? That looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. So this is a good time for us to bring back symmetry because now we want to see what the whole thing looks like. We know that we've got this midline, but because we added extra geometry, what we need to do is just delete everything on the other side, go to symmetry, mirror duplicate, and then select our mirror plane. Because we just deleted directly on the center line, you should automatically see them weld together. The weld tolerance is really small, but now you can see that we've got our fender flares on both sides, and if we hide the edges, it's starting to look pretty good. We've got big fat fender flares, we've got nice quality surfaces on the top, on the hood. The side is still very clean, and we're doing doing a pretty good job here. All right, so again, still a lot to do. You got to hang in there. This does take a lot of time, so here we're gonna turn this back into box display, make sure we save it. And the next thing that we can do, now that we've got our fender flares, is we can continue to just make minor tweaks. So for example, the width here starts to flare out, and this probably should come in a bit. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna bring that down just a little bit. Actually, let's do Control Z, put that back. Probably what I wanna do is bring this up. I wanna keep that width there, and I'll probably bring this one up as well. These are ones that we've already moved and adjusted. Just make sure that still looks okay. In the back, this isn't too bad, but instead of moving these around, I think what I'm gonna do is use Insert Point. And I think I wanna take this up a little bit higher. So I'm gonna go from here, maybe up to the midpoint, and then back down. And then I want to get rid of these three edges and allow it to sort of fix itself. Okay, and also I might want to tighten up the back a little bit. So from here, just going to come into there and get rid of those two. So smooth display, Control 4. You can see that introduced a little bit of a surface imperfection here. So what I want to do is I want to make sure when I go back and forth between box and smooth display that everything looks nice and consistent. Sometimes you might want to go through repair body, allow it to auto repair, and a lot of times it can fix some of those surface imperfections. Another thing that we do want to do every once in a while is make uniform. And when we go back and forth between box display and smooth display, you can see that little inconsistency is still there, but that's partially because of our star point. Now, if we have to move our star points, then ultimately what we need to end up doing is we just have to make some adjustments. So we'll work on that star point in a bit. I need to fix this because that's a problem. And I also want to scale this up a little bit. So for that, I'm going to move my pivot point, and I want to set the pivot point down here, but then I'm going to move it to the middle of the wheel, and I'm going to scale this up just a little bit. Now, when I say just a little bit, maybe 1.015, and that'll just give me a little bit of shape. Then from the back, this is pretty bad, and that's based on some of the adjustments I made. So if we have to do this manually, again, what we're looking for is the difference between the face divisions. We want them gradually tapering in and out. We don't want anything too drastic. So now if we look at this in smooth display, Control 4, everything looks pretty good back there. All right. Sometimes you will get these sort of graphics things that happen, partially because of the star point. They don't always affect things when they get converted into B-reps. So I'm not too concerned when I see that, when I know that the underlying surfaces are good. So I'm fine with that for now. All right, so now that those wheel arches are fixed, let's once again save this, and let's go ahead and add some more detail. All right, so before we add more detail, and I sit here and I look at this thing, I'm really not happy with the way the fender flares are divided up. So I do want to do a little bit of work to fix it. I'm going to do some of this manually. So I'm going to take this vertex, I'm going to pull it down and in a little bit. I'm going to take this one, pull it down and in. This one is going to be the tricky one because it's going to mess up the curvature a little bit here. So I'm only going to move it forward. And this one here, I'm going to move forward as best as I can. And this one here, move it forward a little bit as well. And do the same thing over here. Probably bring this one back a little bit and check it out in smooth display. Make sure that it looks okay. On the back side, let's go ahead and do the same thing. Don't really like this one here, but again, it gets kind of tricky with these because it's going to affect the shape. But I'm going to pull this one back a little bit, and this one probably come in a little bit. This one's a little bit more straightforward. We can just come forward with it, and same thing here, and same thing there. So I'm not super keen on this. Maybe bring that up just a little bit. Bring that up just a little bit and take a look. So not horrible, could be better, could be worse. And again, you can really spend a whole bunch of time on these little details. So you have to really consider how much time you want to spend. Another thing that we should talk about or consider is this patch right here. So again, that star point being so close to the fender flare could cause problems. I'm not saying that we have to fix it, but if you wanted to fix it, what we could do is we could take this forward a bit like that, and then get rid of this here. So what that ends up doing is it creates an N-gon here, and the N-gon might just have a better shape than the star point there. So you can see how that rolls over. It just looks a little bit better, tightens up the crease a little bit. And if we want to tighten this crease up a little bit, we can do something similar, but essentially what we want to do is we're going to take this edge here. I'm going to go to Insert Edge, and I am going to put it close to that one. And if we go to a smooth display, hide our edges, you can see what we've done is we've just sort of tightened up that flare. Still looks okay. Again, we've got competing tangencies here. Sometimes the graphics display is going to have that. Usually not a problem when we convert it. This one looks pretty good as is. They seem to match pretty well. It could be a bit tighter on the back. So if we want to tighten that up, then we need to have another edge. So again, we could take this right here, go to Insert Edge, and pull one a bit tighter. Again, realistically, what we should be doing is we should be adjusting their positions a little bit more instead of just inserting, but it still looks pretty good. All right, so I'm pretty happy with that. It blends away. Again, we've got some competing tangencies here. Once we get to the end, we'll just make sure that all of those are taken care of. But overall, body looks pretty good. The back end still needs work. I know I keep saying that, but everything looks pretty good. It's pretty smooth up front. We still need to add some detail. There is a potential line that we see right here. And when we look at this in smooth display and we look at it in box display, part of the reason is because we haven't closed this off yet. We've got competing tangencies here. So it's probably a good time for us to finish off the front. And I think what I want to do is I am going to go to Insert Point. I'm going to come down and make a triangle here. Let's go ahead and hit cancel. Something was already selected. Let's go ahead and try that again. Insert point here, here, and here. This one is just temporary. And the reason I say it's temporary is because we can't break those up in the middle. So I'm going to go to Insert Point. I'm going to go middle to middle. And I can get rid of these two, and you can see that it completely undoes it. So we need to have one sort of grounding edge here. We can go from here to the middle. That might be a good solution. And that will allow us to get rid of these two. And now we've got sort of that broken up section there. So now let's think about the headlight shape. We want to sort of fill this in, make sure that the geometry over here is okay. We don't necessarily need this edge. I know we added it, but we could get rid of it to smooth things out. and take a look at this in smooth display. Hide the edges. You can see everything looks pretty good there. Before we delete anything, let's take a look at this cylinder we created. It's got too many divisions for what we're doing, I think. So you can see that we've got a lot up top and one on the side here, one here, one on the bottom. I think it's just going to be too many. Let's go ahead and let's do an insert point temporarily right here. We'll get rid of these faces and let's start connecting. Let's start connecting the pieces. So the inside of the cylinder, actually, we don't need. So to simplify this, I'm going to go through and I'm just going to delete that. Make sure that I don't accidentally delete that. I want to get rid of that. All right, so that should just leave us with that ring. And now, if the ring is in the right place, then we can start to attach things. So we need to decide if just the front face of the ring is what we want to keep, or if we want to keep the rest of it. Keep in mind that we've only got one of these, so we need to do mirror duplicate. We need to pick our plane, so that way we have two of them. That way it won't be problematic. Go back to box display, and let's just start at the top. So I'm going to go to weld vertices, and I am going to bring this to here, this one to here, this one to here. I'm just going to connect what I can and then figure out the rest from there. I'm going to connect this one to here, this one to here. This one's going to be kind of tricky because we're going to end up filling in some of this area. So I think this edge will probably come to here. This one will come back to there. And we'll end up filling in some of this as well. So I think that's pretty close to what we can do. I'm going to say okay. We've got it on both sides, and then I'm going to tweak some of this geometry. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take this, pull it down and back a little bit. And that looks pretty good. What I'm going to try to do, this is not necessarily the best way to go about this, but I'm going to try to use fill. I'm going to fill this hole over here and see what it gives me. So I don't know if it'll let me go into smooth display, but it looks okay. You can see that it's wrapping around like it should. Probably need a little bit more control here to tighten up the lines. On the cars, they're a little bit tighter here, but that looks okay. Let's try the same thing on the other side. So we're going to use modify, fill hole, and just see what we can do here. It's going to create some triangles. So let's go ahead and take a look at it in smooth display. So obviously we need some more control loops, but it's not a horrible solution. You can see that it's pinching up a bit at the bottom, and this corner is not great, but it's not the worst solution. We can do a little bit better though. So I think what we need is, first off, this control right here is problematic. So I'm going to take that and I'm going to delete it. I think we have too many edges, so I'm going to go through and I'm going to simplify this a little bit. This one here we added for this, this edge. I'm going to leave that. I'm going to take this one and get rid of it. That's probably too much. Yeah, let's go ahead and bring this back. So in order to get that round shape, we're going to have to delete every other one. And we've got a lot of divisions on the top because of the A-pillar. And what we could do is we could transition some of these to go around the side here. So for example, we could get rid of that edge completely and we could just bring that over so that it's a bit tighter. That would certainly be an option, or bring that into this corner and bring this one over. So those are things that we certainly can do. Or we could spend a little bit more time just dividing this up. So I think what I want to do is take a look at this in smooth display and hide my edges. And this is really the biggest problem over here. I think we just need a little bit more control on this side. So the way that we can make that happen is by adding another loop. This gets a little tricky, but I'm going to try it on the end here. I'm going to say insert edge and push it down a bit tighter and just take a look at the results. So that tightens up that edge a bit more, and then we just need to control this. So again, let's go back to box display, and this section here, I bet that we could go from this point, which unfortunately is creating a star point, but I'm going to come to here, and then I'll bring it over. Then that should let me break this up a bit more. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come from here, back just a little bit, and down to this corner. Then I'm going to take that and delete it. Just kind of smooth that section out. Again, we're not done yet, but again, what we're trying to do is we're trying to control that corner a little bit better. Not perfect yet. This is still a problem, that star point here, but the rest of it is looking better. It's looking okay. So let's do a little bit more work here. And what we want to avoid is we want to avoid these triangles. So the way that we're going to do that is by carrying this edge all the way around. And I'm going to do that first by offsetting some of these. So some of these new edges that we added, I'm going to go ahead and just start up top. I'm going to say insert edge. I'm going to pull it over a bit closer. Then what I want to do is I want to go to insert point, connect these, and get rid of that triangle. So by doing that, it should allow us to carry the curvature up a bit better. So you can see if we get rid of the edges, now we've got a sort of a better lip around here. We still have to work on this corner here. We'll get to that in a second. But you can see that we've got a better solution there. So let's go back to box display. Let's check on this side over here. And we want to connect this point here. So again, modify insert point. We're going to bring that down, and then we'll get rid of this one here. We still need to connect this point somewhere. So again, insert point. I'm going to make a try here for right now. It's not ideal, but it is what we're going to have to do unless we can get rid of this edge completely. So I think that we probably have too many edges here, too much control, but again, it's decisions we make, downstream implications. I'm happy with that transition. I think that looks okay. Could probably move them around a bit more. Now I just need to sort of work on this right here. So again, box display, and I just want to think about this star point. So that star point is what's causing us problems. And really what I want to happen, let's go ahead and look at this from the side. Really what I want to happen is I want this transition to be smoother here. I don't want this edge here. And if we look at that, it is a quad, but we did create this star point. So we can either figure out a better way to restructure this. We can potentially, again, get rid of this edge completely. And then we have this one here to deal with. So we might potentially have to do something there. Or again, we can potentially go and try to use repair body and let it auto repair the corner. And also we want to try to make uniform. So again, go back and forth between box and smooth display. And then we still need to sort out that star point. So back to box display. Look at this from the side. And what we have here, so this is okay, but I think I want to get rid of that edge there. And I do want to get rid of this. I'm just going to have to simplify this. So I'm going to get rid of that. Gonna get rid of that. And potentially get rid of that. Does that go all the way to the back? Yeah, let's get rid of that one. And this one here we added. Let's go ahead and get rid of that one as well. And last but not least, let's get rid of this one. So now if we take a look at this in smooth display, not quite as round as it was. That's partially because of some of this underlying geometry. We can fix that by moving things around, making that a bit more symmetric. And this is a case where we need to use repair body, let it fix those star points, and hide those edges. Okay, now in reality, this lip right here is going to actually be done later. We don't need it right now, but you can see that that is a much better result. It's much smoother, it's still round, and it just gives us a better result overall. So at this point, what we could do is we could get rid of some of these additional edges that we're using to control this. So this one right here, for example, if we delete that, look at it in smooth display, it still looks fine. We don't need that much control because again, we're going to be adding that lip later. And I can take this one here, I can delete it, and then we sort of just have this, this opening that we would use downstream. So what you want to do at this point, it really depends on your intent. I think that I am going to leave it like that. So again, I think that's a good result for what we have. We removed some of the extra edges, which we're going to have to deal with and put back. We don't necessarily need all of the edges, but what I want to do is I'm going to take this one. I'm going to go to Insert Edge. I'm going to put it at -0.5. I'm going to say OK. I want to take that entire edge, knowing that it's going to mess up the back a little bit and knowing that I still have to work on the back. I'm going to just move it up a little bit. Check it out in smooth display. I'm going to go to my utilities. I'm going to go to make uniform and probably do some more adjustment here. I want to make sure that this shape works. This edge right here, I am going to go to insert point and connect those two directly and get rid of that. Let's sort of smooth that out. This one here, I want to move these two. And again, in an effort to make it more rounded, I'm going to go ahead and move those just up a little bit. And then I'm going to take this edge, insert edge right in the middle. I am going to take this, shift click to here, and we'll move that one up as well. So again, we're adding the control back to the top, and then we're going to probably move this vertex down a little bit. Maybe move that one down just a little bit and take a look at it. So again, it's looking more rounded. One other thing that we could do is we could insert another edge. Let's go ahead and do insert point from here to here just to fully define out that front section. Not really going to have any negative effect, but you know, that gets us pretty close to what we're going to need to define the headlight. So now we have a full loop right there that's helping us control this. I can scale it to try to flatten it, or I can move it wherever it needs to be moved to help the shape. And take a look at that. Hide my edges. And not perfect, but I think that looks pretty good. I like the smooth transition into the headlight area. And we got the body shape back. Everything looks pretty good there. And once again, we are going to be working on the A-pillars and the roof and all that other stuff. We need to add all those details. So at this point, we've been going on this car body for quite a while. When I did this originally, it took about 2 hours without narrating. I imagined it would take at least double that. But these are all important steps and techniques if you want to do this properly. I know that we're running into a few problems and a few issues. And these are things that you run into and you have to do a little bit of trial and error from time to time. So going through those at this stage is just sort of part of the process. The next thing that I want to do on this, well, first we're going to do a quick save. The next thing that I want to do is I want to tighten up this line. And the way that I'm going to do that is by inserting an edge. I'm going to come up the windshield just a little bit. And I'm going to do the same thing back here. Now, this is one of those cases where I'm going to move this point up. Visually, I think that it looks like it maybe got adjusted, so I'm going to move that up a little bit. But this is one of those areas where I am actually going to use a T-point. So we're going to take most of this edge, but this section right here, I'm going to have a T-point terminate. We're going to do insert edge, and visually we want it to be about where this one is. And then we're going to use insert point, and we're going to just connect those two. Now, if we take a look at what that did in the smooth display, you can see that we tightened up the windshield line. We tightened up the line where our glass is going to be, and the T-point actually works out pretty well. You can see that sort of disappears. We can do a little bit of work to fan that out. We're going to have to, again, we're going to spend a lot of time fixing the back, but that looks pretty good here. Another thing that we can do with this is we want to have a cowl area. So the windshield isn't going to just end right here. We need to have a little bit of shape or division. And we need to decide whether or not we're going to create, so we have a star point here. We need to decide whether or not we are going to expand that, or if we're going to use this portion as part of that. And it really just kind of depends on what you are doing, what you're designing. In our case, I'm not exactly sure. We might have to do a little playing and figure out which is best. But again, let's do a quick save to make sure we don't lose anything. Whenever you're working on a design like this, there are a few things that you can try out to see how they work. So for example, with our body line here, you could play around with merging this vertex with this vertex, which would take away this n-gon, turn it into a four-sided face, and then you could merge these together. And you know, again, this is sort of based on whatever design you're working on, because what we're doing here is very specific to this car, but in a lot of cases, you're going to run into a very custom design. So you're going to have to determine what that shape is going to look like, and you really need to play around with being able to manipulate these vertices. Even though it's not ideal, you want to be able to manipulate them manually when you need to, so that you can understand the process of sort of smoothing these things out. For us, the next thing that I want to do is I want to work on this front corner here. And the way that I'm going to do that is go to Modify, Insert Point, and I'm simply going to come to the midpoint here and straight down, hit Enter. And now we've divided everything up nicely. While I could have that T-point there, I really didn't want it. So it's just kind of maybe a personal preference thing. Then I'm going to pull this edge out. And now you can kind of see the shape that we have here. This face is not, probably not ideal. Probably would want to tweak it a little bit more, just simply based on the way that this division is working. Or I would want to get rid of this face and sort of merge these two together. When we look at this in smooth display, it's not bad. So you really have to decide how much work you want to put into those details. For our purposes here, I'm not going to spend a ton of time. This is already going to be an extremely long video, so I don't want to really get super bogged down with a lot of these little details. Even though they are important, I do think that just having an understanding of how to make this work is more important than some of those minor details. I do want to take this outside edge. I am going to reset my pivots to the bottom, and I want to scale them down just a little bit. So I'm going to bring that down, say maybe 0.99, similar to what we did on the back, just to get that different shape. So again, very smooth, very wide, very aggressive looking. The next thing that we really need to focus on, which I already mentioned but got kind of sidetracked, is this sort of cowl vent area. The way that we have this divided now, we have a small division here, and in reality what needs to happen is the windscreen needs to go down underneath the hood. So we need another sort of face here. Now this is going to be a little bit tricky because in reality we need a couple more divisions to make that work. So you have to really think and plan ahead. And again, this is one of those areas where people end up having a lot of trouble. And you have to remember that it's okay to make some design decisions and try something and then go back on it if you have to. So we still need some more control up top so we can keep this from drooping down. So we need to add that in the top, and then we need to add something back here. So I'm going to start up top. I'm going to grab that. I'm going to say insert edge, and I'm going to bring it down. And I'm going to repeat that process, but this time I'm going to go from here to here, and I'm going to bring that down. And then I'm going to use insert point to go to there. And again, I'm leaving that T point for right now. I might want to carry it to the back, but because I already know that I need to do some work in the back, I'm not going to make my life that much more difficult. So if we look at this, what we've done is we've tightened up that upper portion, right? So it looks nice and crisp. And remember, we're going to cut the windshield out with surfacing tools after. So what we're really focused on is making sure that we have the A-pillar and that we're carrying that back. Another thing that we always want to just try to do is this make uniform and then go back and forth between box display and our smooth display. Just give it a chance to sort of fix itself. Another thing that is probably a good idea is to maybe add or adjust these controls. So for example, on the upper edge here, we might want to bring that inward a little bit. So take this edge here, we'll go to the top view and pull it back just slightly. So I'm going to select that and maybe just go back a millimeter. Again, very minor. And then over here, I'm going to probably come back to right here. And I'm going to say -1 millimeter. Minus because the direction of the arrow is pointing outward and I want it to go inward. And really what we're trying to do is just make sure that those inserted edges aren't completely flat and completely smooth. So that looks pretty good. Now let's try to deal with this cowl vent area. So once again, this kind of process, this is usually one of the trickiest areas. After you figure out the overall shape of the body, and then after you figure out how to get the fenders to blend into the body, which always can be tricky because that's where you're going to have these end guns, that's where you're going to create these star points, and these are all the things that we need to avoid. But after we sort of figure that out, then the transition between the A-pillar, the hood, the sides, these are all tricky areas. So I like the way that this corner, this A-pillar is transitioning now. And I really want to go from here, and then I want to create that recess or that divot. So we need to think about if a triangle is going to be okay here or how we can transition that. So the first thing I want to try is inserting a point here to turn this into a tri. And then I want to just take a look at it and see if it really drastically messed anything up. So it looks okay, and generally triangles are okay if it's in an area that's flat. Now, what I want to do from here is I'm going to double click this edge, and then I'm going to use insert edge. Now for this inserted edge, we are going to put it relatively close, not so close like we're trying to control a tight crease, but about -0.1. And then we're going to take that with insert point from here to this corner and say okay. And then I can select this and I can delete it. So this is now a quad. So if we take a look at this in smooth display, again, Control 4. So you can see everything still looks pretty good. We introduced a little bit of sort of a control sort of fight that's happening in that corner, and everything looks okay. So that gives me sort of the green light, the go ahead to say, well, this looks okay. Let's make some adjustments. So if I double click this edge, I want to deselect the very ends. And then I'm going to go to a right-hand view or side view, modify edit form, and I'm going to just carry this down a little bit further. So when I carry that down a little bit further, what I'm doing is I'm creating that cowl area. If I look at this in smooth display, it doesn't really look like much. And I want to avoid using something like a crease here. And then I'm going to take this edge, and we have to be sort of mindful of what's happening in this corner. So this vertex right here needs to drop as well, because this face right here is rolling way too much. So I need to bring this vertex down, and that affects the rest of it. So what I need to do is I need to start from the center, shift double click there. I'm going to use slide edge. I'm going to try to bring this down and say okay. There is some potential problems that we have between these edges that we need to sort out. We'll fix that in just a little bit, but let's take a look at this in smooth display. All right, so now we're starting to get that little bit of a roll that we're looking for. A way that we can control this even better is for us to put another edge close to it. But before I do that, I'm going to come in, I'm going to go back to these edges from my right-hand view, and I'm just going to bring them down a little bit. So I'm going to sort of flatten that out. And the reason I'm doing that is to give me a little bit of a tighter crease in that area. And if it doesn't look right, then we should always, again, try to go to make uniform, go back to box display and back to smooth display, and just take a look. You can see we've got a really tight crease there, and we're rolling down into that little cowl area in the front. So I'm pretty happy with these results so far. Back in box display, we could do a bit more to exaggerate this. So we could take this front edge and we could raise it up. Note that these on the side where the sort of the headlight shape is rolled in, they're already a little bit higher. So I'm going to use shift to sort of omit those. I'm going to go to a front view, and I want to just raise this up a little bit more. So I'm going to bring it up, and I want to take a look at how these things are transitioning. So again, here's where we're sort of rolling into the corner. If we're not happy with any of this, remember we can always come back and use things like insert point. We can draw a straight line here, and then I can take those three and simply delete them to sort of retopologize that. All right, so let's take one last look at this in smooth display, Control 4, and let's just look at this. So you can see this section right here, that edge is not smooth, so I need to do a little bit of work to clean that up, and it's carrying along the roof line, so you can see that is problematic. But we're gonna fix that, and again, I'm leaving the bumper to the very end because we're gonna have to do a lot of work back there. But this looks pretty good. I just need to make some adjustments here. But as always, let's make sure that we do save. We don't want to lose anything that we're doing. So make sure you save your work. And let's just take a pause here and let's think about the shape. I'm pretty happy with the front. I think that the A-pillar area is okay. We need to do a little bit of work with these edges, probably deleting and adding some more. And we could decide to either try to fix the back now or to finish off the front. Either would be perfectly fine. I think that I'm going to focus on the front. I'm going to leave the back till the very end, but I'm going to do my work and focus on the front up here after we clean up the windscreen. But for right now, let's just step back. Let's take a look at what we've done. We have done quite a lot of work, and I think that it looks pretty good. We've captured the essence of the car. We've added some sort of flair. We've added wider fenders, obviously, and we're sort of making the car our own. So everything looks pretty good so far. I'm pretty happy with it. And this is a good time for you to pause, take a step back, look at what you've done. If there are any problems that you need to address, now's a great time to do it. And then we can move on to fixing the windscreen and fixing the front bumper. All right, so let's go ahead and let's work on this windscreen and see if we can get it to a sort of a better place. So I'm going to hide the edges. I'm going to rotate this around so we can identify the problem. And as we rotate this around, you can see there's a very hard line here. And the A-pillar on these cars is fairly small, and most of this is actually going to get cut for the windscreen. So this edge right here is probably going to be the extent of the actual A-pillar when we cut it out using our surfacing tools. So this right here is going to be bad for the glass. So a couple things that we can do. We can completely remove the glass from the body, so leave a small lip around the entire outside, and we can get rid of it. Or we can try to smooth it out. And the problem is this edge right here. Now, if we take a look at this in box display, this violates one of the rules that I mentioned, and that's not having an edge where the other surfaces are flat. Because what ends up happening is the curvature just really can't account for that. So what we need to do is we need to fix that a little bit. So I'm going to look around at these other edges, and what we need to do is we need to move it a little bit or retopologize it. So I'm going to take these three sections right here. I'm going to view it from the top. And even though we can't really see what's going on, I'm going to move it forward ever so slightly and take a look at it in smooth display. Then I want to go to my utilities. I'm going to go to make uniform. I'm going to go to box display and back to smooth display. I'm going to hide my edges and see if we fixed it at all. So you can see it's still kind of there. The other thing that we can do is we can figure out if we actually need that edge or not, because it is causing problems on the roof as well. So if we identify the one that's the problem, you can see right there is kind of where the shadowing changes. This edge right here is causing us problems. Now, up at the front at the headlight, we need it. So we want to make sure that we keep it there. So I'm going to shift and deselect a handful of these. But remember, we can have T-points. So we can have edges that just end at other edges. So for example, we can have it end right here at the bottom of the windscreen. And since that's in a groove, that's going to be okay. So with that selected, I'm going to hit delete and get rid of it. Notice how it flared out the rest of these. When we look at this in box display, that's not the case, but in smooth display, it flared it out. So again, this is another case of where make uniform should help us. We should see that these two edges get pulled back in line, and that one does as well. So let's try that. Again, go back and forth between box and smooth display, and you can see that it did help out, but we lost some of the edge definition here. So you can kind of see that that edge starts to go away. We have a nice crisp edge here, but then it sort of disappears down here. So how do we fix that? Well, we go back into box display, and we are going to carry this edge along. We want to make sure that we use it to help control it. So I'm going to come down all the way to here. I'm going to go to insert edge, and I want to pull it down so visually it looks like it's about the same as the other one. Modify, insert point, connect the two, and let's just take a quick look and see. So again, Control 4 to hide those edges, and you can see we tightened it back up. So that looks pretty good. I don't see any surface issues that I need to worry about, but you can see here that that looks pretty good. And again, we have to be mindful of the number of edges that we add. This is always going to be the balance. The number of edges that we end up adding are going to have downstream influences. So you can see here that, again, the back is something that we're going to have to work on. We need to decide where we can have T-points. So for example, here, I didn't want to carry that edge any farther. So a T-point is going to work okay for us here. And in the back, we might decide that we really don't want this many edges. Again, I'm going to leave the back for last. It's going to need a lot of work for us to clean up. But for right now, as long as the roof looks okay, and as long as the windscreen looks okay, we still have a little bit of shading there, but I think I'm going to be okay with that. It looks all right. And it's a lot closer to the actual A-pillar size. But if we have any of those issues on the roof, then we want to take care of them. You can kind of see a little bit of shading right there. So I do want to put a little bit more work into this and try to sort it out. So the way that we're going to do that is we're going to come to the front and make some adjustments. So this edge right here, we don't want to go all the way down. We're going to make sure we take this, I'm going to rotate this around, and figure out where we want to go to, probably to here. So again, it's hard to zoom in. Let's go to that little edge right there. God, this is pain. There we go. And come back to, let's see, is this one in line? Right there. All right, so now that we have that one selected, let's go back to a front view, double click the mouse wheel, and we're gonna bring it up ever so slightly. Go back to our smooth display, Control 4 to hide the edges, and just see if that smoothed it out. Again, we want to be really careful with these sort of competing, these edges that are competing. And we want to make sure we don't have any red error star points. And we also want to make sure that we're using make uniform. And the reason why make uniform is important in this case, and it's not always important in other cases, is because of the way that we divided this up in the box display. We made sure that we were fairly consistent with these edges, and we want to sort of maintain that. So I'm still having an issue here. I want to carry those hood lines because I need them, but I don't necessarily need them at the windscreen. So I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing here. And I want to go all the way to the back, make sure that we follow the right edge. I'm going to shift, double click here, and delete it. Take a look at it in smooth display, Control 4. And you can see now that the roof is smooth, but again, for edge control, we want to make sure that we go to make uniform. We're going to go back and forth between box display and smooth display. For some reason, you have to do that. And you can see there's a little bit of disparity here, but it's okay. That's kind of in the middle of the roof. It's not going to be a problem. But we want to make sure that we got rid of that crease on the windshield and the crease on the hood, or on the roof, I mean. The last thing that we want to do is we want to make sure that the roof shape still works. And in order to do this, I think I need to move some of those lines. So I'm going to take this right here, I'm going to rotate it around, find where it goes to, probably this one right here. We're going to leave these bunched together, double click holding down shift, and we'll use modify and slide edge. So I want to slide it over to try to get it exactly in between these other edges. And then I want to modify its position. So I want to raise it up a little bit. This can be done in smooth display as well. And we have to decide how far back we want to raise it up. I think I want to go all the way to here, and then we'll sort of deal with the back end when we have to. All right, so now we're going to move this up. I'm going to check it in smooth display. You can see, I'm not sure if you can see, but visually it looks like this is coming down, and then it's bumping back up and coming down. So that's something that we need to work on. Not ideal. So that means this edge needs to go up a little bit and maybe even slide over. So I'm going to say okay to that. I'm going to do the same thing here. Probably to right there. Maybe use slide edge on this one. Just pull it over just a little bit. And then again, we'll have to reselect it. I don't know why slide edge deselects it. Other tools don't, but once we're there, modify, edit form, go to a front view, and we want to raise this one up just a little bit. And again, we're looking at our smooth display. We want that nice transition. We can probably raise some of these other ones up as well if we want to. So maybe we could take this one and raise it up as well. We have to be mindful of where we're going to. We don't want to make too drastic of changes, but these minor changes are going to be kind of important to help smooth out the surfaces. So again, what I'm looking for here is a nice gradual transition. I don't want it to be drastic. I want it to be nice and gradual. So that way the roof line looks nice and smooth. If I hide the edges, Control 4, we are going to have to fix the front of the windscreen. That's okay. Right now, I'm worried more about the major surfaces. So everything looks pretty good. There's probably a little bit of a bulge in the middle, but it's hard to tell from pictures because the glass is cut out right here. But that looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. So let's go ahead and let's fix the windscreen now. And what I mean by fix the windscreen is by sliding these edges around, we want to make sure that the transition of that front edge or that leading edge is still good. So you can see here that it comes out. This section looks fairly straight. This one could probably go back a little bit. I'm just going to drag it back just a slight amount. Drag this one back a little bit. Maybe pull this one back just a little bit more. And one thing I notice is when it changes from box to smooth display, this edge drops quite a bit. So you can see in box display, we've got it pretty high up, and smooth display, it drops down pretty far. That's something that we might want to try make smooth again. And from the side, when we look at the distance or the width between these edges and we look here, you can see how they're tapering down. That's not something that we want. We want it to be more gradual if it is supposed to taper down. So we do want to make sure that we make some minor adjustments here. Make sure that everything looks okay. You can see that in the middle, everything looks good here. And then the midline actually is a little bit higher than the transition on the rest of this. So I'm going to manually make some minor adjustments. Again, I'm looking at the number on the left to stay at 0, but I'm using the in-plane move option because I have a little bit more fine control. We could also manually punch in some values, but again, this is just going to give me some very minor control. Now, these are the tiny things that take a lot of time. They are kind of a pain. Seeing that symmetry line, that green line disappear here is also something we want to be mindful of. It's bad. We want to make sure that that does not disappear. And it's on this edge right here. Just highlight it so I can see which one to click. And we want to make sure that that is up so we don't get a dip in the back of the surface. So everything's looking okay so far. Let's take a look at it in smooth display. Once again, I am going to try to use Make Uniform, just give it the best possible chance at sort of fixing any of these irregularities. Everything looks pretty good. We don't have any issues with those T-points at the bottom of the glass. Again, this is going to get cut out. We are going to do the hood scoop or the hood inlet area manually with surfaces, and the headlights still look okay, even though we modified some of these edges. So it looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and do a save. We don't want to lose anything. And now let's move on to the front. Again, we're going to leave the back end, the spoiler, the bumper, all that stuff to the end because I feel like we're going to have to do a lot of work back there. The front is not so bad, but what we need is a bit more control. So right now it's fairly smooth. This looks like late 90s, early 2000s, like Porsche Boxster or something like that. Very smooth, very rounded, and we want it to be a little bit more aggressive. So we need to decide how aggressive, and that's going to determine where we're going to insert some edges. I want to be careful and be mindful that we don't take all of the edges into the wheel well because then it'll start to compete for tangency. I can already see this looks maybe very just slightly out of round. We bring our canvas back, you can see it's kind of opened up here. If we want to fix that, we certainly can. It's probably not worth a ton of time, but we can pull some of these in and just make sure that we are staying true, sort of true to shape or true to form. It doesn't have, again, it doesn't have to be perfect, but if it's drastically different, then it will be very visible. So for us, you can see the original car kind of came here and then it had this bumper. So we're out about where the original bumper was. We're just lower, which is going to look more streamlined, more aggressive. And then we want to sort of tighten up these transitions. So the way that I'm going to do this is I'm going to insert some edges, but I'm only going to go to the corner here and I'm going to have some T-points where we intersect the surface. Now this was our original surface that we carried on for the entire side of the car. And I want to see if I can just use T-points here and then blend the shape away. So I'm going to go to Insert Edge. I'm going to put one fairly close and just see what it looks like. So we can see that that has a drastic effect. We tightened up that upper section. And if we use Control and 4 to hide our edges, you can see that it sort of blends away around the side. So that's kind of the look I was going for. Something we should consider is if we want that to carry up to the headlight or into the fender farther. So for example, some of the body kits will actually carry into the bumper and flare out. So if we want that crease to carry farther and we want it to go into the bumper, then we just simply need to divide the bumper up. And the way that we would do that is just carry that edge out. I'm going to just try it, see what it looks like. I don't want it to stay as tight. I want it to flare out a bit. So I'm going to go to this edge. I'm going to start to widen it here. And I'm going to leave a T-point right there. I'm going to say, okay, take a look at this in smooth display, Control 4. And you can see that we carried the crease into the fender flare. So if that's the look that you're going for, then you can carry those edges. And if you want to, you can actually bring this edge out to sort of exaggerate that. And what I mean by that is if I take this face right here and we go to Modify, and I just sort of pull it out a little bit. When we look at this in smooth display, we're exaggerating that transition. We're sort of carrying it in a bit tighter, and you can see that the fender flare is still there, but now we've sort of changed the angle. The more that we move it, the more drastic it's going to be. I'm going to do this in smooth display. So if I bring this out, let's check it in box display. So one thing we still want to be mindful of, and I'm going to undo some of this work so you don't have to follow along, but one thing we still want to be mindful of is those transitions. We still want them to be gradual and nice and smooth. So again, smooth display, Control 4, and you can see now we've carried that into the fender flare and sort of rolled it out. So if you're going for that look, then that's kind of how you go about the process. If you don't like it, then obviously don't insert those edges. I'll be honest, I don't hate it. I don't think it's a bad look. It's not necessarily the one that I was planning on, but I don't think it's a bad look. And that T-point doesn't seem to be causing any problems here. So for this, let's go ahead and I'm going to leave it. I'm going to go ahead and leave it. So if you want to add it, you can. If you don't, that's perfectly fine. What I want to do is I want to add another crease here. So again, we're going to do Insert Edge. I'm going to select the midline here. Again, I'm going to double click with holding down Shift. I'm going to go to Insert Edge. I'm going to put this relatively close. Say OK. Check it out in Smooth Display. This one is not as drastic. And the reason it's not as drastic is if we look at this edge right here. When we added this, we already had a pretty drastic change in curvature. This one here doesn't have nearly as drastic a change. So if we want to tighten this edge up, what we need to do is we need to slide them a bit closer. So I'm going to use Slide Edge, and I'm going to pull them closer. And we can also exaggerate this. Because we have a T-point, we can just double click on that edge. I can exaggerate it and just pull it out a little bit, noting that it won't work perfectly as it starts to transition. So over here, this one needs to come out to the side a little bit. And now if we take a look at it in Smooth Display, it's a little bit tighter transition. So it kind of depends on what shape you're going for. That look right there is a little bit more 924, 944 style rather than the 911. Doesn't mean that it's a bad thing, but it's just a little bit of a different style. We are going to add some more detail to the bottom. So let's go ahead and do that. So when we're doing an extrude, we want to be careful not to just select half of this edge, because then the vertices in the middle are not going to be joined. So anytime you're extruding across the symmetry line, you need to make sure that you go all the way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go from this side, I'm going to shift double click here. I'm going to go to a bottom view, and I'm going to hold down Alt and Control and scale this out. Now, when I scale it out, it's going out towards the sort of the width of the fender flare. Then I'm going to scale it in this direction, which in this case it's Y for me. And then I want to move it forward a little bit, just barely, and just kind of get a feel for how big that is. Before I deselect it, I want to see how big it is. And that looks pretty good. If we want to go more aggressive, we certainly can. Now, remember, holding down Alt and Control extrudes with a crease. So what we did is we added a crease here. So that looks all right. If we want a smooth transition, we can, but for right now, I wanted that crease. The next thing we need to consider, I'm going to go back to box display. The next thing we need to consider is the number of divisions that we have here. So I'm going to OK this. I'm going to go to Modify Weld Vertices, and I'm going to take this vertex and bring it out to here. Now, this isn't going to work perfectly because we don't have these extra divisions, but we're gonna work on that. So then I want to select here. So select the edge, shift double click here. I'm gonna go to Insert Edge. It's not gonna be halfway. I'm gonna push it a little bit closer. We're gonna use to control the curvature in this. We're gonna get rid of that crease in just a minute. Then I can use Modify and Insert Point, go from here to here. And if you misclick, make sure that you cancel. You want to make sure that you are clicking on this. And the problem is this edge is not actually welded together. So we need to make sure that we're sort of clicking in the right area. It doesn't have to be perfect. We can come, for example, we can come over here. Then we'll come back with weld vertices and just make sure you move this vertex to the one on the fender flare. We're going to do the same thing on the outside. We can double click because this is not included because it's just not a continuous loop. And we'll do Insert Edge. And we need to figure out where slider is. Looks like it's got an issue. So let's do this just omitting that last section there. We'll do insert edge, pull it over. Again, visually, we want to keep about the same distance here. We'll say OK, modify insert point. Again, because these are not connected, we just need to get kind of close. And then we'll use weld vertices. So from here to here, and now that seam should be welded. Notice that I haven't gone back to smooth display yet. I'm not quite ready to see what this looks like. I want to go to modify and uncrease. I'm going to double click that edge. That's the one that was creased and created originally. And then I want to take a look in smooth display. So in smooth display, you can see how it rolls up that fender. And the reason it's rolling up is because we don't have that additional control down in this bottom edge. We're controlling the curvature here by putting these edges close together. The tighter we put them together, the tighter that transition is going to be. But we haven't actually added anything here to control that. So if we want to, we need to insert additional edges, which means that we're going to have to carry additional curves down. We could take this crease that we created and we could actually bring it down and over to control it if we want. It might give an interesting aesthetic. But ideally what we would want to do is we would want to carry that over to here, and then we would want to add another edge if needed or add a crease. But before we do that, let's double click on this edge. Note that now it's a complete loop because everything is stitched together properly. From here, I'm going to go to Edit Form, and I'm going to extrude it down. Now, if you want it to be a smooth transition, then you want to just hold down Alt. If you want to crease here, then again, Alt and Control. So I'm going to use Alt because I want a smooth transition. I'm going to pull this down, probably just 10 millimeters. I'm going to rotate around. I'm going to view this from the bottom. I'm going to reset my pivot point, and I'm going to reset it to one of these edges selected. And then I want to scale this forward. Now the reason I want to scale it forward is because I don't want this point to move. I only want the front end to sort of bump out a little bit. Now I will have to do a little bit of manual work here because I need this to happen on the side as well. I could have scaled it out in X and Y or in plane, but I really want to control the shape at the front a bit more. And there's only one or two vertices here, so it doesn't really need as much, and we want it to blend flush with the fender flare here. So this top one, I'm just going to move out just a little bit. Then I'm going to double click that edge again, and I'm going to pull this down one more time. And the reason I'm going to do it one more time is because now I want to go straight down, and this is going to help me control the shape. And from here, what we're going to do is we're going to fill all of that in, or we can scale it down. Now, if we're just making this for renders, then having it be open underneath doesn't really matter. So in this case, I'm going to hold down Alt and I'm going to scale it inward. And then while it's still selected, let go of Alt, and then I'm going to use the scale in this case, it's X for me in the X direction. And then I'm going to manually scale this edge down. I'm going to do this by moving my pivot point here, and I'm going to scale it down. And really what I'm looking for is it to stay roughly straight with the inner wheel well. So if we look at what we did so far, let's go ahead and let's take a look at it in smooth display. So in smooth display, you can see that we've got sort of that nice rounded transition. If I hide the edges, we've got that nice rounded transition up front. We've, of course, can tighten it up, but it looks pretty good. And now we've created that sort of arrow, that air splitter. Let's do a quick save. We don't want to lose it. And we want to carry this back now. So in order to do that, just like we did before, I'm going to leave a T point. So I'm going to do this manually with insert point. And I'm going to start to, again, sort of spread this out because I want that crease to be in the model, but I want it to fade away. So you can kind of see that the crease is fading away. And again, it's a good idea for us to make sure that we use make uniform on a model like this. It's particularly important on a model like this because of the underlying patchwork and the geometry that we're creating. We want to make sure that the smooth display makes use of all the work we're putting in to try to keep all these even. If you have more of an organic shape and you don't really have a consistent layout, then the make smooth isn't really going to make much of a difference at all. But in a case like this, when we start to add edges and it starts to expand or bridge them out, then we do want that. Now at this point, if we want to make adjustments, we can re-topologize this because we've got our snap point. So for example, if I wanted it to be tighter up to here and then blend out here, then I can delete that original one, take a look at it in smooth display, and we can see that it's carried further into the crease. This is kind of a neat way for us to define some areas where we might want to add, let's say, a duct or some Aero features. So you can see that this is pulled out into the bumper. The more that we add here, the less I like that. It's going to be hard for us to fix, but it's not bad. But I kind of feel like we should pull the rest of this out as well to kind of match it. So I'm going to give that a shot. Before I do, I'm going to save it just in case I have to come back. And what I want to do with this one is I want to bring these edges out instead of that face. And there's really not a good reason, but I'm going to pull the edges out. And what I'm looking for here is the width or the distance between these edges and these edges. And I'm looking for either a very slight taper or I'm looking for them to be parallel. And then I'm going to go and just take this edge here, I'm going to view it from the top. And we can't really see much from the top, but what we can see is this edge here, and I'm looking to make it slightly change angles, a very wide angle. I'm looking for it to change directions to start to point toward the front of the car. We want to take a look at it from the side, make sure that we didn't drastically change anything here. We want to look at it from the front. That looks pretty good from the front. And then we want to take a look at it in smooth display and hide our edges. So you can see what we did was we carried that bumper line into the flare. We kept the flare sort of smooth at the bottom. We kept it smooth above. Let's go ahead and move this over. And we carried that detail into the flare. So obviously we could spend a lot more time. We could tighten up these edges and we could make that crease more apparent if we wanted to. But I'm really looking for sort of more smooth lines. I want the tightness there, but I'm looking for more smooth lines here. Now, the way that this drops down and sort of continues, I don't really like, so I want to redo that a little bit with insert point. So I'm going to come from this upper edge to here, and then I want to get rid of this, and then I'm going to redo that from here to here, and then I can get rid of these three. And again, just double check it in smooth display, make sure that we didn't drastically alter anything, but now it looks a bit more consistent. That looks a little bit more like there was maybe a stock bumper shape underneath. So you can see the shadowing. We've got that tight line there. We've got a tight line here. This will be great for us to put some openings in the bottom of it. And we've got the splitter, the little chin splitter on the bottom. The last thing that I want to do to this front bumper is I want to tighten up this crease. Now, in terms of Aero, that is not great. So we have a couple choices. We can either tighten it up, kind of like we did on the front of the bumper, or we can try to bring this shape forward more so that the bumper rolls out to that corner. Either are going to be fine. It's just going to depend a bit on what you want to do. And one thing that we should really be mindful of is the fact that we don't really have great control just moving things around. It can be very hard for us to do that. I am going to try to do it manually, which again, doing it manually can be kind of tough. We could use insert point and break this up, but it's good practice for us to try to do it manually, and we can always undo. So what I want to do is I want to bring this up, and I'm probably going to have to make some additional moves. I'm going to have to move a vertex, and I'm going to go ahead and bring this one up. And again, what I'm looking at here is keeping the shapes of these, or the edges of them, parallel. That's going to be the important bit. Then from the front, what we want to do is we want to pull it out. So I'm going to rotate this slightly. I really wish it would stop going inside of the car. I'm going to rotate that slightly. I'm going to grab both of those vertices, and I want to pull them both out. And what I'm looking for here is going to be the transition between these edges. Let's go ahead and take a look at it in smooth display. And now you can see that it's starting to to roll out. So we pulled that corner up a bit more, starting to roll out a bit more. And I think that looks pretty good. If we hide the edges, I think that looks pretty good. And it looks like we've taken that crease and we carried it up over the fender line, so that's a neat little detail. And if we want to make any additional adjustments, you certainly can. Make this your own. If you want it to be massive and pull everything out, that's obviously easier to do before we add all this detail. But you still can by selecting edges. So for example, if we shift double click here, shift select that, shift double click here, and we just keep moving on. Select that, shift double click here, select that, and I'm holding down shift the entire time. So once we grab all of those edges, we can pull them forward to make this a bit more drastic. So say we're making something like a time attack car and we needed some massive aero, we could do that. So that helps sort of expand the size and shape. It helps blend into that wide fender flare up front. We need to fix some of this stuff here. When we start to do things like extrudes, this can get pretty nasty. So what I'm going to do is again, just use insert point and clean that up a little bit. I don't really care what the bottom looks like. We're not going to see it. If you want to, you can spend the time to fill all this stuff in. I have found that sometimes it causes more problems than it's worth. So the best way that I would suggest to do that is if we bridge from here to here and then use something like fill hole. The problem that we're going to get here is the fact that we don't really have a midline. So we do need to make sure that we have a midline for symmetry. And the triangles and n-gons and stuff on the bottom don't really matter because they are flat. And because they are flat, triangles and n-gons work just fine. And you can see we got some pulling in the corner and probably need to just add a crease here to make it work. So if we come back here and we say crease, maybe adding a crease to this edge would help clean that up a little bit. But again, sometimes it's more hassle than it's worth to sort of add these details. So again, if you wanna hide it, you can. I'm gonna do Control Z. I'm gonna go back to before I added this. And I want to take a look at this corner right here, and I want to make sure that that corner is okay. So this, we need to make sure that there's not a crease there. Let's make sure we do uncrease. Say okay, take a look at it in smooth display. Looks like that corner there might have a crease. We're going to uncrease that one as well. So it just depends on your geometry that you're working with. The crease is sort of a holdout from the inside of that fender well, and you can see that it is causing problems. So a way that we can fix this is we can put the crease back in here, or what we could do is we could get rid of the crease on the inside of the fender well and just add an extra edge. So if we come in here and we uncrease that, and then we select it, I'm going to go into box display, and we do an insert edge, and we just put an edge relatively close to it. I'm going to say minus 0.05. And we take a look at it in smooth display, we hide our edges. Now we have what looks to be a fairly tight crease, but what we actually did was we carried some extra control edges down into the corner. So this gives you a little bit more control of that corner rather than having a crease. Creases and smooth geometry don't tend to go very well together. So you might find when you start adding more details like this that you need to come in and you need to add those in. So now that we've got most of the front pretty well done, most of the details like the grills and the openings, those are going to be done as surface bodies rather than doing them in forms. Now we can model them as form bodies in here, but we have nice, smooth, clean geometry. Anything we do to open this grill up is going to cause problems there. You can do it, but I wouldn't suggest it. I would suggest doing those after the fact. So now is the point that we've all been waiting for or dreading, depending on how much you like yourself, and that's fixing the back end. Now we could have left the back end open while we were doing the rest of the model, we could have taken a bit more care to use T-points and not carry these problems into the back. But as I'm going through this model, I did originally model something very similar just to go through and just sort of work out the process that I wanted to show. And I kind of don't like going through tutorials and having everything work perfectly. Because in reality, that's not what happens. We all are going to run into problems as we start modeling things as complex as a car body. So I think that having these problems sort of organically appear is important. And I will say that the back end of this, it's not horrible, it's not bad, but some of the problems that we introduced are things like these creases. So all this detail to get the back window right, you can kind of see that it just is sort of bubbly in the middle. These creases are coming down. This corner is I don't even know what's going on with it. And all this stuff is competing for surfaces, so it's causing pulls and things in other directions. So we need to fix it. And I think the first thing that I want to do is I want to take another look at just a search online. Just look for RWB 911, RWB Porsche 911, just to see some of the different back ends on these cars that have been made. So we can go as crazy as we want. So this is obviously a concept on a much newer 911 GTS, but you can see how sort of wild and open this is. Massive Aero and exhaust, and it's kind of a neat take on a classic. Obviously, this isn't a classic, but it's kind of a neat take on a different approach to creating a back end. And because we are going custom, we don't have to stick to tradition. We can stop the fender flare here, more like Rocket Bunny style, where they sort of end kind of on like that Pandem GTS, where they just sort of end and roll into something else. We can carry it down and back into a bumper and roll around. We can do anything that we want with this shape. And obviously, we're going to put a massive wing on this thing. These cars don't look right, especially with the super wide fenders without a massive wing on it. I don't really like the triple wing look, but there are some cool things that we can do here. But again, the intent here is to figure out how we can fix the problems that we sort of unintentionally created and what we want the back end of this thing to look like. So again, it's a good idea to just take a look at a couple different cars. You can see they've got some very interesting Aero. These are obviously cooling vents trying to get air back into the engine, and it's coming up through the side skirts and in the fenders. And you can just see that there's all kinds of crazy things that we can do. With that said, let's go ahead and let's get started sort of working on the back end of this thing. So let's bring back our edges and let's go into box display. And let's sort of see if we can identify the problem. So the first problem here is that this corner is not well defined. We need to think about where we want the geometry to go. So from the back wheel, we want this to sort of roll under, and we want this to go up and back. And then we have to decide what is going on with all this shape back here. Now, one of the easiest ways to do this is to delete the faces and start over. Just build out the surface how you want it and then connect the pieces. Another way that we could do it is by deleting edges, keeping some edges but deleting some, and then leaving T-points. So for example, if I get rid of that edge and I get rid of this edge, I have just reduced the level of control that is needed. So whenever we have these competing edges, we can go ahead and just get rid of some. And because T-points are okay in Fusion, we still have enough of the back end defined that we can start to build the shape. For me, what I want to do is I want to sort of start over. I don't like the way that some of this worked out. We've got a triangle up here. I really think that we could carry that geometry back better. So I'm going to just gut the back of this thing. So I'm going to sort of work my way over, and I want to just get rid of all the stuff that's inside of here to start with. And these corners here, I don't like the way that those look. I'm going to get rid of that. And This, we have to remember where the sort of the original side piece that we worked so hard on was, and that's right here. So I'm okay with leaving that. I want to make sure that that's still there. And then this stuff up here, I just don't really like it. Now, keep in mind that we've got a very tight T-point right here. That's something that we're probably going to address. And for right now, I'm actually going to get rid of that edge as well. I don't want it pulling and competing for geometry. And I'm going to get rid of this. So essentially what we did was we just hacked the whole back of this thing off. And if you want to use the original canvas as sort of a guide, you can see that we still have the shape here. And this is where the back of the original one sort of ended. So I think it's important at this stage that we start to restructure the direction that our fender flares are going. Now, right at the start, these things sort of droop down in the back. That's the classic shape, right? And if we follow the canvas, you can see that we've got this line from the bumper that's coming back and it's sort of rolling around. So if we want to follow that, what we would do is we would take this edge and we would begin building out that geometry. So I'm going to bring it back to about where the corner would be. And again, when I'm using this this option where I'm moving in plane, I'm looking for one of those values, in this case Z, which is vertical, to be 0, but it gives me a little bit more fine control. Here, it doesn't really matter if it's 0 because we're not moving it up and down. What we want to do is we want to carry the shape of the fender back a little bit, and then I'm going to hold down Alt again, and I'm going to extrude it one more time. Now here is where it starts to get tricky, because we can't just keep extruding this. We need to be mindful of the angle of the edge, because if we just keep extruding this out, then eventually what we need to do is we need to start straightening it up. And the way we do that is by scaling it in the horizontal direction. If you just try to rotate it, the length of the line will still be the same, and then it'll start to creep up or down, depending on where your pivot point is. But if you scale it, the top and the bottom will stay the same, and the line will just slowly become more vertical. So you can kind of see that this edge is lining up here. And what I really want to try to do is take four-sided faces and wrap them around. I'm not going to be worried about the number of divisions on the top of this yet. What I really want to focus on is just getting the shape that I want. And I'm actually going to hide the canvas because at this point, I hacked the whole back of the car off. Let's make it custom. Let's make it wild. So that's that last edge that we created. And I'm going to hold down Alt and I'm going to extrude it in. Again, I'm not really caring too much about these divisions. I am still visually looking at where they are because it will be easier for us downstream if we know where they are. But I just want to sort of build out the shape, the main shape, some like a defining curve. I'm going to slowly make these more and more vertical. Alt to extrude it inward. I'm going to go close to the center. And then I'm going to use weld vertices. I don't really like to use merge edge. I find that the results oftentimes are not ideal for me. So I tend to gravitate to weld vertices over using the merge edge option. That doesn't mean that it doesn't work, but I just find that oftentimes if you have multiple edges, if you're doing more than a one-to-one, then it kind of takes some liberties with where the vertices end up, and it doesn't really care if they connect. So with that middle edge selected, I'm going to pull it back just slightly just to give this thing some shape. And then let's take a look in smooth display and just see what we have. So this is sort of the starting point. This is sort of the defining curve. And we need to think about how this shape is going to roll into it and what's going to happen down here. So I built out this control in the middle of the car, and then I want to sort of build out the rest of it. Now this is a great time for us to restructure the shape. Before we get too deep into it, if we want to define the shape a little bit differently, now is the time to do it before we start adding too much detail. So this can be done a couple different ways. We can do this with inserting edges, or we can do it with manipulating this. So if I double click this bottom edge, note that it's trying to grab everything in this loop. What I want to do is just grab this section. I'm going to go to Edit Form. I'm going to reset my pivot point here. Because we have symmetry, I know that the edge on both sides is right, and then I want to rotate this. Now the reason I'm going to rotate it is I'm kind of looking at this geometry here, and I'm thinking I might want to carry that down. And I'm going to end up taking these bottom two and start to sort of carry them up. But I really want to carry the original shape of the body here, and then the rest of it can sort of be hacked away, because the bottom of this is really originally just the bumper. It's not part of the body anyways. So for the top edge, instead of doing the rotate and select, I'll do insert point, and I'm just going to come down to the middle here. Double click this upper edge, and you can see it's grabbing that whole loop. So we want to just manually go around and hit delete. So once again, we're just doing some restructuring. We're just adjusting the shape, and this will give me a little bit better sort of angle or shot. If you want to check the canvas to see where we're at, you can see we're out a little bit wide. So I am going to box select those edges. I am going to go to my selection space. And if we want to, we can do a local per entity, but the selection space should be based on the geometry. I'm going to reset my pivot point here, and I can actually rotate my pivot point. And then I want to scale them in this direction. So it's not going to be perfect, but it'll get us pretty close. I'm going to reset my coordinate space to world, maybe move these up a little bit and back in manually. And I want to take this edge and probably move it back. I am violating a couple rules here, because I'm always saying that we don't want to manually move stuff if we don't have to, and I'm kind of doing that. But you know what? Sometimes you have to make those changes, and they need to be done manually. Another thing I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start working on these vertices manually from the top down. I really want to see all of these faces. I still want it to be curving backwards. So I'm going to manually take those vertices and make adjustments. When you're using the in-plane option and you have a vertex that's on the mirror line, it won't matter if you move vertically, because it's not going to move either direction. It's going to stay right on that symmetry line. So again, we're just trying to angle these back a little bit. It's going to help us transition the shape. And if we want to, we can do this by using insert point, or we can just keep going and just adjusting them manually. And this is good practice again, because we want to visually be able to follow the lines. We want to know where things are going. So that looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with the way that the shape is forming. The bottom section, again, I'm thinking of going more like the newer Carrera GTS and having the bottom section open, and we're going to fill it with some big Aero and some kind of crazy stuff. So the front's going to be kind of classic, and the back will be kind of wild. So I'm going to probably keep some of that open. And what I want to do now is I want to figure out how to fill the rest of this in. Now is the point where, first off, we save. And we start to think about the number of divisions, because this face needs to blend into at least these three. So what that means is I'm going to go to Insert Edge. I'll do both, and I'm going to say 0.5. Before I add any more edges, remember that when we use the simple insertion method, it's just going to stick that edge between the other two edges, and essentially what we have is an edge between two other straight edges, and that's not going to give us good curvature. So we want to pull that out a little bit, and then we're going to go with that edge selected. We're going to do insert both again, which is going to be one more than we need, and I'm actually going to reduce that amount because 50 is going to put them too close to the other edges. So we're going to do about 0.4, and then we're going to take this middle one and delete it. And the reason we did that is because the original one, putting it halfway between these two, didn't line up with anything, but then using that to put two more in kind of helped us get closer to that shape. Now, if you want the back of this to start to taper inward, then you're going to want to start to push these over closer to the center and visually watch the edges and the curves go. And again, we can do that by inserting points. So for example, if we wanted this to sort of carry over and go this direction, we could manually do that and delete that edge. And again, if we want that to happen over here, maybe we want this to come down and delete that edge. So that'll help us transition those inward. Again, we want to go to a top view, double click the mouse to zoom to fit, and make sure that this is not just a straight edge, which it is. So again, we want to make minor adjustments to the curvature. I'm going to take this edge, push it back. I don't want this to be straight across either. So we might end up actually pulling this one back a little bit and pulling this one back. Now, it might seem silly to make just these very minor changes, but I assure you that it is important, because if we have these edges and they are sort of incorporated into these large flat sections, the geometry will not be good. You'll be fighting yourself trying to make it work. Now, at this stage, a couple things that we can decide to do is we can try to make a couple more minor tweaks to the shape. And as soon as we're happy with the shape, you can see from the side it doesn't look great. So what we probably need to do is I'm going to go to Insert Point, and I want to carry that back straight. I want to get rid of these upper edges. So from here to here, delete that. And I want to do the same thing on the bottom. And this is much easier than us trying to manually move these around. It's good practice, but I don't really want to spend the time doing it. So we'll go ahead and just smooth that out. So it's looking all right. Let's do a quick check in smooth display. Still pretty flat, which is what the back of these cars were. They didn't have a ton of curvature. But again, this is the time to make these changes. If you want it to have more curvature, now is the time to make it happen. So we need to pull this back a little bit. Let's go 20 millimeters, and then I'll go 15 on this one. And then maybe we'll go 10 on this one. And then check it in smooth display. So that looks all right. And you'll notice that these are sort of moving around and bunching up. Again, we're going to go to make uniform. We'll go to box display and then back to smooth, and you can see that it sort of normalizes those for us. So this is looking pretty good. The taillights on the actual car are down here. And what we want to do is we want to start to fill it in. So a couple ways that we can do this. We can manually carry it back. We can try to bridge it, or we can just use fill. Now, I don't think fill is a great option here. So what I want to do is I am going to manually extend the top down, because that top is going to be important. So what we want to do is hold down Alt, and I'm going to carry it all the way back. Now, one of the reasons I want to do this is because I want to make sure that that shape extends. The other reason is now we can just use weld vertices and make sure that we go to the section that we just designed. So this is going to help us keep the curvature that we just created up here, and it'll just pull those vertices to where they need to go. So we can take a look at this in smooth display, make sure that we are carrying that curvature like we expect. And these openings are kind of cool. It might be a kind of a nice exhaust area, but we're going to fill them in. So box display, go ahead and save. And let's think about what's next here. So when we look at this, we have to fill this in. We have a lot of edges to deal with. So as you look at a challenge like this, there are a couple things that we need to think about. Do we want to try to carry these edges and wrap them over? Or do we want to just try to terminate them with some triangles? So I think because this face is almost double the length of this one, that I want to divide it up in the middle. So I'm going to double click this edge. I'm going to say insert edge, single, and we're going to put it over here at about -0.5. We want to take this edge and again, make sure that it's not just an edge between, a flat section. So we're going to give it a little bit of curvature. Double check that everything is nice and smooth. Go back to our box display. And now we can start to sort of visualize how things are going to break up. So this could theoretically just flare out and come to here, but we also have these two that we need to bring back. So again, there's not really going to be an exact right way, because geometry that you make is going to be different every time. So I'm going to take these two edges, since these are major defining body lines. I'm going to take them to here. I'm going to reset my pivot point, and scale them down as I go. Then Alt and extrude them one more time. Pivot point is still at the bottom. Scale them down one more time. It's not perfect, but again, it gets me kind of close. Then I can take weld vertices, move this one to here, and this one to here. So what we did was we carried that line back, and you can see that it's starting to sort of roll over itself, right? And we're going to have to create a triangle, or we could potentially change directions. So if we weld vertices and say take this one to here and this one all the way to here, now we've kept 4 sides here, 4 sides here, and we have this sort of weird patch that we need to create. When we look at something like this, it's important that we really focus on the flow of edges, because that right there is not good from the top. So this vertex here needs to change. I'm going to do it with insert point. I want to carry this line straight back and then over to here. So that way I can get rid of these two. So it's going to be extremely important that you work on your skill at breaking up these faces and figuring out exactly where they need to be. So in this case, from the top, I want that vertex to follow a straight line here, follow a line here, and I want this to be a consistent transition. Now that's only from the top. When we look at it from the side, we need to make sure that it makes sense vertically, and then we need to make sure that it looks okay from the back. So the back one is going to be kind of hard since everything's sort of falling off toward us. This theoretically could probably drop down a little bit. But again, these are all the things that we sort of need to be mindful of. For this section here, I'm just going to use fill, and I'm going to do the fill star, which will leave it open. And then I want to actually connect this manually. So the reason I want to do it manually is because I want this to end here as a triangle rather than come back here. We could potentially leave it an end-gon, but it's probably going to end up being a triangle anyways. So let's take a look at this in smooth display. Let's hide our edges, and you can see that it's pulling the curvature this direction. Before we freak out, let's check repair body, make sure that there's nothing it can do to smooth it out, and let's go ahead and make uniform. So when we do make uniform, you can see that we still sort of have this edge transition. So let's bring back our edges, and let's see what's happening. So we've got this sort of abrupt change in curvature. From that triangle, we're going straight this way. And what's happening is that triangle is competing for geometry. It's flat, it's going to be flat, and it's pulling everything around us. And because it happens to be in a change of curvature, it's causing problems. So I'm going to try to re-topologize this. And the way I'm going to do it is I want to carry this over to here. I want to get rid of that edge, making that a quad. And I want to get rid of these as well. Now we can maybe work on that corner again, and it's going to need a little bit of work, but let's just see what this looks like. So now if we hide this, that looks a whole lot better, much smoother. Don't worry too much about any minor surface issues right now, but it's not pulling into this corner like it was before. So sometimes making a simple change like that can make a big difference. Now you will see that this triangle here is causing problems. It is causing some surface issues. So when we look at this, we can think if there's a way to make that a quad as well, or to transition the shape somewhere. So the main way to make that a quad is for us to come to insert point and to come to here and get rid of that corner. So now we made it 4-sided. We have a T-point here, which we can carry on, but let's just take a look at it in smooth display. Let's hide our edges. And now you can see that we're transitioning around. That little surface imperfection there, if we repair body, sometimes it'll help us fix that. And because we worked hard on uniformity, we use make uniform, go back and forth between box and smooth display, and you can see we still have an issue there, but let's go ahead and fix it. So in order to fix that, I am going to take these two edges, I'm going to insert an edge at about 50%. Again, we want to make sure that it's not just an edge in a flat set of faces. So we're going to move it up a little bit, give us just a little bit of curvature. And then we can connect these. So we'll just go from that point to that point. And now we want to be mindful of the curvature that's happening here. So one of the reasons we're getting a surface issue is because this is an N-gon. It's got 5 sides and it's raised in the middle. And you can kind of see that these are raised. This point could probably drop a little bit. See, it's going down, then back up, and then we've got the inconsistencies here. So in order to fix that, let's first go to the side and let's raise this vertex up. Let's just bring that up a little bit. Let's bring this one up a little bit. And probably bring this one up a little bit as well. This one could go down. And the reason I say it could go down is I'm just kind of looking at visually that line. And if I view this from the back, we can see how this is changing direction. Now, in reality, what we want is it to be a little bit more straight. We can widen that out here and bring this over. And probably what's going to end up happening is we're going to have to break this up into 2 as well. Let's just take a quick look and see if that fixed anything. And you can see that now we don't really have that surface issue that we had before. Let's go ahead and move that. It seems to be much better. It's not perfect, but it is better. So then the last thing that we can do to try to fix that, or not the last thing, but the next thing I should say, is we're going to go to Insert Point, view this from the top, and I'm just going to carry this down to the midpoint of all these edges. And then I'm going to take this one, again, pull it back a little bit, maybe bring this one in a little bit. And as I'm looking at this from the top, what I'm seeing is I probably want to just take this over a bit farther and get rid of these altogether. All right, let's take another look. So you can see carrying that back helped us clean it up. We still have a potential issue. Again, sometimes make uniform will help that. Let's go between box and smooth display. And it looks okay. Not perfect, but it looks okay. It looks okay from most angles. You can see that we're carrying it down. Again, this area is kind of the taillight area. These are the kinds of things that you kind of need to make a decision. Do you want to spend a ton of time trying to fix it, or is it good enough? Now, there are a couple little things that I do want to correct. And visually, when we look at this edge here is going a little bit wider than this edge. So what I want to do is I want to begin to make them a bit more parallel. So that means I'm going to pull this back. I'm going to bring this down a little bit. Bring this one down. And this one in. Now, if you want them to flare out, that's perfectly fine. In this case, I want them to stay a little bit closer. And I'm still not super happy with this area. And I think the way to fix it would be to do a little bit more retopology. So potentially bring this over to here. And then if we get rid of these 3 edges, it will span that out. This probably could start to taper away sooner. This really needs to come back a bit more. So for example, if we went from here to here and got rid of these 2, that would help clean up those lines a little bit. And again, it's more of a visual thing, but it's more of a visual thing that you're looking for here, but making sure that those are consistent is really going to help with the shape. Probably this section is a little flat, but I think I'm okay with it. I'm going to take a look at it in smooth display, make sure we didn't add any other problems. Pretty tight crease, but that's kind of how the edges are. Not 100% happy with that, but I'll try make uniform real quick. And then we'll just do a repair body, see if there's any problems that it can fix. So again, these are the areas that are usually problematic. And I want to take a second to just look at what we did because we had a lot of different geometry coming together here. So the main thing that you want to look at is that we carried the line of the body, we changed directions, which creates a star point. So we've got 3 edges, generally either 3 or 5 edges coming together. So when we're changing direction like this, we're going to have 3 edges, and we're going around the back of the car and back forward. And we're doing the same thing for the bumper area. We're going around the back of the car. And what you should see when you double click on an edge is you want it to carry all the way around the car generally. It's not always going to be the case because you have things like the wheel wells, and in this case it ends at the headlights. But for the most part, when you double click on an edge, you really want to see the flow or the control of the shape. And that's what we have here. So we carried it around the back of the car. We could spend a lot more time sort of working on this, but I'm happy with the way that this works. I might want to carry that tight crease for the window a bit further back. You can see that we have a potential mismatch in geometry here. You can see that we've got this like little indentation part here that we need to fix. That can cause problems, so we want to make sure that we identify those things, and I'm going to do that by moving it manually. So let's find where it is. I'm going to move it up and back in line with this, and what I'm looking for is I'm looking to stay relatively consistent with what's already there. And then we're going to carry that back a little bit further. So I'm going to go to Insert Point. I'm going to go from that point. And if we want it to sort of fade away, then it's going to get wider. If we want to keep it tight, then we want to keep it close. But I'm going to allow it to fade away as a T-point there. Check on our smooth display. And that looks pretty good. I like those lines. One thing you'll notice that happened is by adding that, we're actually pulling on the curvature a bit more here. So that can cause potential issues. Again, go back to make uniform. You don't have to do make uniform all the time, but you do want to do it every once in a while just to make sure that any of these problems that pop up when we're trying to control the curvature, that we do fix those. So what I want to do with this one is I want to widen it out. I don't want it to pull that hard on the back, so I'm going to go from this point, and I'm just going to take it up higher on the window and then get rid of this one. And that should help us not pull on that corner as much. And last but not least, let us go ahead and make some slight tweaks to the geometry. So I want to bring the star point edge, we could potentially bring it further over. Now, I did mention that fixing the back was going to be a lot of work. So let's go ahead and try getting rid of that and just take a look at it. So you can see we've got more of a squared off bumper here, and it's transitioning to that shape. That looks okay. If we don't want that, then we can add another division in here, and we'd have to carry it across the car, or we'd have to create another star point. I think for this, the best option for me is going to be to carry this point here over a little bit and get rid of this, and then just make some adjustments to the shape. So let's just take a look at it in smooth display, hide everything, and that looks pretty good. I like that shape. So I'm happy with everything there so far. A little bit of pull in the corner. Again, what we can do is we can make this T-point happen a bit further back, and then it's pulling less on the rest of the geometry. The other thing that we can try to do is when you go into repair bodies, we can try changing the T-point to a star point, but oftentimes that ends up having some pretty negative effects. So in this case, keeping it a T-point is going to carry those lines back like we want, and we just need a little bit more control back here. So keep in mind that sometimes fixing those T-points can help. Before I go too much further, I am going to get rid of the crease that we have here. And then I'm going to insert an edge like we did before. I'm going to pull it fairly tight in somewhere around 0.02, 0.03. And again, instead of having that hard crease, we got a little bit of a softer line, but we're still controlling that edge. All right, so we're getting really close. We're almost to adding some big Aero details in the back. We still need to remember that we're going to have to account for some tail lights, and we're going to have to put a wing on this thing, but let's go ahead and save it. And once again, this is the part where you really need to think about what kind of details you want to add, how drastic you want to go. Again, I'm going to be looking at more of that sort of Pandem GTS style. So this one here that we looked at, I'm probably going to do something like this, leave it open and put some more Aero features. Since the motor is back there, you can model some, some turbos and put them under there, add some pretty cool features. But I'm going to do more of a style like this. And then if you want to sort of build the back of the car more stock, then from where we are right now, we're about where the taillights are. You just simply need to build out the bumper. So if you want to follow along with me, I'm going to be probably going more along the lines of this. And again, if you want to do it yourself, then you can sort of follow some of the standards that they do. Again, there are plenty of other RWB kits for these cars. They vary in sort of craziness depending on what you want. But you can kind of look at all the different pictures that you can find and figure out which one you like, what you want to do to yours, and look at the backs of different ones and just see how you want yours to look. So again, for me, I'm going to do it a bit crazy, but again, good time for us to save, think about what we want in the next step, and then we can progress and start modeling it. All right, so hopefully if you decided to sort of follow along with me, we can get started building out the rest of this back. Now, it is important to note that we can build multiple form bodies and they'll all get converted to surfaces. So with a design like this, where we're going to have some underlying bumpers, the best way to do this is to just build another form body, and then we're going to use that other form body to build offset surfaces and things like that, or to build Aero parts. So we're going to build out just the body color portion here, and then the rest of it will sort of turn into what it turns into. Now, just a quick reminder, when we look at this in smooth display, everything looks nice and smooth right now. And what I want to start to do is I want to start to carry, I'm going to roll this under and I want to start to carry the shape up. Visually, again, these things droop down in the back, and visually I want to sweep it up a little bit. So the first thing I need to do is I need to take the bottom of this, make sure that I have all those edges, and I need to move it inward so I can start to roll the bottom side of that fender. So I'm just going to bring this in pretty drastically. I'm going to rotate this around, box select those. I'm going to bring this in, not as drastic, and then just take a look at it in smooth display. So again, on the back side, it's sort of rolling under. Another thing that we could do, which would be kind of cool, is after the fact, we could just cut out part of the fender flare and just simply expose the back of the tire. I really like that look, and we can sort of play around with that a little bit. I'm going to take this one and probably move it in a little bit, and then probably take this bottom one and pull it in just a bit more. So again, not necessarily required, but a little bit of a change off of the sort of like default RWB body kit. We're going to do something a little bit custom. Now, with that in mind, I think I also want to roll the front in just a little bit. So box select that, look at it from the back. I really wish it would stop fitting to screen off to the side, and we'll just roll that one in a little bit as well. All right. And with that in mind, I'm going to take the front one, box select those edges, make sure that I got all of them that I need. And I'm going to take the front one in just a little bit so we can match the style. So again, just sort of rolling it in a little bit more. We're not having any drastic effect on the curvature. We did all of the work to make sure that everything sort of worked right. And I think that looks pretty good. Just adding a little bit of a difference to it. We are going to build a side skirt, or we can build a side skirt, I should say. So just keep that in mind, that we still have a little bit of work to do on the side to fill all this in. And I think I want to pull that one in just a little bit as well. Take a look at it. So I think that looks pretty good. I probably am not super happy with this. Maybe want to pull that back out a bit more. Yeah, I think that looks a bit better. All right, so with that in mind, now let's start to sweep the back up. All right, so I'm going to go back into box display, and we need to be mindful again of the direction of these edges. Right now, you can see that we've sort of we've got the edges coming up, and then they sort of change direction with the original body lines. So we're going to play around with carrying this up a bit, and then I'm going to get rid of that. And I'm going to do the same thing on the bottom. I'm going to sort of take it from here. I'm going to carry it up. I'm going to get rid of that. And lastly, I want to do the same thing at the bottom. Now, again, what we could do is we could just get rid of everything down here. So if we just got rid of that and ended it like that, that would be, that would be a pretty cool look, and it's sort of tapering up and giving us that aggressive look that we're going for. So that can be one way to go. If you don't want to do that, then what you should do is sort of carry this edge up like we did this, so that we're sort of flaring the body up. But for me, what I want to do is I want to make this thing, the back of this thing, aggressive. And I might change my mind. I might decide that I want to make the front more aggressive as well. We could add all sorts of different things, but so I think that's what I want to do. Leave some room for the taillights and make the back pretty aggressive. The flare that we have here, another thing that we can do is we can sort of connect these together, similar to how we had the Aero on the front, and just add that sort of like Aero detail to the back. Doesn't necessarily work or function the same, but it could still be a pretty cool feature. So the way that we would want to do that is we would want to probably bring these edges back. So just these three right here. So if we select that, shift double click that, I am going to just extrude it. So I'm going to hold Alt. I'm just going to bring it back for now, and then go to a top view, double click. And I think I want to scale it in this direction and just move it a little bit. And then probably do that one more time, extrude it one more time, and scale it in this direction now. Maybe pull it over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to a side view, and we want it to match the body line. So we're going to just sort of pull that up. We'll do the same thing over here, pull that up. We have a little bit of work to do to make this sort of functional and work, but we're going to go ahead and weld the vertices together. So we're going to move up to the body, and we're going to move up to the body here. And let's just take a look at it in smooth display to see what this looks like. All right, so you can see we're sort of carrying that little detail back. Not super sold on it, but it could be a cool feature. The way that we would want to carry this out is we would want to do something like insert point and bring these closer together and get rid of that edge. And we'll do insert point again from here, bring that sort of closer together, and shift double click here. Get rid of those. And then if we want to tighten up this curve, then what we would do is we would go to insert point, and we would just carry this a bit tighter back here and get rid of these two. So now if we take a look at that, you can see it's a bit tighter, and the back of it isn't really going to make sense unless there's more Aero pieces to it. So unless we add some more. But what we could do is we could continue to sort of modify the body. Now, I'll be honest, I don't really like the way that that's looking. It was just sort of an idea, so we're just going to undo it. If you're building this out and you like the way that it's looking, go ahead and continue with it. For me, it wasn't really giving me the sort of style that I thought it would, so I'm just going to roll back until we get to this. So, since most of the aggressive Aero features are going to be in the back, What I want to do is I want to take this back lip, and actually I want to include these edges as well. And let's go ahead and grab these, make sure that they're all welded together. And I want to extrude that inward. So I'm going to go to Modify, go to a bottom view, and we're going to do Alt and Control. I'm going to do this with a crease, and I'm just going to bring it inward. I'm going to reset my pivot point. I'm going to pull the pivot point back here. I'm going to scale it to that point, and then I'm going to scale it in the Y direction. So I'm just pulling it back until these edges are mostly in line with that. So I'm just sort of building out that area where the taillight's going to be. And if I take a look at this in smooth display, that crease really shouldn't have had too much of an effect on things, but you can see that it does have a problem here. So in order to fix that, we are going to uncrease it, and then we're going to find it again because that looks awful. And we're going to take all of that, and we're going to try to either bevel it or insert an edge. And when we insert an edge, it's going to get a little tricky because it wants to insert them individually. So what we need to do is we need to roll this around, and we'll come to here. We'll insert an edge there, and then we'll try insert point. So here to there. Now let's take a look at it. So not perfect, but it is a little bit better. So you can see what has to happen is some of this stuff needs to move up, or this needs to move inward. So the way we're going to fix that is just taking this edge, and we're just going to move it down and forward a bit. And we're going to find the vertex on the bottom, rotate this around, that vertex right there, and we'll just move that as well. Then over here, we'll take this edge, reset our pivot point back here, and we'll scale it vertically. Then we can take that and just sort of get them in line. So that should look a little bit better. And if we want more control, we can add more edges, or we can slide that edge. So if we use slide edge, we can maybe pull it a little bit closer, and that'll tighten up that transition. So not bad, but it just gives us sort of a little backer plate to build in the rest of the details. So obviously at this point, we are going off blueprint. We're no longer in the realm of the blueprint being anything helpful. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to begin creating some additional surfaces, some additional form bodies, and we're going to be using that to help drive some shapes. So from the back end, we have got a lot of real estate here, and we're going to put some big Aero. There does need to be a piece in the middle. So where the taillights would technically end, we do need to come down a bit. The way that I think that this works on the real car is the body line is actually a separate piece. So I guess what ends up happening is the taillight carries itself around the middle. So I'm going to leave the body how this is, but we're going to use that to help build the taillight. So the way that I want to do this is I'm going to build a new surface. I'm going to go ahead and just start on the center plane here. We're going to use symmetry, and I'm going to make this the width that it needs to be. Make sure that we have symmetry, and we'll do length, and we'll say okay. So first thing I want to do is I want to get that in the right spot. So modify, and just simply move it to about where it needs to be. We're going to make it bigger because we've got surfaces in here that we can use to cut it, but I want to stick the center of it a little bit inset from where it is on the car, but I'm going to raise it up into the car because, again, we're going to use the surfaces downstream to trim them. Then from here, what we're going to do is we're going to take this edge and we're going to pull it back. And again, what we're doing is we're sort of building this surface, and we're putting it where it needs to be. So from the back side, we're going to pull this over, And this does tend to lip up, but we're going to take care of that by just simply extruding it higher. So this upper edge, we can just pull up higher, and that'll take care of that for us. Again, and the bottom we'll trim out later. It's good for us to overbuild some of these surfaces, and then we can sort of trim them down to what they need to be later. Next, I want to start to add some additional edges. So I'm going to insert edges. Again, single or both doesn't really matter when we're using the symmetry line. And then I want to start to build out something that kind of roughly matches the shape. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I want to sort of match what we have here. And then I want to go insert another edge. This time I am going to do both. And once again, we're going to use edit form and just sort of put that in the right place. So it looks okay. What we can do is we can match the actual car. So I'm going to double click that edge and we'll pull that over here. So you can kind of see that we're roughly matching the car. And as long as we do this, we should be able to get the shape right. As long as we sort of work with this, we should be able to get the shape right. And I'm going to pull this back to here. Now we need 2 more divisions on the inside here. So I'm going to take that edge. Well, once again, we'll do insert edge. It's not going to be both this time. It'll be single. I'm going to put one there. And I'll repeat that process. And we'll put one there. So now we can move these out. We can move out in plane because we are working in plane. We don't necessarily need to be in that bottom view. And just sort of get it close. It doesn't have to be perfect. But when we go into smooth display, what we should see is that it matches the car. So this is going to be sort of a placeholder surface for our taillight. And again, notice that on the actual car, we changed the shape because the original shape was, this was basically horizontal, and we've tweaked it. So we're going to have a slight change in geometry. Ours is going to be thinner, and because we're doing more of a modern sort of view of this car, then we're going to have like LED taillights and that kind of stuff. So what we're doing here is we're just building a sort of a mock surface that we can use. The next thing that we want to do is we want to move this edge up. So I'm going to do this from the back. I want to move it up and scale it out. And you notice that I'm moving it to the side and using that to scale it. And then this bottom edge, I'm simply going to scale out a little bit. I'm going to do 1.01, and that should get me pretty close. So again, it's not perfect, but we're overbuilding it. We do want to make sure that it does end up completely inside of the car body. So if that doesn't happen, then we do need to make some adjustments. We can do that in smooth display if you want. I am going to go ahead and make uniform for that and switch back and forth between box and smooth. And then I want to sort of manipulate it and move it in. So let's go ahead and go back to modify edit form. We'll start with this one here. And I will just pull that in, move on to this one. Again, we're moving in plane. It doesn't matter that we strictly match where the other edges are, but what we're doing is we're just making sure that this is inside of the rest of the car body because we are going to need the car body to trim this, so we need to make sure that it is inside. Doesn't need to be perfect. Again, this is going to be just the representation of like the tail light. That's going to be an LED strip or an LED light that goes across the back. So that surface is good. We can add more if we want to, but honestly, we're going to use things like ruled surface and some surface tools to get it. So the only thing that you would want to do here is if you want to change the curvature of it. So for example, if you wanted to take this edge, set pivot back here, and maybe scale it in this direction, we can get it to sort of start to slope back. And that's going to be our tail light. So I'm going to rename that tail light and hide it for now. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to build out some of that Aero, the big Aero package that we want. And we can see where the front of the car is, and the back of the car is going to be a little bit higher, obviously, and we're going to build out some of those Aero parts. We're going to do this by, again, creating a plane, and again, we're going to use just symmetry. I'm going to set it to box display. and we're going to move it. I'm going to set it to body. I'm going to view this from the right. I'm going to pull it forward so I can see about where the front is, just to get a rough idea. And I'm going to pull it up just a little bit, and then we'll move it back to the back. So we kind of know what we're working with here. Next, I'm going to switch to all, so that way I can select individual vertices. Then we need to decide how wide it's going to be relative to the car and where we want it to be positioned. So I'm going to take these two edges, I'm going to move them inward. I'm going to make it a bit narrower. And so again, this is going to be sort of our ground plane of the Aero on the back, and it's going to be about that wide. And one thing that Aero tends to do on not necessarily these cars, because we're going a bit different here, but they tend to sort of sweep up at the back, right? So what we want to do is we want to start to build out the rough shape of what we want this Aero to do. We can also carry this forward if we want. I'm going to extrude it holding down Alt and just carry it a bit further into the car about where the wheels are. And this is going to be sort of the bottom piece. Now we have to decide what we want this to do. Now, in some cases, we are going to create some big pockets. We have to be mindful of where the exhaust and stuff is. Again, these are all concepts. These are things that we get to decide because we're designing the car. We're using the Porsche 911 as the base, but we're designing the Aero and the effects. Now, the way that I want to do this is I'm going to take this body and I'm going to subdivide it. Now, generally, I wouldn't do this, but what I want to do is I'm going to select all the faces, and then I'm going to determine the level of subdivision. So I'm going to increase the subdivision. Let's go to 8 and say, okay. I used exact because that's going to automatically keep the same shape that we made. I'm going to hide the car body for right now so we can kind of see what's going on. So when we're working on a face like this, we have symmetry, so we only really need to work on one side. But if we want to bring the geometry up, what we can do is we can select the areas and then we can just pull them up. Now, one thing that happens when we pull them up is the surrounding curvature is going to change, right? So if I pull this up and I go into smooth display, it's got this big sort of swoopy look, and that might be okay. But another thing that we can do is we can hold down Alt and we can extrude these up. Now, it has an effect because these aren't open anymore. We have to delete them. But essentially what we're doing is we're adding additional faces. And if this is the route that we want to go, what we can do after the fact is we can come in and we can just delete these faces. And it's a quick way for us to add that geometry. So again, smooth, box display. And this is a good way that we can do this. Again, it is going to add extra faces, but then we have to get rid of them. So if we show the body, obviously those went a bit too tall, but we can obviously work with that. We have the technology. So let's go ahead and let's select these. And because we extruded them straight up, all we have to do is pull them straight down. So we'll go to the back and we'll simply just move them down. We can bring the car body back so we can kind of see where they're falling. So it's going to be pretty big looking. I think that's okay. That'll give us an area to do exhaust in the middle if we want. And that's a pretty cool look. We can obviously add more detail and we can trim this stuff later. We can use surfacing tools to trim it. So all we really need to do now is we just need to build the basic surface that we want. Another thing that we can do is we can come in and we can, again, just start to tweak the shape a little bit. So it's not just a flat panel. It really just depends on the look that you're going for. So for me, I think that looks pretty good, but what I want to do is I'm going to insert an edge on both sides, and I'm going to keep it relatively close. And then I want to take this edge and pull it up. So again, just giving it sort of another shape here. Then I'm going to take this edge and this edge, and then pull both of those up a little bit as well, and maybe scale them out. Yeah, I'm not really liking the way that looks. Let's go ahead and pull that back down. So for this one, I'm going to take this one here and I'm going to extrude it up. So hold down Alt and pull it up, go into box display, and then again we have to delete the front and the back face, the extra faces that get created. And then again, if we go into smooth display, we're sort of, creating the shape. Back in box display, we can take these edges here and we can scale them away from each other, make it a bit wider, and change the shape there. If we want to, we can also get rid of some edges. So this edge here, if we just delete it, it'll help move that. If we get rid of that one, it'll move it over. And again, it just sort of changes the shape. You can kind of play around with how you want yours to look. For me, I think what I want to do is slide that edge. I'm going to select it, go to slide edge, just sort of move it over, and take a look. So again, this is just giving us sort of a basis, something that we can work with. If we want to turn this into a solid body, all we need to do is thicken it. We can do it here, or we can do it in the surface tools after the fact. But you need to make sure that you add all of the details that you want before you do that. So if you want a flat bottom, then you should add it. For us, we've got the taillight, we've got a little bit of the Aero stuff. We need a spoiler and we need side skirts. So these are the last couple things that we need. Let's go ahead and do a quick save. And to build the side skirt, there are a couple different ways that we can do this, but we need to be careful with the number of edges that we have. So the way that I want to do this is I am going to take these edges and I'm going to extrude them. For me, I want to extrude it out a little bit. Then I'm going to extrude it again, so I'll let go of Alt and zoom out a bit. And I'm going to pull this down, not that drastically, but after I extrude it, I'm going to start to reposition it. So from the front, I'm going to bring this out and over. I don't really want it to go too much lower than the rest of the car. And that's going to be sort of just a good point. The last thing that I want to do with this general shape is I'm going to reset the pivot up here, and then I want to rotate this out. And the reason I want to rotate it out is because I want it to flare out toward that wider wheel. 5 degrees is too much. So we're going to have to do, let's say, -3, and that'll be okay. All right, so with that edge still selected, I am going to Alt extrude it down just a little bit. And again, it's going to go too much, so let go of Alt and pull it back up. And then Alt and extrude it back. And we can always come back and add a crease or sort of fix that later. So now that we have this, we need to decide how to connect it. So there are a couple different ways that we can do this. One is we can just simply weld these vertices together and let the geometry do what it needs to. If that's the case, we need to add an extra edge here. So because we have those extra edges on the front, we're going to go to Insert Edge. We'll do Single. And you want to put it close, sort of visually close to the distance that we have here. So now if we just simply go to our weld vertices, we can stick that one there, this one here, and now we have that one to go there. We'll have to do a little bit more work to clean this up, but gets us a little bit closer. And again, we could also come in and we could, extend things out. We could scale them, but that's going to be a great start. Let's just take a quick look and see what this looks like as smooth. You can see we're sort of building in that skirt there. Doesn't have a whole lot of detail on it yet, but it's looking all right. Next thing I want to do is I want to take these and pull them in. So from the top view, it's going a bit too wide, so I'm going to start to pull them in. And same thing with this vertex. I'm going to go ahead and pull it in. I'm going to take these, pull them back, and I'll take these and pull that back as well. And this will probably be the last one here. and just take a look at it in smooth display. So it looks pretty good. Last thing that we need to do is to sort of fill out the rest of this area, which means that this edge is going to need to move. We're going to just move that back so it's roughly vertical. Same thing with this edge. Going to move until it's roughly vertical with that. And then, because we've got a very tight crease here, what we're going to do is we are going to extrude these down. So Alt and just pull it down. And we're going to do the same thing on the back. And we'll fix the position of this in just a second, but I'm going to take these, Alt, extrude them down. Looks like they could go up a little bit. Always remember, if you're going to move these again, to let go of Alt so you don't re-extrude or extrude anything else. So now that those are in place, modify weld vertices, just pull that to here. And this one we're going to need to fill in the area, so we're going to leave that alone. And this one over here, we want to pull our side skirt to the fender opening. And this last section here, what we can do is we can bridge it, but we have to be careful because of this. So you can either extrude it or you can bridge it. Either is going to be fine. It's roughly flat, so if we just do Alt and extend this out, let go and do Alt one more time, that'll give us the vertices we need. We can weld them together. Put that one there, this one here, and then in the back section, we will move this to here, and then we can move this back edge forward. So again, we're kind of working everything in line so we can just move in that direction. Then over here, we'll do the same thing. Take this edge and extrude it out. This one is a little bit different because that lip is on the inside. So we're going to hold down Alt and we're going to extrude it back. And then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just leave a T-point inside of here. So in order to make that work, what we need to do is we need to go to Insert Point and just click this edge without actually inserting an edge, and it will break that up for us. So again, Insert Point will allow you to just add that division here. So then we'll stick that one to there, that one to there, and we'll pull this one all the way up to there. And then we'll take this entire back edge from there to here. So select that one, shift double click here, and then just pull it forward until the shape makes sense. So looks okay. All right. So now the moment of truth. Let's take a look at it in smooth display. All right, it looks pretty good in smooth display. We could make some adjustments here, but I think it's okay. I think that it would probably do well with an additional edge. So if I insert an edge relatively close, tighten up that corner, and then we just need to either have a T-point here or figure out how we want to connect it. So for me, I'm just going to go to the very end. I'm going to delete that and then see if it carried in. So that looks okay. If I hide the edges, Control and 4. So they blend together all right. We could spend a lot more time sort of working on those and tweaking them, but I think that looks pretty good. All right, so now we've got the front end, we've got the side skirt, we've got the taillight fake surface, we've got some big aero that we're gonna work on, and now we need a massive spoiler. So in order to get the massive spoiler, first thing we do is we save because we don't want to lose any work. And then we can bring back the canvas to kind of see where the stock one was positioned and decide how we want to do this. So while these cars had this massive wing on the back, and I think it's very iconic, the RWB cars have some pretty crazy wings. I'm not a super fan of the big wing with the stacked big wing on top of it. The RWB like double wing and some of the triple wings, they're certainly cool. I mean, they have their place. I am not really a big fan of this double wing. I do like the sort of original pop-up wing that comes out where the engine access and the grate and stuff is. I think that is pretty classic. So I am not going to be doing a wing like this. I'm probably going to be going a bit more subtle, something more like the original, which the RWBs do have a much more muted wing. There are other options, but this is our chance to do something custom, right? I mean, that's the whole point. We're modeling this not to exactly match the car, but we're trying to do something custom. So here's what the RWB one looks like. It's an entire hatch, and you can see that they have a fiberglass bumper that looks a lot like the original. You can see the exhaust and stuff hanging down, but so what we're going to do is we're going to do something similar to this, but maybe a little bit more modern. So the first thing that I'm going to do to start this, just like everything else, is I'm going to create a plane. And I'm going to do this, make it about the width of the wing. Again, I'm going to use symmetry, and then I want to move it into place. So modify, I'm going to select the body option, and I'm going to move this back, and I'm going to rotate it, and I'm going to roughly position it. Now, because we're going to be using surfaces, and specifically we're going to be using the body to cut away things, I'm not going to be concerned with getting it to match. I'm going to just have it extend through. But I want to get the shape right. So the first thing I want to do is I want to fix or get the shape in the front and back position right. So I'm going to do that by sort of moving this up. And currently I am working in smooth display. And then what I want to do from the top, figure out how wide it needs to be. And I'm going to move these forward. So what I'm trying to do is roughly match the back of the car and trying to get that, just sort of that general shape. I'm going to bring this in a little bit as well. And then I want to have it kind of mimic the lines of the car. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the pivot point here, and I'm going to rotate it and scale it out a little bit. And I want to kind of follow that line of the car. All right, so you can see here that we're still not into the car per se. So I'm going to come and I'm just going to move this down so that it extends into the car. Again, we're going to use the car to sort of trim it away. This edge here probably needs to extend a bit more. So I'm going to take this entire edge and I'm going to set my pivot point up here. Then I'm going to scale it up in plane. So that way it goes all the way into the car. So this is just our starting shape, but that's about the wing that I'm going to be going for. We also need to think about attachment if we're going to blend the back down into the car, or how it's going to attach. These are all things that we need to consider. But I like the way that looks. I might want to narrow the back a little bit. So maybe scale it down in this direction. And that looks pretty good. Keep in mind when we're using surfaces to build this stuff, then what we can do is we can sort of work with the surfacing tools after the fact. So once I have the shape of the wing, I need to decide how it's going to attach. And for me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to thicken this. So I'm going to select Modify, Thicken, and from the side, it's going to end up being a solid when we convert it. I'm going to use a soft option, which will make it rounded. And here we go. So it doesn't look great, but let's go back to box display. We can get rid of the canvases, they're kind of in the way. And in box display, what we need is an entire edge loop to help control the thickness, but we're not quite there yet. So what I want to do is I want to select these faces. I am going to set my pivot point right in the middle here, and I am going to rotate the bottom. So by rotating the bottom, what I'm actually doing is I'm making it thicker. All right, so once I have that, then I want to sort of tweak and adjust the shape because obviously it got a little pinched. So we're going to go to Modify and probably look at this from the back and maybe pull that down a little bit. So that's looking pretty good. And now we want to add some extra control. So the way that we want to do this is we're going to select these edges here. We're going to go to Insert Edge. We'll put it right in the middle, should be fine. And then we're going to go to insert point, and we'll just go from this point all the way to the other side. And you can see that it doesn't quite work in the middle. So we're going to just add a bit more. So we're somewhere in between, and I'll come back down to here and I'll delete those. So we still need some control down here. We don't have anything here. So I'm going to go to insert point and go right to the middle. And now if we take a look at this in smooth display, it's starting to control the shape a little bit better, but it's still a bit too soft. I want to tighten that up. And that means that we need to add edges on the top and the bottom as well. So I'm going to add edge on the top relatively close. I'm going to repeat the process on the bottom, make it relatively close. You can be precise by using the numerical inputs. I'm just getting it kind of close. I'm not too concerned. And we'll do the same thing on the back side. Go from there to our end point, and let's take a look. So now we're controlling the side a little bit better. The back is very plain wing, and the bottom needs to be controlled as well. So I can get rid of the arrow and the tail light. I don't need to see that right now, but I'm going to take this one and we're going to insert an edge. So it's be pretty common by now. We're going to add this edge to help control the corner. So do that. And this one I'm going to do 0.18, keeping in mind that the inside is going to get cut by the car body. So this step isn't really critical, but just for visual purposes, we want to make sure that we do that. I'm just going to add it from there, come all the way around to the bottom. And then on the bottom, we need to insert an edge as well. So the bottom is going to be tricky because we already have a couple edges, so we need to be careful with visually where it lands. So we want it to be pretty close. And then we need to just connect the dots. So use insert point and put those together. Now, obviously, this is going to be all in what you want it to look like. So for us, again, this is kind of the style that I wanted to go with. I'm going to use the body to cut some of it away. But what we have here is we've got our starting point. We can figure out where we want it to hit the body lines and make adjustments to the shape. So you can see here it's hitting right there on the side where sort of the body is. And I want to bring it out a little bit. And in order to do this, it's a little bit tricky after we add all the control. So it's probably a good idea to do this before the control. But we can just select the faces that we want to move. So in our case, I'm going to leave those ones alone. And if we want to bring any of the edges, the edge control with us, then we should select those edges as well. So go ahead and rotate this around, grab that one, and the one on the bottom too. Make sure you grab that. Then we want to use edit form. Now we can show the body without messing up our selection, which is helpful because then we can kind of see where it's hitting. And we want it, again, where we want it to hit is just dependent upon your design, your style that you want to use. For me, I want it to kind of rotate a little bit and pull it in. And that's where I think I want mine to hit. Might want to push it in just a hair more. I don't want the corner sticking out, and that looks okay. Remember, we're looking at it in box display. When you go to smooth display, it's going to be different, but that's about more what I was looking for. I wanted it to hit the body right about there. And then what we can do is, we can make changes to how it mounts. If there's any additional structure we want to come down, we can do that. But I think for the concept, I think this works pretty well. One other thing that we could do is we could use these sides as just end plates. So we could build that initial surface that we had, and we can build end plates. And then again, later on, we can use our surfacing tools to combine them. So at this stage, I think we have everything that we need. I think we've done the vast majority of the body. And I plan to cover in future videos. I know this one was many hours. I have no idea how long it was, but many hours long. What I plan to do in future videos is we're going to do videos talking about the details. So if you want to go through and you want to model the body, there we are, we have it. And then I'm going to do details on like the openings, combining the aero and the taillight, cutting the spoiler, doing the windows and trim and all those other little pieces. So those are going to be covered probably in shorter individual videos rather than this one long video like we did the body. But I didn't really want to break this up. If anybody wants to follow along, then they can do it. But this looks pretty good so far. I'm going to finish the form, which should convert the car body to a surface. And you can see there's some extra stuff. That was the original body of the G Endo Method that we covered very early on. So that's still there. We didn't get rid of it. And the rest of it is here. We've got the car body. We've got the taillight panel. We've got the aero. All that stuff is there, and it looks pretty cool. So at this stage, if you have any questions, please let me know. And if you were able to follow along and you want to share your results with me, you can email me, support@caducator.com. Or if you had any trouble, if you had any problems along the way, please let me know. And stay tuned for the following videos where we will get into the details and we will turn this into a real looking car and we'll do some renders of it. So stay tuned for that. As always, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.